Damn it, tomorrow's Monday again. I was sprawled on the couch, too drained to move a muscle. 27 years old, my hairline already creeping backward, living like a fish that had been squeezed dry. My name is Zhou Rui, just another working stiff grinding it out in Flower City. The factory gave me the title of production supervisor, putting 20 or 30 people under me. Sounds impressive, but really I'm just the filling in a sandwich. The bosses pile on the quotas, the workers cause the messes, and I'm the one who has to eat it all. The credit goes to the higher-ups, the blame lands on me, and they still drag their feet on paying my wages. Want to quit? I ask myself. Quit and eat what? I answer myself. This city is crawling with top graduates. With my skills, finding a new job would be next to impossible. Rent, utilities, food, every single one bleeding my wallet dry. Earn it in Flower City, spend it in Flower City. Don't dream of taking a single cent home. I climbed up with a bitter smile. Just sleep. If I'm late again tomorrow, they'll dock my pay. Outside the window, the food street was buzzing with life. People packed shoulder to shoulder, every face full of smiles. Only me, lying back down alone in the dark. I had no idea this was the last time I'd ever lie in my own bed. The next morning at 7, the alarm never went off. I slept until 8 before waking. Damn it, I'm late. I jolted upright. But when I opened my eyes, everything around me was pitch black. It's fine. It's fine. The sun's not up yet. Just scaring myself. I let out a breath and started to lie back down. Wait, why was the bed so hard? Usually a little moonlight slipped through. But now, I couldn't see my own hand. It was terrifyingly quiet, nothing but the sound of my own heartbeat. I felt around beneath me. Rock hard, like lying on stone. What the hell am I tied up? I was wide awake now, hands groping in every direction. This wasn't my home. Damn it, where am I? Kidnapped? I'm dead broke, who'd bother? My boss, who couldn't stand me. I never even dared talk back. One of my workers? I had no grudge with them, never shorted them a cent. It made no sense. And besides, hauling a guy like me, over 80 kilos, without a single sound? No ropes? I forced myself to reach toward the head of the bed. My phone was gone. Everything was gone. I didn't dare make a sound. I didn't dare move. And right then, something lit up in front of me. A semi-transparent square frame, with a string of numbers in the center. 1 minute. 59 seconds. 58 seconds. A countdown. Isn't this a game panel? I waved my hand in front of my eyes. My hand passed straight through the frame, yet it stayed fixed in my vision. This thing was real. As the numbers ticked down to the final 5 seconds, I held my breath. 0. A woman's voice sounded in my ear. Impossibly pleasant, yet hearing it sent a chill down my spine. Greetings, diggers. Welcome to the game. Diggers? A game? My pupils shrank. Before I could process it, the voice continued. The rules are as follows. 1. Every human on Blue Star will be transported to the underground world. Your task is to dig through the earth, gather resources, and survive the crises to come. 2. Each person receives a starter package, 1 random basic weapon, 3 basic torches, and 1 basic wooden pickaxe. 3. Digging consumes large amounts of stamina and time. Plan ahead. 4. Your starting block spawns no monsters. It is the only safe place. 5. You may only dig the blocks directly above, below, left, and right of an explored block. No diagonal digging. 6. Before a block is opened, you cannot know what's inside. It could be a monster, a trap, or a treasure chest. 7. Say the word panel in your mind to view your attributes. 8. The harder the block, the richer the reward, and the greater the danger. 9. Each explored block gives you a chance to choose between 2 rewards. The higher the soil grade, the higher the chance. 10. Monsters spawn automatically every night. Be prepared. 11. Death here is permanent. So take good care of your life. Don't die too easily, will you? That last line carried a hint of amusement, like she was enjoying the show. I had no time to dwell on her tone. What the hell is this thing? The air around me felt cold enough to freeze me solid. Right. The panel. I said the word in my mind, and the blank frame instantly filled with text. Name, Zhou Rui. Age, 27. Job, junior digger. Can only dig soil blocks at 100% efficiency. Level 0. Strength, 5. Each point increases digging speed by 1%. Constitution, 5. Each point slightly raises maximum stamina. Agility, 5. Each point slightly increases speed and attack speed. Spirit, 5. Each point slightly raises sanity and reduces negative emotion. Free attribute points, 0. Gain 2 per level up. Oxygen consumption, 0.005 cubic meters per minute. Fullness, 98%. Stamina, 99%. Equipment, none. Skills, none. Base, none. I read through it over and over. Name and age, both mine, no question. The four main stats were easy enough. But what the hell was oxygen consumption? This place has an oxygen limit too? My heart sank. In other words, when the oxygen ran out, I'd suffocate down here in a matter of minutes. Fullness and stamina, the usual game mechanics. But here was the problem. Underground. Where was I supposed to find food? And worse, what about water? This place was sealed airtight. No sky, no moon. Am I supposed to dig up a river? I mocked myself. Those are odds only a chosen one could beat, and I'm sure as hell not one. Just as I was about to close the panel, I spotted a small window hanging above it. I tapped it open. The text changed entirely. Current area, starting block, coordinates 0, 0, 0. Type, soil. Exploration, 100%. Space, 5 cubic meters, which is your total oxygen. Brightness, 0. Facilities, none. Farmable, yes. Suitable for livestock, yes. Danger level, 0%. For every 1%, there's a 1% chance of monsters spawning at night. This was the detailed info on the block beneath me. I rubbed my chin, mind racing. First priority, gather resources, get the tools I need to stay alive. But this starting block is only 5 cubic meters. That little oxygen won't last a day. I need to dig outward, fast. I looked around. So dark I couldn't even see my fingers. This dark, how am I supposed to explore anything? Dead silence, nothing but my own breathing. Fear crept up my spine, inch by inch. I took a few deep breaths and forced myself to calm down. Wait, didn't that voice say she gave out starter packages? I think there were torches in it. But where did I pick it up? I searched the whole panel. No inventory anywhere. Did I have to say it out loud? System? I'd like to receive my starter package. I forced the words out despite the embarrassment. No one was watching anyway. The woman's voice answered at once. Starter package received. Good luck. It worked. A white gift box popped into existence in front of me. Starter package, 1 per person. Contains 1 random weapon, 3 basic torches, and 1 basic wooden pickaxe. This was my only startup capital. Without a second thought, I opened it. The box dissolved into a beam of white light. Whoa, that light. It blinded me, and I shut my eyes fast. Should have closed them first. The notification followed. Starter package opened. You obtained 1 worn wooden sword, Tier 1. 1 worn wooden dagger, Tier 1. 1 worn wooden spear, Tier 1. 1 heavily worn short staff, Tier 1. 1 slightly damaged wooden club, Tier 1. 15 basic torches, Special Edition. 5 basic wooden pickaxes. I'd been grinning, ready to celebrate. But the more I listened, the more my smile froze. Something was off. The rules clearly said 1 weapon, 3 torches, 1 pickaxe. But now, 5 weapons, 15 torches, 5 pickaxes. Everything multiplied by 5. This has to be a bug, right? But was that even possible? Something that could drag all of humanity underground without killing us. A being more godlike than a god. Could something like that make a mistake? My head buzzed. It made no sense. Whatever. Who cares? Get to work first. I opened my eyes. Still pitch black. If I stay in this dark hole forever, I'll go blind. Light a torch first. I fumbled around on the ground. Something with a blade, something heavy on both ends. After a while, I finally dug a torch out of the pile of a dozen or so items. The moment I gripped it, I froze again. This torch. I don't have to start a fire by rubbing sticks, do I? I'm an office worker. Where would I even learn to make fire? Wait, can the panel show equipment details? I focused on the torch and thought the word inspect. Basic torch, Special Edition. Oxygen consumption, 0.002 cubic meters per minute. Duration, 6 hours. Description, the most basic survival item. Hold the handle and think the word ignite to light it. Beginner Special Edition, shorter duration. There we go. I gripped the handle and shouted in my mind. Ignite. Flame whooshed to life. This time I was ready. I closed my eyes first, then slowly opened them once they adjusted. Damn, this place is this small. By the firelight, I could finally see. Soil on all 4 sides, and overhead too. The patch beneath me was mixed with slabs of stone. No wonder it was so uncomfortable. I muttered as I stood up. The second I straightened, my head nearly hit the ceiling. Damn it. 5 cubic meters, not square meters. I could touch every wall with an outstretched hand. This place made a pigeon coop look spacious. No wonder I couldn't even roll over lying down. I looked around. Yellow dirt, and more yellow dirt. It felt like a giant word was hanging over my head. Miserable. A sealed little box like this. Anyone stuck here long enough would go sick in the head. Someone claustrophobic would probably die of fright on the spot. Good thing that's not me. I did the math. The torch burns 0.002 per minute. My breathing burns 0.005. Together 0.007. 5 cubic meters wouldn't last 12 hours. My brow furrowed. Today I have to dig open a few blocks and pull out some resources. The longer I wait, the closer I get to dying. I stuck the torch into the ground and turned to look at the pile I'd opened. 5 weapons, 15 torches, 5 pickaxes, covering half the floor. 5 times the amount. If this is real, I'll never run out of resources. I didn't dare take it seriously. Just let myself enjoy the thought. I inspected each item. Worn wooden sword, Tier 1. Attack 2. Durability 50 of 50. Worn wooden dagger, Tier 1. Attack 2. Durability 50 of 50. Worn wooden spear, Tier 1. Attack 2. Heavily worn short staff, Tier 1. Attack 1. Durability 30 of 30. Slightly damaged wooden club, Tier 1. Attack 2. Durability 40 of 40. Attack 2. Taking that to fight a monster is like scratching an itch for it. Then I looked at the short staff. Attack 1. Suddenly I felt better. Turns out there was something even worse. So weapon stats aren't just about tier. The prefix matters too. I stared at the staff. Good thing I got a few extras. If all I'd gotten was this junk stick, I'd have cried on the spot. Short staff, out. Next, the pickaxes. This was the main event. Without a pickaxe, I couldn't do anything. Basic wooden pickaxe. Digging grade. Soil with embedded gravel, at 50%. Digging speed, for 0.5 hours. Stamina cost, high. Durability, 2 of 2. Description, can only dig stone and lower blocks. Vanishes after digging 2 squares. Force digging higher grade blocks will shatter it instantly. 4.5 hours to dig 1 block. And drains a ton of stamina. Breaks after 2 swings. The more I looked, the more it hurt. This pickaxe, something a caveman would use. But I had no other pickaxe. I couldn't dig with my bare hands. That'd be idiotic. I gripped the pickaxe and looked around at the dirt walls sealing me in. Now the question, front, back, left, or right? Which one do I dig first? For a weapon, I chose the wooden spear. The stats were identical, but the spear was the longest. An inch longer is an inch stronger. Against a monster, I could jab from a distance, and if things got desperate, I could throw it like a javelin. I swung it a few times. Clumsy as hell. Made sense. I'm a miserable office worker. I never trained for this. After a couple of swings, I put it away. Then the pickaxe. This thing was my lifeline. Can't dig, can't gather resources, can't build a base. Just sit here and wait to die. 4.5 hours per block, and only 2 swings worth. I sighed. A rotten piece of wood, basically. But I had no choice. Make do for now. I stared at the 4 dirt walls. Front, back, left, right. Which one? Every block held the unknown. Good luck, and 1 swing hits a treasure chest, instant liftoff. Bad luck, and I dig up a monster then. If only I had something to scan them. The thought sparked another. Games usually have a chat room. Would this place have one too? I opened the panel, and sure enough, next to the block info column, I found a chat channel. I tapped it open. Oh boy, the screen was flooded with messages flying by. Looks like others had found it long ago. I scrolled up. Where is this? Anyone there? Hello? Hello, is anyone there? Who the hell turned off the lights? Send me back. I don't want to play, sob sob. I'm the chairman of a major corporation. Whoever sends me back gets 3 million. Stop yelling. Everyone has to play this game. Not just some of us. I love you, so-and-so. I want to go home. I want my mom and dad. I'm so-and-so. Who is that just saying they love me? At first it was all nonsense, wailing and crying. Understandable. Blink and you're thrown into this hellhole. Who wouldn't lose it? But confessing your love at a time like this? That actually made me laugh. I skimmed past the noise. Some messages cut off mid-sentence, probably from people fainting on the spot. Some flat out refused to believe it, insisting it was all staged, that dying would let them out, and then they went silent for good. Wow. Luckily, not everyone was crazy. A cluster of people were analyzing things seriously. Everyone. Were you all thrown here without any warning? Yeah, just fell asleep, and in a blink I was here. It's total darkness for me. How are you all seeing? The package. Think receive to open it. There are torches inside. Light one up. Damn, who would have figured that out? Wait, I don't have a lighter. How do I light a torch? Buddy, check the torch's stats. It tells you how. It's lit. Huh, thanks. Mine's lit too. Whoa, I really am in the dirt. My side is all stone, just one patch of dirt. If it's all stone behind it, won't I be trapped down here? Hey, that's actually great. Stone's hard, a natural shield. 4.5 hours to dig one block. I'll be dead from exhaustion first. You can dig and chat at the same time. Makes the time fly. You're right. Watching all this chatter, the hollow feeling inside me filled up more than halfway. If I were truly locked in here alone, no one to talk to, I'd go insane before I died. That line about digging and chatting caught my interest. But which block to dig? The question was killing me. Everything was unknown. One swing into a treasure chest, and I'd leap ahead of everyone. One swing into a monster, and as I hesitated, the panel popped open a new window. Unknown area, coordinates 1, 0, 0. Type, soil. 99% soil, 1% impurities. Digging progress, 0. Diggable, yes, requires a pickaxe. Block nature, unknown. 30% resources, 30% reward, 30% enemy, 8% other, 2% disaster. I stared at that line. 30% resources, 30% reward, 30% enemy, 8% other, 2% disaster. I can see this info too. I muttered, staring at the dirt wall. Just like the voice said, I could only see the basics, grade and composition. Whether there was a monster, treasure, or farmable land inside. All a mystery. Want to know? The only way was to dig it open. 99% soil. Pure as it gets. I reached out and touched the wall. Dry, not sticky, hard when I pressed it, like earth buried for 1,000 years. A feeling I'd never had in my life. The surrounding walls were all much the same. At most 1% or 2 more impurities. Looks like everyone's drop point is random. I stared at the wall. But the real question is, are we still on Earth? Billions of people crammed underground. Forget it, don't think about it. Just dig. Everyone else was already fighting to survive, and here I was, philosophizing. I picked up the wooden pickaxe and looked at that solid dirt wall, dread rising in me. Something this huge, could I really dig through it? No point worrying. To survive, I gritted my teeth and swung the pickaxe down hard. Digging in progress, coordinates 1, 0, 0. Progress, 0%. Time remaining, 269 minutes, 59 seconds. One swing, and there wasn't even a mark on the wall. No dirt fell either, like I'd swung at empty air. I struck a few more times before the surface finally dented, just barely, invisible unless you looked closely. By rights, digging dirt should produce dirt. But I'd been at it forever and not a single speck had fallen, though my hands felt the real resistance of digging. Good thing no dirt came out, I thought. If a whole pile spilled out, where would I put it? In this pigeon coop? It didn't take long before I started sweating, my whole body drenched as if washed with water. I didn't stop. Early in survival, opening a block sooner meant one more chance at living. Progress wouldn't reset if I rested midway, but I didn't dare rest. Swing after swing, the progress crept up. 10%, 30%, 50%. As the dirt wall neared revealing its true face, my heart tightened. This was my first block. What was inside? Best case, a chest or a resource pocket. Please don't be a monster, don't be junk, or I'd really lose it. My stamina bar dropped below half. Damn, digging dirt can actually kill a person. I calculated. By the time I finished this block, my stamina would be nearly empty. I'd have to rest before digging the next one. But that was dangerous. If the next block opened up a monster, I wouldn't even have the strength to lift the pickaxe. No wonder the wooden pickaxe was the worst. Slow, and it drained your life. Beads of sweat dripped onto the dry dirt at my feet. My clothes were soaked through. Progress, 65%. Gasping for breath, I hoisted the pickaxe again. If this game hadn't leveled everyone's stats with my old body, I'd have collapsed after a few swings. After graduation, work was busy and my mind was worn out. I never had the heart to exercise, and a ring of fat had long settled around my belly. Back then, I never could have imagined that one day I'd be crouched underground, hacking at dirt. I laughed bitterly and kept swinging. And back then, I could never have imagined just how good life was about to get. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The pickaxe slammed into the dirt wall, the sound bouncing back and forth around this pigeon coop. With just one busted wooden pickaxe, digging clean through a whole block would take 2 or 3 days of nonstop work, no less. But here was the strange part. I'd been hacking away this long, and the speed hadn't dropped at all. Exactly the same as the first swing. Effort saving, it was not. My eyes were unfocused, and I was panting like a dog. Huff, huff. Damn, this is brutal. I wiped the sweat and looked up. Progress, 85%. I gave a wry grin. To keep a monster from bursting out and swallowing me the instant I broke through, I sat down to rest first and bank some stamina. Safety first. While resting, I checked my oxygen. About 3.3 cubic meters left, enough to finish digging the first block. The torch wasn't looking great. It was supposed to last 6 hours, but only 2 remained. No problem. I still had 14 more, plenty to burn. Torches weren't the worry. The real worry was food and water. Without those two, even an Iron Man couldn't hold out. Rested enough, I picked up the pickaxe again. 40 minutes left. Only one thing nagged at me. This dirt wall absolutely refused to reveal what was inside. After a while, the surface stopped changing at all, dead set on keeping me from peeking. Plan ahead. No chance. I gave up any thought of cheating the system. Damn it. Why is this place so airtight? Why won't a bug show up now? Speaking of bugs, I thought again about the package multiplying by 5. Before it felt like a bug. Now it didn't. I opened the chat room to see if anyone else had run into it. The moment it opened, text came flooding upward. Once it slowed, I could finally read. Everyone, what's your starting block like? I'll go first. Just a plain soil block. Image. Same. All soil around me. One solid stretch of yellow. Makes me dizzy. Hey, above me. That just means all you can see is yellow. Grin. Ugh, mine's a stone block. Image. Stone block. I immediately opened the image. Starting block. Coordinates 0, 0, 0. Type. Stone. Exploration. 100%. Space. 5 cubic meters. Brightness. 6. Farmable. No. Suitable for livestock. No. Danger level. 0%. Land trait. Hardened. Facilities on this block gain 10% durability. Aside from not being farmable, the rest was the same as mine. At first I was glad. Not farmable, no big deal. But when my eyes hit that last line, my smile froze solid. Hold on. Land trait. Why does he get 1 and I don't? I looked down and checked my own block again. After searching a while, there was no trait line at all. I scrolled down, and sure enough, the chat room had already blown up. Why don't I have a trait? Not fair, I want a redo. Right? These people got an extra attribute out of nowhere. Just as I thought. A crowd of people cursing up a storm, all saying they got a plain, blank block. By rights, if it were truly random, it shouldn't be just one person landing a trait. I kept scrolling, and sure enough, plenty of people had posted blocks with traits. Fast growth. Crop growing speed plus 10%. Defense. Facilities gain extra armor, resisting some damage. Serenity. Creatures here calm more easily. Crafting efficiency plus 10%. The more I read, the greener with envy I got. Identical base stats, just one extra line. And instantly, it was a whole tier above. Damn, these days even digging dirt underground, I've got to watch the lucky bastards show off. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then I remembered my package had multiplied by 5, and I felt a little more at peace. The real task at hand was figuring out how these blocks were set up. Scrolling through the chat, I pieced together how it worked. Blocks came in 2 kinds. One was like mine. Ordinary blocks, plain and blank, no traits at all. The other kind had traits, called enhanced blocks, born with a unique bonus, a cut above ordinary blocks. But they were rare, far fewer in number, all down to luck. Starting drop points were random. The lucky ones plopped down on an enhanced block, and the unlucky ones, like me, got a blank slate. Besides luck, there was one other way to get an enhanced block. Dig it out. According to people in the chat, plenty of enhanced blocks were buried underground, and you might hit one as you dug along. As long as you didn't die, you'd eventually collect a few by surviving to the later stages. The key was the trait. Traits were random too. Building bonuses were great for stacking facilities. Farming or livestock bonuses were nice too. But something like an owner bonus was very limited. You can't stand on one block forever. The moment you move and run around, the bonus is gone. And when a monster appears at night, you can't exactly run back to your starting block before the fight. I sighed. Why does everyone else get a free enhanced block at the start? Forget it. What comes is fortune, what doesn't is fate. If I didn't have one, I'd just dig honestly. Maybe if luck struck, I'd hack one out myself. At the thought, my pickaxe swings gained a little more force. This feeling, why does it feel like playing Minecraft? Except Steve can stuff thousands of tons of blocks in his backpack without breaking a sweat. I can't. In the time it takes Steve to dig this one little square of mine, he could hollow out a whole mountain. Put simply, this was Minecraft loaded with a pile of mods, starting on hard mode. And I wasn't controlling Steve. I was controlling myself. I kept scrolling through the chat. What's everyone's starting block like? Mine's miserable, long and wide. Even breathing takes effort. Image. Whoa, is yours performance art? Mine's pretty normal. So mad, my length and width are fine. But the ceiling's too low, I can only dig crouched. Crying. That got a laugh out of me. Turns out everyone's space was a different shape. Some were square and easy to use, some flat and long, some too low to stand up in. Looking back at my block, the height was a little scalp scraping, but far better than those odd shapes. The only regret, I couldn't dig the block above me yet, so I'd have to make do. I kept scrolling. Anyone got water? I'm about to die of thirst. Help, I'm almost out of air. That, out of air, one, I clicked into it. Oh boy, this guy had lit all 3 torches right at the start. I silently gave him a nice one. After a full scroll, I didn't find the thing I most wanted. Why my package multiplied by 5? Everyone else's chat was all normal stuff, not one mention of a bug. Could it be? This really was exclusive to me? I hesitated, then posted a message to test the waters. Me. Everyone. Is the starter package just 1 weapon, 3 torches, and 1 wooden pickaxe? Yeah, that's right, just those. Kid, you didn't open something extra, did you? My heart lurched, and I quickly added. Me. I got a short staff. Just wondering if it counts as a weapon. I casually posted the busted short staff stats along with it. Ha, your luck is garbage. Puffed. That weapon's hilarious. Seeing the screen full of mockery, I wasn't angry at all. I was relieved. Good, I'd bluff my way through. If word got out that my rewards multiplied by 5, these brothers with throats parched to smoke would want to bury me first. Watching everyone's attention get hooked by that busted short staff, I relaxed completely. No one could trace the messages back to me anyway, so I could make up whatever I wanted. But just to be safe, I'd take this to the grave. I didn't want these people's blood pressure exploding on the spot. Looking at the weapon images others posted, every attack value was 2, same as mine. Looks like they were worried someone with insane luck might pull a divine weapon and steamroll the early game. So all weapons were pinned to the lowest. Digging on, the progress bar climbed to 95%. Just one last push, and my whole body surged with energy. The chat room suddenly exploded. Someone had broken through their first block. Holy crap. I opened my first square. Let's see what's inside. I got through too. Ugh, why'd I open a monster square? I don't want to die. So many bugs. Don't eat me. Damn, I worked so hard digging, and there's nothing inside. Strongly suggest adding a report feature to lower the odds for people who get good stuff. My heart tightened. A monster in the very first square. Now that was pitiful. While I was distracted, new messages flooded in again. Why is my first one a monster? Weren't we promised beginner protection? I opened a giant spider. Help, you all open monsters? Mine's just a tree, not dangerous. The one above me has no idea what starving feels like. Major discovery. After you explore the first square, it gives a beginner reward. Image. For real? This isn't a trick to make us dig, is it? Whoa, it really gave one. Image. What did you get? Food or water? Water, obviously. Do you not get how precious this stuff is? Yes, I got water. Image. Water tastes so good. Image. My throat moved involuntarily. By now, my throat had long gone dry as smoke. Thinking my square might be a monster, my digging hand sped up and slowed by turns. Who wants to run into a monster when they're worn out like a dog? But the only path to survival was digging. Don't dig, and I died just the same. Looks like they've got some conscience, giving a guaranteed reward for the first square, I thought. If it were all pure luck, half the people would have been wiped out on the spot. I roughly tallied everyone's first square results. The odds of a monster were about half, resources and rewards together came to less than half, and the rest was empty. Among the good outcomes, 2 people even opened enhanced blocks. So rare that in one scroll, I only saw 2. Most people dug out ordinary soil, essentially opening an empty slot for more room to move. A lucky few hit the jackpot, one even hacking out a small water pool. The second the images went up, the chat room turned sour instantly. No mystery there. Water was too precious. I was envious too. No rush. I stared at the progress bar. My square's almost done. Let's see what comes out. Progress, 99%, 2 minutes left. My heart pounded. I feared an empty square and feared a monster even more. Come on, heavens above, don't give me a monster. A treasure chest would do. I stopped the pickaxe, rested in place first to bank enough stamina, and kept the wooden spear gripped close. If bad luck struck and a monster popped out, this pigeon coop had nowhere to run. I'd have to fight. I spat into my palms twice and hoisted the pickaxe. The closer to the end, the tighter my nerves. 10 seconds passed, and a passage tore open in front of me, as if beckoning me in. Block 100 fully dug through. Please enter and inspect immediately. I didn't rush in. Gripping the spear, I pressed against the edge of the hole and pricked up my ears. Dead silence. That trick doesn't work either. I just have to go in and see for myself. But that dirt wall was still there. Could I really go through this? Wouldn't I just smack into the wall? Would I get ambushed inside? I took a few deep breaths and hardened my gaze. Not going in meant death sooner or later. I gripped the spear tight, paused at the hole for 2 seconds, and stepped straight through. Because the wall was still there, I didn't dare move fast, afraid of a collision. But the moment my foot crossed the dirt wall, there was no resistance at all. I passed right through. So the wall's just an illusion, meant to keep people outside from peeking in. I understood at once. Normally, breaking through should reveal the whole block. Not here. Most likely you had to clear the block out and explore it to 100% before the wall vanished. But then wouldn't that keep monsters from rushing out? I couldn't figure it out either. Explore first, worry later. I kept my eyes locked forward, body slightly crouched, ready to fight at any moment. The instant I entered, the illusory wall vanished. The whole room was revealed. No monster. Nothing else. An empty room. I let out a breath, then a wave of disappointment. Safe it was, but no reward either. Basically opening an empty mystery box. 4.5 hours of work, and I didn't get a single hair. Just as I fumed, I glimpsed something lying in the corner. My heart stirred, and I stepped closer. Tucked in the corner lay a log, roughly 20 centimeters in diameter. The torch was far off, so it hadn't lit it up earlier. Not bad, a log. Not a wasted effort. My expression brightened. With material, I could build things. Just one, but something beat nothing. Everyone started bare, no base. With material, you could set up a starting base and basic facilities, a campfire, a tent, that sort of thing. The first batch of material meant the game had truly begun. I stepped up and opened the logs panel. Log, material. Unprocessed wood. Processing yields 2 pieces of wood, used to craft various facilities or as decoration. The moment my hand touched it, room 100 fully explored, progress 100%. Reward obtained, 5 logs. Congratulations on exploring block 100. Please choose one of 3. 1 random basic food. 2 1 bottle of drinking water. 3 1 random basic armor. I raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, exploring the first square gave a guaranteed choice of 3. The chat had mentioned it. Choose food, and it might be 300 grams of bread, 250 grams of snacks, even a cup of instant noodles. But this hellhole didn't even have hot water, so instant noodles could only be eaten dry or saved. Yet with survival on the line right now, who would save it? Most people downed it the moment they got it. Choose water, the most versatile, both drinkable and useful for cleaning. It gave a 250 milliliter bottle. But don't celebrate too soon. Once you drank it, the bottle floated away, not even an empty one left for you. Hoping to stockpile containers this way? No chance. When that came out, the chat room filled with curses. Choose armor, random like the weapons, with mediocre stats. But for people currently bare, it was enough for protection, at least it eased the mind. Water. I barely hesitated. Water was hard to get early on. Digging was down to luck, and you might dig 1,000 squares without hitting any. A water collector was too costly to build. The only reliable source was this exploration reward. Confirm choosing the second option? Yes. Obtained 5 bottles of drinking water, placed in your starting block. Please check. I smiled. The next second, the smile froze. Wait, how many bottles did you say? 5 bottles. Hearing the words, 5 bottles, my brain crashed on the spot. Wasn't it one 250 milliliter bottle? Why give me 5? I whipped around to look at my starting block. I froze where I stood. 5 bottles of drinking water stacked neatly, with 5 logs standing beside them. How is it 5 bottles of water and 5 logs? I couldn't even get the words out straight. Could it be? I really got 5 times the reward. My heart hammered like a drum. What was the principle here? Did I save an angel in a past life, coming to repay me in this one? I rushed back and stared hard at the extra pile of stuff. Real, not a hallucination. The shock burst instantly into wild joy. No, I've got to hold it in. The corners of my mouth wouldn't stop climbing. In the end, I couldn't hold back and laughed out loud right there. It's real. I really can get 5 times. And even the block exploration rewards multiply by 5. That was the crucial part. If only the choose one of 3 portion doubled, I'd be moderately happy at most. But the extra exploration reward multiplied by 5 too, and combined with the package multiplying by 5 earlier. Didn't that mean any reward I received would multiply by 5? The more I thought, the more likely it seemed. The one thing I hadn't verified was whether monster drops counted. But by the look of things, the odds were extremely high. I laughed again. The effect was absurd. The biggest hurdle in survival was scarce supplies, something you couldn't recover from even in the late game. But after multiplying by 5, the yield from one block of mine equaled 3 or 4 blocks for someone else. The thought alone was frightening. I laughed until tears came out. Truth was, I'd been pressed down too hard before. Fall asleep and get thrown into this hellhole, brain stuffed with soul-crushing information. Who wouldn't be miserable? All I'd managed was bitter smiles, only relaxing a little in the chat room. But now, suddenly told that any reward multiplied by 5, the pent-up pressure all vented out in one breath. Awesome. So awesome. Ask me how I felt right now? One word. Awesome. I'd even been complaining about my bad luck. No enhanced starting block, just a single log in the first square, plain and unremarkable. Now, none of it mattered. With 5 times the yield, no matter how unlucky I got later, I'd live more comfortably than most. I stroked the log and smiled. If what I'd opened just now wasn't a log but a treasure chest, that would have been truly amazing. 5 times the treasure chests. That was like maxing out the drop rate by proxy. I wouldn't boost the win rate of a single chest, I'd stack the quantity, and that was just as much a brute force boost to the drop rate. I wonder if this counts as a bug, and whether the one behind the scenes will patch it out. I mulled it over. Most likely not a bug, since only I could trigger it. If you had to call it something, it was a bug exclusive to me alone. I had no complaints about it. I even wanted to say, bring on more. But I'd never be foolish enough to say it in the chat room. If word got out that my rewards multiplied by 5, these brothers parched to smoke would tear the sky down. If it escalated, the one behind the scenes would see such an unbalanced thing in the game and patch me right out. Then I'd have nowhere to even cry. This secret can only rot in my gut. I buried it deep in my heart. This was my biggest trump card and my only shield to rely on. Once I calmed down, I took stock of the situation again. The first square was open. Next step, either keep digging or build facilities. The most pressing thing was setting up a base. But I didn't have enough resources yet, so I had only one choice. Keep digging. I looked up at the newly dug space. Bigger than the starting room, and much taller too. The oxygen should refill nicely, giving me a while longer to breathe. Ordinary block, coordinates 1, 0, 0. Type, soil. Space, 7 cubic meters. Brightness, 3. Farmable and livestock, yes and yes. Danger level, 1%. 7 cubic meters. My oxygen jumped from a few hours left to a dozen or so hours. The new block was too dark. I lit just one handheld torch, and anything farther off went blurry. If a monster spawns in a corner and I don't see it, I'm done. I thought it over. The torch had to be lit, no skimping. I had plenty anyway. The only thing to watch was oxygen, so I wouldn't die of suffocation just to see clearly. I glanced at the last line of the panel again. My starting block's danger level was still 0, but the new block had already turned to 1%. 1%, not high on the face of it. But if a monster actually spawned, I'd be in real trouble. Thinking about my luck, the early game might be fine, but the odds would climb the further I went. I needed to prepare early. A terrifying image popped into my head. In the late game, with many blocks open, each carrying different spawn odds, what if they all spawned at once one day? Monsters everywhere, nowhere to run. Let's hope that never comes true. My scalp tingled. Dig first. Dig out a long tunnel. I took a new torch, thought the word ignite, and mounted it right on the wall. With light behind me, I felt steadier. I hoisted the pickaxe. Digging in progress. Coordinates 2, 0, 0. Progress, 0%. Remaining, 269 minutes, 16 seconds. I stopped studying it and turned back to the chat room. After breaking through the first square, the situation had shifted. Some people, like me, had only scraped up a bit of wood or stone, too little material to build anything, so they could only keep digging. A rare few got lucky, digging out weapons, armor, a small heap of ore. Some even dug out a ready-made facility. The chat room exploded instantly, messages scrolling several times faster. I read it with a start. What kind of luck was that? But that person, afraid of becoming a target, only posted the facility's name, not a word about its function. If I dug out a facility, wouldn't it multiply by 5 and give me 5? I felt a pang of envy, then my mind wandered. If so, I'd take off immediately. But digging out a facility was down to luck. Out of this many people, only a few had gotten one. Thinking of my own luck, I deflated again. I've got the cheat, but I can't put it to use right now. I gave a wry smile and rubbed my nose. Forget it. Dig honestly. It'll come sooner or later. I kept swinging. Where there's good luck, there's bad luck. Some people dug out something too. What they dug out was a monster. The moment they posted, ran into a monster, the message cut off. Only half a sentence made it out. On the surface, it seemed like nothing, but think about it, and your hair stood on end. Most likely they died before they could finish typing. A whole crowd, in the same window of time, their sentences cut off mid-word. That said it all. Everyone could only spam a row of dots. Beyond that, nothing could be done. The living were toughing it out too, the only question being who died first and who died last. This difficulty is insane. No resources at all. Good Lord, who came up with this money-burning garbage? Do you all still have enough resources? Share some. I'm dying. Someone save me. I'll give them 60% of my assets. I stared at these messages, a feeling I couldn't name in my chest. Beyond a few silent words in my mind, there was nothing I could do. Right now, the most pressing thing was still keeping my own life, surviving, and building up. But so many people vanishing all at once, that shock still stabbed at me hard. My pickaxe swings quickened despite myself. Have you all dug your second block yet? No, do you think we're gods? Any experts? Teach a newbie. I'll be good. Boo-hoo-hoo. A crybaby appears. Right? How does experience go up? I opened my first square and didn't gain a single point. Same here, still 0. Anyone understand this? Hold on. I'm still digging. I'll tell you when I figure it out. The word experience sparked my interest. I'd been curious about this level system all along. But so far it didn't match the situation at all, completely useless. I'd opened my first square and gained no experience. Could it be you only gain experience from killing monsters? That difficulty would be absurd. I thought, what if someone never gets a monster? Wouldn't they be stuck at level 0 forever? If that's the case, then what's the point of playing? The only explanation was that there were other ways to gain experience. But from where? Me. First, a question. You people with no experience, was your first square empty, with junk loot? Yeah, I got just a wooden stick. Me too. A whole chorus of agreement. Only a small number, with little in resources, had gained experience. A few minutes later, that still verifying person finally stopped talking in riddles. Everyone, verification's done. Let me explain experience. First, experience comes from a few sources: digging blocks, killing monsters, and using life skills to craft things. There are other channels, but these 3 are the easiest to start with. As for why some people gain no experience digging blocks, it's because block digging experience depends on the block's quality. Only blocks with treasure chests, lots of resources, or valuable goods easily grant experience. The higher the block's grade, the more experience. So digging out an empty space at the start giving no experience is totally normal. Low-grade block, no goods. Put simply, luck affects experience too. Killing monsters is easy to grasp. Every kill grants experience, and even the weakest monster gives a point or 2. The life skill route I just tested. I got lucky and dug a crafting skill book from my first square, learning to make simple things. With little material, I made a wooden stick, and it turned out the prompt gave not just skill experience, but also 2 points of level experience. Small, but it proves life skills raise level experience too. Image, the skill book. The stick stats are too trash, so I won't post it. Damn, another expert. You've already gotten into life skills this fast? Expert, how about me? I can go boo-hoo-hoo. Everyone had a moment of realization. Turns out there was so much to it. What amazed them more was that this person was already playing with life skills. How fast was their progress? Digging out a skill book too, luck off the charts. I didn't care about any of that. My mind was turning over something else. Could experience be boosted by 5 times? By normal logic, the 5 times should only work on physical resources. But I had a hunch it worked on experience too. Damn, if experience really multiplies by 5, that would be incredible. I was itching to try. The first square gave me no experience, so I'd see whether this second square could produce any. If it did, I'd know whether the 5 times worked on it. If it did, that would be absolutely wild. But whether this second square opened resources or a monster, no one could say. I could only pray for a bit of luck, giving me resources to set up my starting base. Right then, that woman's voice sounded again without warning. What she announced this time shocked everyone once more. Given that the number of people who have dug through their first block has surpassed 1 billion, new features are unlocked. 1 map. View explored blocks. Unknown areas display a question mark. 2 base. Diggers must designate a starting base area and build a stronghold. It must be chosen before tonight, or you will be removed immediately. 3. First defense battle. Begins in 2 days, on schedule. Improve yourself and be prepared. Additionally, once built, the base will continuously attract monsters. Keep a constant eye on its durability. When the core's durability hits 0, the digger is removed. I stared blankly, then it hit me. Wait, Blue Star had billions of people. Only 1 billion have dug through the first square now. I checked that number over and over. 1 billion, no mistake. I wondered to myself, why require a set number of people before unlocking? The defense battle opening by progress, I could understand. But basic features like the map and base, shouldn't they be on by default from the start? The chat room exploded too. Unbelievable. They held the features back and only released them now. Only 1 billion? Not even a tenth of the total? And that counts as a lot. Have you dug yourself stupid? Out of that huge population, think how many are old, weak, sick, or disabled. Can they dig as fast as us? My mom and dad are both very old. I don't know if they're still around. My lips moved, wanting to say something, but in the end I stayed silent. I shook my head and stopped thinking about it. Getting ready was what mattered. While digging, I thought the word map. A 3D model popped into my vision with a whoosh. Oh boy, and it was three-dimensional. Block by block, pieced together, beautifully detailed. The center block was dyed white, with another white block right beside it, and the rest all pitch black, marked with golden question marks. Which were dug and which weren't, clear at a glance. I tried dragging it, and it actually rotated. All angles, no blind spots. From now on, when I got confused about my surroundings, I could just check the map. I glanced at my starting block and block 1, 0, 0. Their shapes were actually different. The starting block was 5 cubic meters, narrow and long, while that one was taller, no bumping my head while walking. Turns out dug blocks weren't neat, uniform squares. The blocks themselves came in different sizes and shapes, fixed before you dug. Anyone wanting to expand this neatly is just torturing their inner perfectionist. Good thing that's not me. After a few minutes to get familiar, I closed the map. I was only on the second square now, no use for it. Once I'd dug in every direction later, I need to watch it to keep from getting lost. Thinking about it, wasn't I just an ant tunneling through dirt? The second feature, the base. This was the crucial one. Without a base, I wouldn't survive tonight. Straight to a death sentence. Most people would set their base on the starting block. Convenient, and they couldn't dig anywhere far right now anyway. Those dreams of finding an enhanced block first, then building a base, were dashed outright. Same for me. I'd wanted an enhanced block as a foundation, but my luck was too rotten. So I'd set it on the starting block. A base wasn't just fencing off some land and declaring it done. You had to build a crude core. When the core's durability emptied, the person died. So no matter what, I couldn't let it hit 0. Then I'd have to fight the defense battle, watching for monsters roaming nearby and clearing them the instant they appeared. Same principle as tower defense. Never let the enemy touch the core. But it was crueler than tower defense. The core couldn't break, and I couldn't die either. Death meant real death, no revival. I'd have to weigh protect the core against protect my life, back and forth. The third one, the defense battle. Easy to grasp. A defensive fight, holding off the incoming monsters, either clearing them all or holding out until time ran out. Sounds simple, but in the opening phase, base durability was low, almost no margin for error. With my junk gear, one wave of monsters could straight up end me. The pressing task was leveling up, maxing out my stats, buying a bit more safety. Over these 2 days I also had to dig open more around the base, so the monsters wouldn't all swarm in at once. I couldn't leave just one path. If the monsters all crammed onto one route, the front dying and the back filling in, like a relay, the pressure was frightening to imagine. And if some monster could phase through walls, I'd just have to stare helplessly. Spreading things out would at least ease the crunch. But the defense battle was still 2 days off, and how the monsters would come, and how many, was all unknown. I could only run simple simulations and prep for battle. These 2 days, no sleep. Just catch a nap when I'm tired. Digging blocks matters more. Time was life. Digging out something precious would speed up my setup, buying a bit more security later. Phew, keep digging. The second square's progress climbed to 65%, 70%, 95%. Another 4.5 hours nearly gone. I set down the pickaxe and slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat. Just too high stamina costs and I'm this wrecked? No help for it. My stamina was too low to dig continuously, so I could only dig a while, rest a while. I glanced at the panel. My fullness had quietly dropped to half. At this rate, I'd starve without food. My thirst level wasn't a worry. I had 5 bottles of water, solid. While resting, I browsed the chat room. They were still chatting up a storm, most finding fun in the misery, a few in good shape, and more of them slipping away in silence, unnoticed. Okay, this is my base. Who dares to fight? Someone have mercy and send me food. I'm about to starve. Stop spamming. Even if someone wanted to send it, they couldn't. There's no trading system, right? Where's the trading system? No trading system? I thought there was one. Damn, I checked. There really doesn't seem to be. Then how do you play this game? All on your own. Don't panic. Maybe like the map, it opens once enough people qualify. I raised an eyebrow. If there really was no trading system, my 5 times would be hard to put to use. Because the resources I lacked were the same ones everyone else lacked. Only trading could convert my resource surplus advantage into real, tangible growth. Now you tell me I can't trade? Then how do I get rich by wheeling and dealing? There should still be one. I lowered my head and mulled it over. Most likely, like the map, it opens once some condition is met. The chat kept scrolling. I dug open my second square too, exhausting. Image. That fast. Expert. Right. Doesn't the wooden pickaxe only dig twice? Didn't yours shatter? Aren't people with no material just waiting to die? It's fine, I tested it. Making a wooden pickaxe only takes 2 wooden sticks, just enough to scrape together. And that choice of 3 came up again. I picked water, dying of thirst. Image. I opened the image. Still food, water, armor. You could choose again. Everyone shuddered. This was a life-saving option, available after opening the second square. Even if a block was full of junk, you could lean on this to hold out a while longer. Whether there was a third time, you'd only know after finishing the third square. Probably 3 times. I perked up too. Break through this 5%, and I'd have a reward. This time I didn't think twice, immediately reserving food. Food was too scarce. If the block had nothing good, I'd rely on it. The best part was I got 5 servings. I nearly laughed out loud, but forced it down. What the block held was still up in the air. If some fearsome monster popped out, that'd be a joke. Stay steady, explore first. I stood, walked to the starting block, and picked up a bottle of water. Looking at this bottle, I sighed. Something I once took for granted was now worth a fortune. Take it out and trade it with someone, and I'd probably be seen as a fool. But here, water was life. I wasted no words, twisted off the cap, and gulped. Glug, glug. In a few dozen seconds, 250 milliliters, not a drop left. I downed that in one go. Those people with only 1 bottle, how will they get through tonight? I had 4 bottles left, enough to last through tomorrow. But most people had just that 1 reward bottle, and whether they'd survive the night was doubtful. As I was reflecting, the empty bottle in my hand dissolved into white light and vanished. Damn, they really don't even give you the bottle. Stingy to this degree. Kept. The bottle could serve as a container, holding water or other things. Ones with compartments could even store food to keep it fresh. Too bad. No use allowed. I looked around. All dry yellow dirt, not a trace of moisture, let alone a water source. A container was no use right now anyway. I'd have to wait until I found a water source. I ambled back to block 200. The last 5% of dirt wall seemed to be beckoning Maine. 13 minutes left. Give me something good this time. Food or material, either works. I hoisted the pickaxe and hammered, swing after swing. By rights, digging dirt should use a shovel, which had a bonus against soil and sand. But I only had a wooden pickaxe, no material for a shovel. Once I had enough material later, I'd try making a shovel. For now, forget it. I still had 14 brand new wooden pickaxes unopened, and it'd take forever to dig through them. Sweat soaked my clothes again. What was worse was that underground was airtight, not a breath of wind. I didn't dare dig straight up either. Who knew how high it went? Digging for centuries without breaking through would be a pure waste of time. I could only dig a while, rest a while, keeping my body temperature from spiking into heat stroke. My stats are too weak. I have to level up. At this rate, once I reach the stone layer, I won't be able to dig at all. But there wasn't even a shadow of experience. I could only hope this square gave some. Progress, 99%, 1 minute left. I spat and stopped resting, pushing through in one burst. Block 200 fully dug through. Please enter and inspect immediately. Just as I was about to smile, that woman's voice sounded again. Time remaining, 5 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Please complete the exploration of block 200 within the allotted time. When time runs out, the barrier vanishes and the passage connects on its own. There's a time limit too. The first square didn't have this, but a moment's thought made it clear. Exploration had to be timed, or the barrier would vanish on its own. If there was a monster inside, it would charge straight out, with unthinkable consequences. Digging away peacefully, then a monster suddenly bursting out behind you. If it didn't scare you to death, it'd beat you to death. Luckily, the odds of that were tiny. A normal person explores the moment they break through. Who would turn around to dig elsewhere? Unless in extreme cases, like stamina bottoming out and desperately needing rest, or getting tangled up and knocked out during a defense battle. I caught my breath, gripped the spear tight, took a deep breath, hardened my expression, and stepped in. Entered block 2-0-0. Exploration progress, 35%. 35% right as I enter. My brow eased a little. That meant this square wasn't complex. A quick scan explored a big chunk of it, and I heard no strange sounds coming in, so the odds of a monster were slim. But I didn't drop my guard. What if it was a sneaky, lurking type that ambushed from the shadows? That'd be trouble. I softened my breathing, inching the torch forward, lighting a patch before daring to move a step. All yellow dirt around me, nothing else. Exploration stuck at 50%, no movement. And right then, I glimpsed something lying on the ground in the very center. I steadied myself and felt my way over, step by step. The instant the firelight hit it, my heart sank with a thud. In the very center, quietly resting, was a chest. Room 2-0-0 fully explored, progress 100%. Reward obtained, 5 basic wooden chests. Experience times 25. Experience full, advanced to level 1. Gained 2 free attribute points. Congratulations on exploring block 2-0-0. Please choose one of 3. 1. 1 random basic food. 2. 1 bottle of drinking water. 3. 1 random basic armor. A string of notifications blasted at me, and I didn't take in a single word, because the chest in front of me had stolen my soul away. My heart pounded faster, my breathing grew ragged, and my eyes seemed to catch fire, unable to move an inch off the chest. How could a single wooden chest hold such power? Because there were 5 sitting in front of me. Originally, there was just 1 on the ground. The moment the system chimed, I watched with my own eyes as 4 more popped into existence. Was this a magic trick? No, not a trick. Actual magic. Basic wooden chest, unlocked. Chests scattered across the world, holding unknown items. Opening grants random contents. The higher your luck, the better the goods. I was speechless. The second square, and I dug out a treasure chest. The underground world was terrifyingly vast, holding all manner of strange things, all down to luck. And most of them held useless junk, with good goods making up only a small fraction. That I could run into one. In the moment I dug it out, my luck must have been off the charts. But even that wasn't the crucial part. The crucial part was 5 times worked on treasure chest blocks too, which meant the number of chests I dug out from now on would be 5 times everyone else's. I couldn't stop smiling. I'd guessed it might be useful, but having it hit me in the face like this, I still couldn't have imagined it. This is way too good. At this rate, me opening chests alone equals several people. Light flickered in my eyes. Ask me how I felt. One word, awesome. Please choose carefully. The system prompted me, and I snapped out of it. 25 experience? Is that a lot or a little? The system had announced 5 chests right off, so I couldn't be sure whether the 25 points came from all 5 chests together or from just one chest. If all 5 gave experience, that would truly blow up. I'd have to go to the chat room later and ask about other situations. 25 points to reach level 1. Looks like this level's pretty hard to hit. I glanced at the panel. Level jumped from 0 to 1. Which to put points in? Strength governs digging speed. Constitution governs stamina cap. Agility governs attack. Spirit governs sanity and negative states. Every one of them is useful. I scratch my head. Just 2 attribute points. Nowhere near enough to spread around. If only attribute points multiplied by 5 too. Scanning down the 4 main stats, the instant I saw a certain number, my pupils shot wide. Free attribute points, 10. Hold on, what does this mean? I rubbed my eyes and looked over it several times. No mistake, really 10 points. I completely lost it and burst out laughing where I stood. Ha! The laughter echoed in layers through the cave. Too absurd. 5 times even eats attribute points. Although the notification said 2 points, that didn't matter. By normal progression, 10 attribute points required reaching level 5. I got them at level 1. Me hitting level 1 equals someone else's level 5. At level 10, that's someone else's level 50. Others clawing their way to level 100 with great effort. I only need level 20 to match. How is anyone supposed to compete? The more I thought, the more excited I got, nearly drooling. This way I don't have to agonize over it. Just split them evenly. I've got more attribute points than others anyway, and all 4 are useful, so no matter where I put them, I don't lose out. For anyone else, they'd have to scrimp through gritted teeth. Wanting to mine, they'd focus strength. Wanting to fight, strength and constitution. With so few attribute points, they wouldn't even know if a wrong choice could be reset, and even if it could, it likely came at a cost. So everyone had to be extremely careful. I didn't. 10 points per level. So at level 100, that's 1,000 points, split evenly for 250 in each. Higher than those all in on one stat types. At best, they'd hit 201, but their other three would be weak enough to drag them down. I was the exact opposite. Many points and balanced, every stat a strong suit, all four together, unstoppable. So why wouldn't I be someone with no weakness, all strengths? I split the 10 points into strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, going 3, 3, 2, 2. The instant I put points into strength, my whole body tightened, my power noticeably fuller. After adding constitution, my body grew a good deal sturdier, more resistant to hits, muscle contours faintly emerging. Agility gave no obvious feeling, just a lighter body. Spirit's change was the most dramatic. 2 points in, and my mind cleared instantly, the oppressive feeling fading by more than half, that muddled haze almost entirely gone. Amazing, just a few attribute points and the effect is this obvious. For anyone else, they'd only get this experience at level 5. After getting familiar with my new body, I grasped the ins and outs of allocation. Strength, power, and burst. An ordinary person's punch is about 50 kilograms of pure body force. Mine was now 40% higher, and factoring in stance and constitution, I could genuinely swing over 70 kilograms. Just 3 casual points did this. Add dozens or hundreds of points, and I'd become Superman on the spot. Who doesn't want to split a mountain with a chop? Before I could only dream of it, but now allocating points makes it real. But I noticed strength gains weren't a fixed increment, sometimes more, sometimes less. Working it out, the attributes lifted each other up. The stronger the foundation, the higher the return on shoring up a weakness. The body is an integrated vessel, and patching whichever weakness gives an especially large boost. So my jack-of-all-trades allocation is actually the most cost-effective? I smiled. Too bad this easy path belonged only to me. Who else gets to toss out 10 attribute points per level? The remaining 3 were easy to grasp. Constitution, physical qualities like stamina and defense. Agility, movement speed, attack speed, reaction. Spirit, the strongest bodily sensation, with a marked easing of sanity and mental pressure. Some substats, like reaction, improved so little as to be almost imperceptible, undetectable without checking the panel. Made sense. Those are hard to train who knows how much, so any gain at all was welcome. Now when I dig blocks, the speed will surely be a good bit faster. I can hack a big chunk off that 4.5 hours. Turning back, I stared at the choose one of 3 window. Thinking it over, I still went with food. I'd wanted to gamble on a chest producing food, but this window was firmly pinned at the very top, immovable. And after finishing the first square, my fullness had already dropped below 20%, precarious. Counting on a chest to produce food had too low a chance. Survival mattered, so fill the stomach first. The people regard food as their heaven. Choose the first option, food. Confirm choosing the first option? Cannot be cancelled after confirming. Confirm. Light flashed, and 5 different things appeared on the ground. Random basic food selected. 1 hard-to-chew wheat bread, Tier 1. 1 boiled potato, Tier 1. 1 thin stock vegetable soup, Tier 1. 1 plain white rice, Tier 1. 1 fairly nutritious lean meat porridge, Tier 2. I stayed calm through the first few items, but hearing Tier 2 porridge, my expression cracked. Huh? Why is there a Tier 2? Isn't it all drawn from Tier 1? I rushed back to the starting block and looked down. A steaming bowl of white porridge, with a few pieces of meat stewed soft and tender floating in it. There's meat. Meat. Laughter echoed through the cave. Nowadays, even ordinary vegetables were precious, let alone meat. Others were still gnawing plain rice and sipping vegetable soup, while I already had lean meat porridge. The gap was plain to see. Didn't expect to draw a Tier 2. Looks like luck still plays a part. I checked each food's panel one by one. Hard-to-chew wheat bread, Tier 1. Fullness plus 25%. Lasts 7 days. On the hard and bland side, needs water to swallow. Boiled potato, Tier 1. Fullness plus 30%. Mood plus 5%. Lasts 5 days. Roasted over a fire, can't be planted again, but tasty. Thin stock vegetable soup, Tier 1. Fullness plus 35%. Lasts 3 days. Soup boiled from wilted vegetable leaves, rich in texture. Plain white rice, Tier 1. Fullness plus 40%. Lasts 2 days. A classic. Restores plenty of fullness. Fairly nutritious lean meat porridge. Tier 2. Fullness plus 60%. Restores 5 health every 5 seconds. Plus 20% cold resistance for 24 hours. Lasts 3 days. Finely cooked common porridge. Warms the stomach. Whoa, all regular food. Not a single pre-made one. These were the 2 categories everyone defaulted to. Regular food, made by hand through cooking, roasting, boiling, or stir-frying, requiring vegetables, meat, and utensils. Good taste, high fullness restore, with the one catch being a short shelf life, basically rotting within a week. Pre-made food, obtained automatically through means like digging blocks. The name alone screamed, edible is good enough. Pre-made food, Tier 1. Fullness plus 20%. Lasts indefinitely. Very proper, no taste at all, but filling. Pre-made food's biggest advantage was never spoiling, so you could stockpile it for emergencies. Its biggest pain point was no flavor, like chewing wax. People in the chat who got pre-made food would gnaw a couple of bites and grimace. If not for the food shortage, they'd have spat it out on the spot. Mine were all regular, high fullness restore, and tasty. The price was having to eat them within the time limit. That was no problem for me. I did the math. Down the white rice and vegetable soup first, since they only lasted 2 days. The potato and bread could keep. Over these 2 days I'd be digging blocks like crazy, so my fullness wouldn't hold, and this bit of food would probably only last a day. Nothing worth saving. That bowl of lean meat porridge, I'd keep, to reward myself once I'd dug enough. Delicious. Not even a day in, and I'm already craving food like this. I shoveled the rice and sipped the soup, nearly bringing tears to my eyes. The most ordinary food any other day was, in this moment, fragrant enough to jolt my taste buds. In a few bites, the rice and soup were gone. So satisfying. Nothing beats a proper meal. Looks like vegetables are a necessity. Just gnawing pre-made food, you can't get it down at all. But the problem is, underground has no sunlight and no water. How do I grow anything? And where do seeds come from? I started mulling over farming. Tilling was easy. Make a hoe and you could plow. Soil was everywhere. Seeds, I could only figure out another way. Too bad the food gave a boiled potato, which couldn't be planted. If it were a raw potato, or something like a tomato that could go straight into the ground without cooking, that'd be great. Sunlight and water, no solution. Unless the system had some way to produce them underground. I thought it over a long while with no answer, so I had to set it aside for now. Next, the 5 chests. The main event, the most important of all. If a rare treasure came out, I'd take off immediately. I walked up to the chests and pressed my hand down. Open the basic wooden chest. Unlocked. 5 chests. You'd better dig me up some treasure. Confirm. The chest dissolved into white light. Obtained. 3 wood, 5 stone. Damn. What luck. Just a pile of material. I was short on material, sure, but what I wanted from a chest was treasure. Not accepting it. Open another. Open. Confirm. Obtained. True Sight Skill Book. A skill book? My eyes lit up, and I leaned in to look. A book-like thing floated in my vision. The instant I saw it clearly, I got even more excited. Because this skill book was stacked 5 layers deep. True Sight, level 0 of 10, 0 of 100. When used, reveals the stats of enemies no more than 5 levels above yourself. Exceed that, and it will likely fail, consuming a small amount of stamina. Max level 10. Isn't this an appraisal book? From now on, when I run into a monster, check its stats first, know what I'm dealing with. I didn't hesitate and slapped my hand onto the skill book. The book dissolved into light and flowed into my body, and True Sight appeared in the panel's skill column. Nothing beats treasure chests. Even skill books can come out. Skill books had an extremely low chance. Getting one to pop out of a chest was already lucky. Relying on digging blocks to get one, your luck would have to be off the charts. From the start until now, I hadn't seen anyone in the chat post a skill book. But what about the remaining 4 books? They were all the same True Sight, which I'd already learned, so I couldn't learn it again. And with no trading system, I couldn't even use them as trade goods. Burn them as paper? That'd be too wasteful. I reached out to see what other use they had, and the system chimed right then. Ding. You have already learned True Sight and cannot learn it again. Convert to 20 general skill experience? Or 100 True Sight exclusive experience. Whoa, you can convert to experience. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you mention this feature ahead of time? Made me puzzle over it for nothing. Forget it. Not too late to know now. General experience could be used on other skills, but only 20 points. Converting to exclusive gave 100 points. but converting to general lost 4/5 outright. If it only cut it in half, that'd be nice. I sighed. The rules couldn't be changed. But this also showed that leveling up skills was hard. Either massive experience or harsh conditions. I chose the second option. Since this was my only skill, I'd see the upgrade effect first. Selected exclusive experience, 100 points. True sight, skill points plus 500. Experience full, advanced to level 2. Experience full, advanced to level 3. Hold on, what did you say? I checked the panel. True sight jumped straight from level 1 to level 3. Skill experience multiplies by 5 too? Holy crap, I was stunned again. So one skill book for others, in my hands becomes one book, plus 4 servings of 500 experience. I stared at the remaining 3 books, unable to hold back my smile. I'd thought giving 5 books was the whole 5 times deal, not expecting it to multiply again when converting to experience. One book for others, in my hands worth more than a dozen, far beyond 5 times already. So awesome. One book casually converts to 500 or 100 to general, enough to level another skill by 1 straight away. This 5 times was too absurd. Not only did it work the first time, it ate the derivative gains too. If I said it in the chat room, few would dare believe it. I could barely believe it myself. But reality was this crazy. Once I'd enjoyed it enough, I kept handling the books. Though the experience needed to level up really was steep. Level 1 to 2, 100 points. Level 2 to 3, 300 points. Level 3 to 4, 800 points. At this jump, levels 7 and 8 might take tens of thousands of points. Even multiplying by 5, that number stung. On anyone else, it'd be astronomical. I sighed and handled another book. Convert to 100 exclusive? Second one. Push it up first, worry later. After using up all 4 books, my face fell. True sight, level 4 of 10, 800 of 2000. By my expectation, 4 books should have gotten me to level 5 or 6 at least. Instead, level 4 to 5 required 2000 points. I thought too much. This skill has no intention of letting anyone max it out. I cursed inwardly, closed the panel, out of sight, out of mind. 3 chests left. Something good's bound to come out. I walked back to the chests, mood a bit better. The first 2 chests weren't bad. One of material, one of skill books, basic but useful. As for rare goods, hard, and I wasn't confident I'd get that opening streak of luck again. Open. Confirm. Obtained. 5 wood, 5 stone blocks, 10 leaves. Fine, forget I said anything. Looking at the 2 remaining, I just opened them all in one go. Keeping them wouldn't breed more. Confirm. Obtained. 3 cloth, 10 plastic. Confirm. Obtained. Armor, silver helm, tier 2. Material again. Wait. Silver helm? My gaze sharpened, and I whipped around. A small mountain of material had piled up on the starting block, and the silver gleaming helmets at the peak stood out sharply. 5 of them. Whoa, equipment comes 5 at a time too. I strode over. Silver helm, tier 2. Health, 30. Physical defense, 6. Magic defense, 3. Durability, 300 of 300. A finely crafted tier 2 helmet, with a small amount of health attached. My eyes lit up. Finally, a decent piece of armor. Before, all I had on was the shirt I slept in, no defense whatsoever. Any random monster could land true damage right on my flesh. So I'd been afraid of running into monsters all along, since with my weakling stats, even one was a struggle. Now with a helmet, at least I had some confidence. Thank goodness I don't sleep naked, or I'd be fighting for survival stark naked right now. Sure, there was no one around, but I'd run into a monster sooner or later, and just thinking about it was awkward. Those brothers who loved sleeping naked must be having a miserable time right now. For helmets left, I only had one head and couldn't wear them, and couldn't trade them either, so I could only stack them in a corner and deal with it later. I felt my head. The silver helm was already equipped in the gear slot, yet my hand touched empty air. Nice setting. Invisible normally, appears only in battle. Normal armor was invisible day to day, appearing only when facing an enemy. That way you didn't have to walk around fully clad all day. A shirt would do, light and easy. Life profession armor was the exception, worn only when using life skills, since it boosted life skills, making it harder to obtain. After moving the helmets to a corner, I took stock of my resources, most from opening chests, a few from digging blocks. Only 2 squares dug, so my material should have been pitifully little. But backed by 5 times, the numbers were absurdly exaggerated. By rights, from the chests I should have gotten 8 units of wood, 5 units of stone block, 3 units of cloth, 10 units of plastic, and 5 units of stone. From digging blocks, the rewards should have been 1 bottle of water, 1 serving of food, and 1 log. But now, in my hands, I had 40 units of wood, 25 units of stone block, 15 units of cloth, 50 units of plastic, 25 units of stone, and 50 units of leaves. From digging blocks, 5 bottles of water, 5 servings of food, and 5 logs. Even after drinking a bottle of water and eating 2 servings of food along the way, my holdings still blew past everyone else's by a wide margin. This doesn't look like survival at all. It's more like stocking inventory. After taking stock, even I was startled. At this stage, probably no one had more resources than me. I glanced at the chat room. Some were still fretting over material shortages, heads down digging like mad. Some had long run out of food and water, sunk into utter despair, waiting to die where they stood. By comparison, I'd already pulled far ahead of them, worlds apart. But I didn't get cocky. It was no time for optimism yet. I still had to advance step by step. The top priority right now was choosing a base. I did the math on the time. I'd gone to bed around midnight. Getting dragged here in a daze took 4 or 5 hours, plus digging 2 squares and various odds and ends, roughly 14 or 15 hours all told. The next midnight shouldn't be far off. I had to lock in my base and set up basic facilities before nightfall, so I dropped the idea of digging on. If I got carried away digging and forgot about it, once past midnight I'd fall along with everything else. First, site selection. All 3 blocks were ordinary, so which I picked made little difference, just a matter of road distance. Thinking it over, I still went with the starting block, coordinates 0, 0, 0. No downside, and easy coordinates to remember. I stood on 0, 0, 0. Set the starting block, coordinates 0, 0, 0, as your base. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. Confirm. As the word landed, the block trembled lightly, then settled. A house-shaped icon floated up above. Starting block, coordinates 0, 0, 0, set as base. Cursor function activated. Current base level 0. Upgrading grants stronger attributes. Note, the base attracts all enemies within its range. Prepare your defenses. If the base is destroyed, the bound person is judged defeated. Crafting and building functions unlocked. Consume material to make items and structures. The higher the skill level, the stronger the effect. Just as the chat had said, only after setting the base did the 2 major functions unlock. Crafting. Use a workbench to make tools, pickaxes, axes, hoes, and special items. Building. Erect structures, wooden houses, grass huts, dirt houses. With these 2 open, the game had truly begun. From here on, everything revolved around 2 things: building the base into a fortress and crafting a full set of supplies to make survival easier. In between, I'd have to gather resources and stockpile food. But in the early stage, I couldn't dream of those colossal structures. First, set up a tent and a few temporary facilities to get through the opening. As the notification faded, a crystal ball slowly rose from the ground, instantly dispelling all the darkness in the starting block. Whoa, no wonder it attracts enemies. Turns out the core is this bright. Far brighter than a torch. The core was an incandescent lamp, while a torch was a glow stick at best. So this way I don't need to light torches in the starting block. Only farther out. But something this good, why hadn't anyone mentioned it in the chat? Were they deliberately staying quiet, waiting to watch us burn through our torches? That'd be too vicious. Only when I saw the core's data did I realize I'd guessed wrong. Basic core, upgradable. Bound to, Jorue. Level 0. Health, 300. Physical defense, 5. Magic defense, 0. Building capacity, 5. Currently, none. Lighting, yes. Brightness, 15. Attraction range, 3 kilometers. Duration, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 34 seconds. Consumes wood and other fuel to extend. Higher level means larger range and longer duration. Once this object is destroyed, the bound person is destroyed with it. So the lighting burned fuel, and the fuel was the wood everyone was desperately short on. No wonder no one advertised it. Most likely they wanted others to set their base later, so the core lighting would carry them past midnight, keeping their torches from burning out midway. Phew, I misjudged them. But the duration cost shouldn't be much, right? Why not just max it out? I tried extending the core's duration. Consume 1 log for 30 minutes? 1 log for just 30 minutes. I tried wood, even shorter, under 20 minutes. Case closed. It was because material was too scarce. Probably like this in the early stage. Once material was plentiful later, the core could stay lit constantly. With this little material right now, using it on tools and facilities was more worthwhile. Having grasped the mechanics, I scan the core again. Health and defense. Core hits 0, and the bound person goes with it. Building capacity 5. The starting block could hold at most 5 facilities. Over that, I'd have to build on other blocks. I'd figured out the core. Attraction range 3 kilometers and continuously triggered. Monsters would be lured over in an endless stream, so I had to stay on guard constantly. Core breaks, and I'm destroyed with it. Base is set. Time to build. But before that, make a workbench first. Without a workbench, tools couldn't be made, and some materials couldn't be obtained either. It was the starting point of everything. Luckily, the threshold was extremely low, 1 log plus 4 wood. That, I had the least shortage of. I gathered the material in one spot and tapped the only recipe I knew. Craft workbench. Confirm. The material dissolved into interweaving strands of light, and a few seconds later, a brand new workbench stood before me. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd have sworn it was special effects. Ancient people watching 3D printing probably wore this same expression. Ding. Workbench crafted, recipes unlocked. Campfire, tent, wooden house, torch, wood, and stone tools. The core's building capacity used jumped from 0 to 1. Beyond that, no other change. Health was still 300. The core would only grow once more conditions were met. Basic recipes were plentiful, covering everything needed for the early stage. Advanced recipes required killing monsters, opening chests, or digging blocks. Rare and expensive to make, so they couldn't be the mainstream. Most people still used basic goods, weak in effect, but cheap. Browsing along, I found a few fierce items. Water extractor. Health 30. Collection rate 20 milliliters per hour. Capacity 200 milliliters. Collects water from the air. Must be boiled after collecting, or it may cause headaches and fever. Recipe: 15 plastic, 5 branches, 7 magnetic stone, 3 basic conversion stone. Anyone who saw it had the same first reaction. Can I make it? Because this was the only stable way to get water underground. On the surface, you could still rely on a solar water collector, but not underground, and digging blocks for water was too much a matter of luck. Too bad the recipe was absurd. Magnetic stone, basic conversion stone, I'd never even heard of them, so the difficulty was easy to imagine. Similar items included an automatic oxygen maker, produces oxygen, a light converter, heat to light. They made my mouth water, but the materials were each more precious than the last. At this stage, they could only be a fantasy. While browsing recipes, I noticed a small number marked under each one, the crafting time. Tent, 1 minute 30. Wooden house, 6 hours. I flipped through several pages, and nearly every one had a time, only the workbench being instant. Large structures started at an hour easily, and even a minor operation like log to wood took time. Then I'd better start the tent first, or it won't finish until after midnight. I flipped back to the tent page and tapped craft. Consume 4 wood and 10 leaves to craft tent. Confirm. A new window popped up on the right. Crafting, tent. Remaining, 1 minute 29. Quality, common 70%, /worn 15%, /damaged 5%, /fine 8%, /perfect 2%. Quality is affected by skill and material. Higher skill means higher odds of good goods. Remaining building slots, 0. Making things has quality tiers too. I thought of those weapons in the starter package, which indeed had common and damaged distinctions. Common was the bulk at 70%, damaged 5%, stats plummet, or even unusable. Perfect 2%, insane luck. The odds were too low, so I had no confidence in what quality I'd make. And I didn't have enough material to re-roll repeatedly for a perfect, so I could only pray I didn't get worn or damaged. I casually checked the skill column, which had 2 new entries. The interface had even auto-split into combat and life columns, much cleaner. Basic crafting, upgradable and advanceable, 0 of 100. Consume material to make items. Higher level means better quality and higher odds of good goods. Basic building, upgradable and advanceable, 0 of 100. Consume material to make structures. Relocating requires extra material. Higher level means stronger structures. True sight was also grouped under life skills. A question surfaced: building experience, given on completion or on placement. I couldn't figure it out. I'd know once the tent came out. What made me frown was remaining building slots, 0. Could the workbench only make 1 structure at a time? Too few. But it only said structures, so items shouldn't be limited. I searched out a stone axe to verify. Consume 3 wood and 2 stone to craft stone axe. Confirm. Sure enough, a separate progress bar appeared on the right. Structures and items were counted separately, not competing for slots. But one structure at a time was still a pitfall. Wanting to start several structures at once would take the better part of a day. I still had a campfire, 15 minutes, unmade, and defensive dirt walls and stairs started at 6 hours. Just looking at it was torture. Like most games, crafting could be cancelled midway, but at two costs. 1. Material was randomly lost, not fully refunded. If it ate the most precious piece, you'd be angry enough to want to be reborn. 2. Progress reset to 0, starting over from scratch. So no one wanted to interrupt, especially since structures ate material fiercely, and almost everyone just queued up waiting for the previous one to finish. My face fell. With this limit, no matter how much material I have, I can only wait slowly. Compared to others, my time advantage doesn't have much left. I'd wanted to make everything I could in one go while others were short on material, pulling far ahead, but now I could only queue up 2. Looking back at the stone axe. Stone axe, tier 2. Remaining, 13 minutes 29. Quality, common 60%, /worn 30%, /damaged 5%, /fine 4%, /perfect 1%. Remaining item slots, 1. Harder than the tent. Common dropped to 60%, worn shot up to 30%, perfect down to just 1%. Tier 2 goods really were harder to make than tierless ones. Luckily, the axe used little material and was quick, so if I botched it I could redo it, an acceptable cost. I didn't make a stone pickaxe. I still had 14 wooden pickaxes, enough, and once I had more resources I'd jump straight to the Stone Age. With one item slot left, I decided to swap out my weapon. I hadn't run into a monster and didn't know how dangerous they were, but I really couldn't stand this busted wooden spear. Survival mattered. I'm not the type to use junk to show off when I've got something good. That's just brain damage. Consume 5 wood and 3 stone to craft stone spear. Confirm. Stone spear, tier 2. Remaining, 26 minutes 29. Quality, common 50%, /worn 36%, /damaged 10%, /fine 3.5%, /perfect 0.5%. Remaining item slots, 0. My face twitched. Common only 50%, lower than I'd expected. Fine and perfect combined were under 4%, basically non-existent. So this means, half the time I get a spear, the other half, wasted effort? Damn, I've got to push up my skill first, or it's all down to luck. But skill upgrades required massive experience. I knew that clearly. I could only stack them one item at a time, and that would eat a huge amount of material. If not for the 5 times, this idea would only be a passing thought. I calculated. Low-tier items had high odds, but their stats were too bad to use, pure material waste. Better to make high-tier ones. Low odds didn't scare me. I'd stack the quantity and eventually luck into a good one. Where would the material come from? I gritted my teeth. I came here to dig dirt anyway, so I'll dig like crazy, dig a few hundred blocks. Might as well have been sold off to Africa, but I didn't rush to start. I'd just dug myself exhausted, and though the attribute points strengthened my body, my stamina and energy hadn't fully recovered. Early stage recovery was deathly slow, so I might as well rest while handling odds and ends. By rights, there should be a skill book to speed up stamina recovery. Just don't know how hard it is to get. The cave was very quiet, the core's light dispelling the darkness, oddly dreamlike. That dug-through tunnel in the distance had no torch, so deep and black it seemed to want to swallow you at a glance. Luckily, 2 squares were already dug, replenishing some oxygen, or I really might have died of suffocation. I sat quietly, mind full of thoughts. Rested enough, I grabbed a new wooden pickaxe and headed to block 200. After the first one's durability ran out, the instant it broke through it dissolved into light and vanished, not even giving me time to react. I'd thought of salvaging it and splitting it into wood, but that was wishful thinking. The upside was it saved space, so pros and cons. While the workbench was still running, I lit a torch and passed through the tunnel to block 200, stuck the torch on the wall, spat, and swung the pickaxe down. A thick, heavy sense of soil came through. I paused. This time it was so much easier, no need to strain with all my might. Whoa, 10 attribute points make this much difference. I only added 3 to strength, then add a few dozen points, and wouldn't I be able to scoop dirt barehanded? Swinging the pickaxe, I opened the block info. Unknown area, coordinates 300. Soil, 98% soil, 2% impurities. Nature, 35% resources, /20% reward, /35% enemy, /8% other, /2% disaster. Then the digging prompt popped up. Remaining time, 244 minutes, 53 seconds. My pupils shrank. Before it needed 270 minutes, now 245, a full 25 minutes faster. Alone it wasn't much, but multiply across blocks and it was frightening. 1 square saved 25, 10 squares was 4 hours, snowballing the further it went. I reviewed. Only my attributes had changed, base and workbench untouched. 2 things governed digging, strength and agility. I'd added 3 strength and 2 agility for 5 points, saving 25 minutes, so 5 minutes per point. So max out strength or agility at 54 points and I could dig instantly. Doesn't even sound that high. Wrong. Blocks weren't just soil. There were hard goods like stone and or harder to dig the further you went. And given the behind-the-scenes one's disposition, they'd never let people truly dig instantly. Even with enough attributes, they'd probably force a minimum time, 30 minutes, an hour, that sort of thing. And the impurities in blocks I dug later wouldn't stay a friendly 1 or 2% either. Besides the speed boost, my stamina had strengthened a good deal too. Before I'd pan after a minute or 2 of digging, but now I could hold out 5 or 6. Still short, but for someone who'd never dug before, already very satisfying. That 3 strength, 3 constitution, 2 agility allocation, I'd allocated right. For anyone else, just 2 points per level, and after careful thought, they'd probably only dare go all in on 1 stat, with a change nowhere near this dramatic. In the end, my 10 points per level was just too broken. After digging a dozen or so minutes, I stopped. Not from fatigue, but because the axe was done. Praying, don't be broken, don't be broken. I ran back to the starting block. Seeing a normally shaped axe on the workbench, I let out a breath. Ding. Stone axe crafting complete. Common stone axe, tier 2, times 1. Chopping grade, small trees. Digging speed, 1 hour. Stamina cost, medium. Durability, 5 of 5. Common is fine, as long as it's not damaged. I looked around. No other 4. Self-crafted items didn't get the 5 times. Damn, self-crafted doesn't count for 5 times. I searched over and over. There really weren't any, and I deflated. If it did multiply by 5, obtain times 5, then crafted times 5 again, that'd be 25 times, too frightening. Maybe that was exactly why it wasn't granted. I thought too much. 5 times only triggers at the moment of obtaining from outside. The material was already mine, so not counting it as normal. Same for structures, no multiplying. A shame, a big fortune lost. But the items already known to eat 5 times were plenty good enough. Having consoled myself, I looked at the axe again. Turns out the axe had a grade limit too. A stone axe could only chop small trees, not medium or large. So what does that even junkier wooden axe chop? Twigs. Chopping was faster than digging dirt, 1 tree per hour. Stamina cost medium, 1 tier lower than digging dirt. Durability 5, 2.5 times the wooden pickaxes 2. Overall mediocre. Common, like its prefix. But usable was enough. I didn't insist on getting fine or perfect right now. Just as I was thinking. Ding. Successfully crafted common stone axe. Personal experience plus 10. Crafting experience plus 100. Crafting experience full. Advanced to level 2. Crafting experience full. Advanced to level 3. The regret on my face vanished in a flash. Yes, this works too. The experience from 1 stone axe pushed crafting straight from level 1 to 3. Clear as day, experience 8 to 5 times. Which meant, the things I made didn't multiply, but the experience given on completion multiplied by 5. Because experience was a concept, it got eaten by the boost all the same. That made sense. I'd been worrying about grinding skills through massive material, and now I could save a huge amount. Skills leveled fast, and I could use good gear sooner. Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have rushed the spear. Making it after leveling the skill would definitely give better stats. I glanced at the stone spear still running on the right, and my mouth twitched. Made too early. Pure material waste. For a hoarder like me, waste stung the most. But canceling now would still lose material, so I had to let it go. With the axe done, an item slot opened up again. I browsed recipes a long while, but few were worth making. The fierce facilities lacked key material or recipes, and basic goods, like a hoe, were no use right now. So I just made a stone pickaxe. 1. I wanted to know how much stronger it was than the wooden one. If much stronger, I'd swap out the wooden one straight away. 2. To see the effect after the skill leveled up. Consume 4 wood and 3 stone to craft stone pickaxe. Confirm. Stone pickaxe, tier 2. Remaining, 17 minutes 29. Quality, common 65%, /worn 17%, /damaged 4%, fine 12% perfect 2%. My eyes lit up. With the stone axe, fine was under 5%, and now it jumped straight to double digits at 12%, and perfect rose from 1% to 2%. All the bad odds had shifted over to good quality, just leveling up to 2 and the effects this strong. At level 10, wouldn't everything below common drop straight to 0? Picturing high-level skills, I drew a sharp breath. But then I worried again. Skill upgrades needed massive experience, and even eating 5 times I had no guarantee I could keep up. Plus there was that true sight. I also didn't know how to level. My head was swimming. Forget it, one step at a time. The axe was done, so back to block 2, 0, 0 to dig, and by the time the tent came out it'd be about right. Why do I feel like I really was sold off to Africa to mine? Alone underground, it was oppressive, so I could only talk to myself to keep my spirits up. What monsters come at midnight? First day, shouldn't be too fierce, right? Once the spear's made, plus this helmet on my head, I should be able to handle it easily. Underground had no wind, so the firelight was steady, yet still far dimmer than the core. When bored, I opened the chat room. How are your bases coming? I've got so few resources I can't even afford a tent. Don't get me started. I dug 2 empty spaces, just waiting to die. Has anyone made a structure yet? I haven't even set my base. Above me, it's almost midnight. Don't set it, and you're waiting to die. Whoa, I've got a monster. Most people were still digging desperately, with the occasional scream popping up. Resources were scarce, and digging one square with all your might. Nothing came out, and a monster popped up too. Too bad no one posted a monster picture. Too panicked, or already dead? So I had no way to know what the monsters looked like. Watching while digging, over an hour slipped by unnoticed, and block 3, 0, 0's remaining time dropped from 240 to around 150. I stopped, not from fatigue, but because the workbench items were done. Back at the bench, a sharp spear and a classic stone pickaxe lay on it. But my gaze fell first to the side, a pale green tent, absurdly small, several times smaller than a normal tent. No way a person could get in. How's this supposed to sleep anyone? Dwarf architecture. At 179 centimeters, I couldn't cram and even curled into a ball. Forget it, I'd honestly sleep outside. I put the tent away. Ding. Basic tent crafting complete. Common tent, ×1. Please choose a position and orientation to place it. Currently lacking a backpack or other storage device. Cannot store. I was dumbfounded. The tent stuck to my hand like a dogskin plaster and wouldn't shake off, and I couldn't even pick up the wooden pickaxe. Both hands occupied, cannot pick up tools. Please empty your hands and try again. Damn this too. Once a structure was in hand and not set down, all tools and weapons became unusable, making you a sitting duck. Anyone who ran into a monster right after taking a structure off the bench would be truly miserable. I wanted to curse the behind-the-scenes rule maker, but held it back. If overheard, they might secretly make trouble for me and confiscate the 5 times yield, and I'd have nowhere to even cry foul. The pressing task was setting it down. I looked around the open space, and wherever my gaze landed, a translucent image of the tent followed. Strange, the image was much bigger than the one in my hand. I figured it out. The one in my hand was a shrunken version, and it returned to full size once placed on the ground, just like in a game. No wonder it looked off. Where to put it? Block 2, 0, 0. Far from the main group. Risk of being destroyed by monsters, ruled out. Block 1, 0, 0, or 0, 0, 0. Choose one. I chose the starting block, 0, 0, 0. Safest, monsters couldn't get in, and I'd accepted being cramped. Just as I moved my gaze toward the 0, 0, 0 block, I suddenly froze. In my vision, the base core was completely surrounded by the tent, and the color of that translucent image abruptly changed from pale green to a very deep emerald. The moment a faint green tint flickered into view, I figured it out. Placing it over the core gives a bonus. But I only had one tent, and building it took an hour and a half. If I wrecked the core, that was an instant loss. Game over. I hesitated, then decided to gamble. If this goes bad, I'm cursing someone out today. I took a deep breath and silently gave the command to place it. Place it here? Once confirmed, it cannot be moved. Confirm. The grass blade tent settled onto the ground, and the core vanished into thin air. No core destroyed, warning at all. Just as I tensed up, the tent began to glow, brighter and brighter, until it shone as bright as the core once had. Did it just absorb the core? Ding. First tent placed. Personal experience +20. Building experience +200. Building experience full. Advanced to level 2. Advanced to level 3. Core now bound to tent. The core will only be exposed after the tent is destroyed. I knew it. My heart finally settled. I checked the tent stats. Basic tent, core bound. Durability 50 out of 50. Attack 0. Defense 0. Function, recovery speed plus 10%. Fatigue penalty minus 10%. Note, if this structure is destroyed, the core will be exposed. Lighting can now be toggled at will. Durability is basically a building's health. Hit 0, and it's destroyed, so it matters most. The attack stat threw me for a second. Buildings can fight monsters? Defense meant how much of a beating it could take. Both functions were weak, but that made sense. It was the junkiest tent there was. The key was that note. It was like giving the core a 50-point health shield. 50 points was paper thin, sure, but anything beat leaving it out in the open. Being able to toggle the lighting myself was a nice surprise too. No more light in my eyes while I slept. I also confirmed 2 rules along the way. Building experience is only granted the first time you place something. You can't farm it over and over. And crafting a building at the workbench gives no crafting experience. If you want to level a specific skill, you have to grind it on its own. No killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tent done. Next up, the campfire. Consume 8 wood and 10 stone to craft a campfire. Confirm. 15 minutes. Lots of materials, but that's the one thing I'm never short on. Then I looked back at the spear and stone pickaxe I'd finished earlier. I'd been so busy digging I forgot to grab them. I checked the spear first. A sharp stone blade at the tip, a shaft close to 2 meters long, taller than I am. My stomach dropped. The underground space was so cramped. A spear this long, during a fight, wouldn't it just keep clanging off the walls? Worst case, I don't use it and switch to the backups from the starter pack. Good thing I kept a fallback. I picked up the spear, and a string of notifications exploded across my view. Ding. Crafted a common stone spear. Personal experience plus 20. Crafting experience plus 100. Crafting experience full. Advanced to level 4. Personal experience full. Advanced to level 2. Gained 2 free attribute points. Common stone spear, tier 2. Attack 7. Durability 300 out of 300. Leveling up again this fast? Experience is low early on, but I hit 2 level ups before day 2 was even over. What I didn't realize was that my experience gain was 5 times normal too. I'd stacked a pile of it doing basically nothing, which fooled me into thinking leveling was easy. When I actually asked around in the chat room, most people were still stuck at level 0. The ones who'd hit level 1 just got lucky and dug up something valuable. People like me, reaching level 2 after making a few items, were rare across the entire blue star. My panel now had 10 more points to spend. It felt amazing, like playing a cracked version of a game. I stuck with a balanced build. Last time I went 3-3-2-2. This time 2-2-3-3. All 4 stats maxed at 10. Most people wouldn't hit that until level 10. I got there at level 2. This 5 times multiplier. How am I supposed to properly suffer through the early game? I sighed out loud, but I was grinning on the inside. Once I allocated the points, my bones tingled. A few seconds later, my body was noticeably sturdier. When I clenched my fist, the muscles in my arm actually bulged. For someone who barely exercised, it was kind of incredible. Going from 5 to 10 looked like just doubling, but it felt like way more than that. The human body is a fully connected system. Pushing a single stat only gets you so far, but raising all 4 at once pays off far more than the sum of the parts. 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. That's exactly why my balanced build was the best value. Feeling more confident, I looked at my weapon again. The spear was common grade, which was expected since I made it with a level 0 crafting skill. I was lucky it didn't break. Now that crafting was level 4, my odds of making something fine grade or better were much higher, though it had cost a lot of materials. I hefted the spear. With my strength at 10, the shaft felt a lot lighter, and thrusting it forward pulled a whistling sound through the air. That's the kind of sound you only get when your speed is high enough, and I managed it easily. Too bad it's so cramped down here. The tip kept hitting the wall. The spear's fatal flaw was its length. In tight spots, there's no room to work. Luckily, I'd dug a long, narrow corridor. No room for sweeping strikes, but straight jabs, quick pokes, those would work fine. I'd use the stone spear for now and retire the wooden one. One good weapon beats a pile of bad ones. Back to the workbench for the last item. The stone pickaxe. Ding. Crafted a fine quality stone pickaxe. Personal experience plus 40. Crafting experience plus 200. Fine stone pickaxe, tier 2. Mining level. Stone with hard rock inclusions, 75%. Speed, for hours. Stamina cost, considerable. Durability, 10 out of 10. Function, mining stamina cost minus 10%. Fine quality? I'd assumed that 12% chance was just for show. Common quality was 60%, so most likely I'd get common. I never expected the very first pickaxe to roll fine. Even a 12% chance, and I still hit it. I really am the luckiest guy alive. Once the excitement wore off, I looked at the stats and my eyebrows knit together. This is it for fine quality? Just one function. Comparing it to the stone axe, I felt cheated. Mining half an hour faster, stamina cost dropped from a lot to considerable, durability up from 5 to 10, probably the fine grade bonus. And that was it. Just one function, and it was that lukewarm stamina saving buff. Fine, whatever. I shook my head and set the pickaxe down. I didn't swap it in to finish off the block I was digging, because of one nasty rule. Any pickaxe that takes part in digging a block loses 1 durability when the block is finished, no matter its level. In other words, that slick move of using a good pickaxe for the bulk and a junk one for the last 1% to save wear? Useless. Even a light tap in the dirt still counts, and the pickaxe loses 1 durability when the block is done. Anyone who uses 2 pickaxes on the same block is just asking for trouble. So the stone pickaxe had to wait until the current block was fully dug through. Swapping now would waste a point of durability for nothing. My mood had just settled when I was about to head back to the block, and my face went pale. In the distance, something rustled. Hiss. Crack. Then the sounds twisted into a chorus of furious snarls, and rapid footsteps came pounding closer. The quiet cave turned chaotic in an instant. In the dim firelight, the corridor ahead looked like a hallway out of a horror game. My whole body went rigid, hair standing on end. Midnight had arrived. Monsters had spawned. Come on, does it have to be this terrifying? I gripped the spear and didn't dare breathe. No, wait. The core had been drawing monsters the whole time. They'd flood in sooner or later. Better to strike first than wait for them to swarm the core. As my mind raced, a woman's voice rang out. Ding. It is now past midnight. Today's tally begins. Base established. Difficulty plus 2%. 1 structure placed. Difficulty plus 1%. 2 blocks dug through. Difficulty plus 1%. Digger level 3. Difficulty plus 3%. Current day 1. Difficulty minus 10%, increasing 1% each day. Tally complete. Current difficulty, 97%. Please clear all monsters from this block as soon as possible. The more I heard, the more shaken I got. There's a difficulty rating? A daily tally? And the monster spawn strength is tied to my own progress? The better you develop and the higher your level, the tougher the monsters get. That's downright sadistic. The hissing in the distance didn't stop. Firelight caught a few writhing shapes now and then, and the dread poured down my throat until it went dry. Damn it. I've got a spear in my hands. What's there to be afraid of? I steeled myself, lifted my legs that felt like they were filled with lead, and step by step walked deeper into the corridor. Hiss. Roar. The further I went, the clearer the cries. Torch in my left hand, spear in my right, I edged forward. The firelight caught the edge of a monster, and my pupils shrank. 3 creatures, under 1.5 meters tall, ragged and eerily human-like. Their skin was a pale blue, drained of all color, like they'd died not long ago. Before I could act, my eye of truth flashed a line on its own. Recently deceased digger. Race, human. Health unknown. Attack unknown. Defense unknown. Human? These things were actually people? My heart clenched. I'd never heard of humans among the monsters. Then I looked closer. Bulging muscles, fangs jutting out. They weren't people anymore. You could barely tell from the outline that they once were. Zombies. I rasped out the word I'd only ever heard in movies. Crap, 3 on day 1. How am I supposed to fight all of them alone? Worse still, every stat was a question mark. I had no idea how strong they were. Just as panic set in, it hit me. The eye of truth. I threw the skill at them, and the panel filled in instantly. Recently deceased digger. Level 0. Health 5, Attack 3, Defense 2. All 4 core stats at 5. No skills. No equipment. Weak points. Head, heart. Died of starvation. Then reshaped into a dwarf-like form. No will to attack. Only retaliates when struck. Phew, they scared me. I thought they'd be strong, but they're this weak. My heartbeat eased. Level 0 stats. No skills, no gear. Even if they turned back into humans with full intelligence, against my tier 2 stone spear with +7 attack, they were just 3 lambs. Even better, the eye of truth marked their weak points for me. That was insanely powerful. These 3 were basically here to serve themselves up. Since they didn't attack unless provoked, I could walk right up and skewer them. I gripped the spear and moved toward the closest one. But my body was trembling. This was my first real fight, and my opponent was a person. Long dead, sure, but the unease and the guilt pressed down until I could barely breathe. You all, rest in peace now. Stop coming out and scaring people. The monster didn't react. It just stood there, dumb and still. I set my distance, laid the torch to the side, raised the spear with both hands, tip aimed straight at its head. Safe travels, brother. The spear shot out like a bullet and punched clean through its skull. Splurt. Blood sprayed into the dirt. The monster jolted, then fell straight backward, a bloody hole in its head. Eyeballs burst, like it was crying out an injustice. A wave of nausea hit me. It still had a human face, after all. I'd never even killed a pig before, and now this one thrust felt like I'd actually killed a person with my own hands. Ding. Critical hit on weak point. Enemy health -19. Slain. Recently deceased digger. Rewards. Experience ×2, pebbles ×5, wood ×2. 2 remaining in this area. It took me a while to steady my breathing. Sick, twisted bastards. Turning the dead into monsters and forcing us to kill them all over again. Screw you. These zombies didn't attack living people. Instead, they made the living kill their own former kind. Just thinking about it made me furious. But if I didn't kill them, I wouldn't survive. Once I'd recovered, I locked onto the last 2. The second one went exactly the same. Move in, set down the torch, raise the spear, aim for the head. Safe travels. The tip pierced its skull like sinking into a watermelon. Critical hit on weak point. -16. Slain. Experience ×2, stone ×2. 1 remaining. Clean. Good thing they don't attack on their own. If all 3 had rushed me at once, even this spear would have had trouble. Now I knew where I stood. Level 0 monsters with low health and defense, I could one-shot. But this was almost certainly a day 1 freebie. From here on, the monsters would only get tougher, and they'd start carrying skills and gear. Using freshly dead humans as the first day enemy was clearly meant to mess with our heads. When I find out who's behind this, I'll curse them into the ground. I walked toward the third one and paused. This one had been a woman before it died. A bloated body, the fat jiggling as it moved. I tossed out an eye of truth. Recently deceased digger. Level 0. Health 7, attack 2, defense 4, constitution 6, everything else 5. Weak points, head, heart. Died from a crushed heart. Clearly defense-oriented. Health, defense, and constitution were all higher than the other 2. Do heavier ones get a unique advantage down here or something? If someone else had a wooden weapon with 1 or 2 attack, they'd have to jab 5 or 6 times to kill it. But with my 7 attack, level 0 monsters couldn't take it. Right then in the chat room, most people were barely scratching their targets. Weak stats, no good weapons, still stuck below level 1, no advantage at all against the monsters. 2 to 4 monsters on day 1 was a brutal wall for them. Good thing I made the tier 2 spear ahead of time. No, the real key is my stats being high enough. All of mine maxed at 10 is like a level 10 fighting a level 0. Even with one of those junk 2 attack weapons, it'd only take 2 or 3 jabs. I raised the spear, aimed for the head, and swallowed my nausea as I waited for it to come closer. The instant it shuffled in front of me, I put my strength into both arms. A whistle cut the air, and then the monster suddenly jerked its head to the side like it had spider sense. Right toward my angle, but the shot was already committed. I quickly shifted my aim and drove the spear down hard. Hiss. Thunk. It was just about to rage when the spear punched through its skull, poking out a few centimeters on the other side. Critical hit on weak point. -15. Slain. Rewards. Experience ×3, logs ×3, basic conversion stone ×1. 0 remaining. Congratulations on surviving day 1. I let out a long breath and pulled the spear free. Without support, the monster crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. But right after, my expression changed. The moment I relaxed, all the soreness and exhaustion in my muscles came flooding in at once. Huff, huff. I gasped for air and looked at the 3 bodies. Each with a bloody hole in the head, the black soil dyed red. A minute or 2 later, the bodies began to glow faintly and then vanished completely, leaving only pools of thick blood. They disappear on their own after the fight? Fine by me. Saves me from burying them. Not that there's anywhere to bury them anyway. I wiped the sweat off. Right now I'd kill for a water basin. Blood and sweat mixed together. No air circulation underground. The smell alone made my head spin. Even if I used all the water I had, it'd barely wash my feet. I needed to dig out a spring or stream block, fast. Reviewing my first battle, I gave myself a passing grade at best. I was so nervous my legs could barely hold me, and it took everything I had to work up the nerve to strike. 3 things saved me. Day 1 monsters don't attack on their own, The Eye of Truth marks weak points, so I could one-shot them, and I just happened to finish the weapon. Every step went right, almost absurdly smooth. I also got a feel for the spear's quirks. In a narrow corridor, sweeps and downward chops are useless. Only jabs and thrusts work. And against fast, in-your-face monsters, the spear would struggle. I needed to make a shorter weapon as backup. Better safe than sorry. I didn't rush back to digging. The fight had drained me. I was hungry and thirsty, hadn't eaten in hours. I stood up and headed toward the starting block. As I walked, a grin spread across my face. There was a big pile of stuff on the ground. By the normal drops from 3 monsters, it should have been pebbles times 5, wood times 2, logs times 3, basic conversion stone times 1, stone times 2. But the stack in front of me had way more layers than that. 5 times. The thing that thrilled me most was that basic conversion stone. It was the key material in the workbench's water extractor recipe, the one I'd had no idea where to get. I'd asked all over the chat room, and nobody had ever seen it. Turns out it drops from killing monsters. And with the 5 times bonus, it turned into 5 of them. Holy cow, the efficiency is unreal. That conversion stone clearly has a super low drop rate, 1 from 3 monsters. But for me, 5. Everyone else is still fighting for their lives, and I've already jumped hundreds of steps ahead. Still, no point celebrating too early. Building the water machine and the oxygen machine also needed magnetic stone. From the name, I figured I'd probably have to dig blocks to get it. That was the next real hurdle. While I was sorting my supplies, another worry hit me. I had so many resources they were about to overflow. If I wanted to place more facilities, there was no room unless I moved things. Where am I even going to put all this? Pure humble bragging. Say that out loud, and someone would beat you on the spot. In the end, I hauled some of the materials to the sides of the corridor, cleared a path to walk through, and then opened my panel. Jorue, Basic Digger. Level 2, 64 out of 300. Health 45. Attack 7 to 9. Physical Defense 7. Magic Defense 3. Strength 10. Constitution 10. Agility 10. Spirit 10. Fullness 43%. Stamina 58%. Equipment. Common Stone Spear Tier 2. Silver Helm Tier 2. Skills. Eye of Truth 4. 810 out of 2000. Basic Crafting 3. 150 out of 300. Basic Building 3. 0 out of 300. Base. 0, 0, 0. All 4 core stats at 10, equipment and skill slots full. Compared to the empty start, it looked a whole lot better. Staring at those 4 10s, I couldn't help another rush of excitement. But first things first. Time to fill my stomach. Fullness was at 43%. Bread at 25% and potatoes at 30% wouldn't top me off, so I picked the Tier 2 lean meat porridge. 1 serving refills 60% and comes with a cold resistance buff. There was another reason I chose it. I actually felt a little cold. Underground is sealed and airless. By all logic, dirt insulates. There's no wind. The temperature should be stable. But I could feel the cold, which meant this place had long since been reworked, running on its own set of rules. The temperature no longer holds steady. It swings wildly. The cold resistance porridge was the perfect counter. I sat down and tore open the packaging. The aroma hit my nose right away. By some unknown magic, the porridge was still warm after all this time. 1 bite, and rich savory flavor flooded my mouth. The lean meat fell apart at the slightest chew. No way this is just lean meat porridge. This has to be gourmet food in disguise. Tier 1 food never tasted like this. Maybe in the eyes of whoever's behind all this, Tier 2 is what counts as normal food? Then how amazing would Tier 3 or 4 taste? My mind wandered as I ate, and my condition visibly recovered. I finished the bowl, and it dissolved into light and vanished. I was used to it by now. Whoever's running this won't let you keep even the tiniest scrap. I let out a burp and pulled up the chat room. The screen was full of screaming. Why do I have so many monsters? My stick's already broken, and it's still not dead. With an image attached. See you all in the next world. Digging dirt and fighting monsters on day 1? Who the hell survives this? A mass wipeout was coming. Most people had junk weapons, weak stats, no training. The moment a monster spawned behind them, they were scared stiff. Forget killing it. Their attack was so low they'd poke for ages and only knock off 2 health. I finally understood where my advantage came from. Good gear, max stats, and the Eye of Truth. Facing the unknown, everyone else just instinctively ran. I could see the weak points at a glance. So I posted 2 messages. Today's monsters are made from dead humans. Their stats are very low and they don't attack on their own. Lure them away 1 at a time. Watch for their counterattack, and you can kill them. Then I dropped in the monster stat screenshot I'd taken earlier. A few seconds later, the chat room blew up. A big shot has arrived. How'd you get those stats? Do you have an appraisal skill? It's photoshopped, right? Looks fake. Somebody save me. If you don't, I'll have my dad hire people to end you. The screen flooded with messages. Most were thankful, a few doubted whether it was real, and a couple ordered me to come save them like they owned the place. To those spoiled types who think the whole world should bend to them, I had just 2 words. Drop dead. I dropped a few more useful tips. The zombie each of you runs into may be different, so be careful. Break its limbs first. That drops its mobility hard and makes it much safer. If you don't have a ranged option, throw pebbles to lure them. By the way, what did you all get for drops? I got a conversion stone off the last one. Does anyone know where to find magnetic stone? Thanks, and big shot, you're the man, filled the screen. Soon people started reporting results. Some really did kill the zombie by breaking its legs. Others cursed. Only an idiot would post this openly. Should let a few more people die. They got shouted down immediately. Emotionally, the chat room was a full spectrum of humanity. Some couldn't bring themselves to strike, though the ones who pushed through came out even tougher. Some were so terrified they curled up in the starting block and pretended they saw nothing. The most ridiculous was a group calling itself the Zombie Protection Association, going on about how zombies are people too and deserve equal rights, and insisting that these non-aggressive monsters still held on to human goodwill. Buddy, where was that speech when they were eating people? Luckily, most people weren't 3-year-olds. They roasted that crowd into silence. There were some genuinely bold ones too. A guy claiming to be a surgeon wasn't afraid of the zombie at all. He got excited, wanted to dissect and study it, but before he could start, the monster dissolved into light. He was annoyed. If only I'd broken its limbs first. His description of the zombie matched exactly what I saw, so he was probably telling the truth. Watching all this, I shook my head and laid down in my tent. The grass blades were scratchy, but having somewhere to lie down was already a luxury. The moment I settled in, a prompt popped up. Sleep? Sleeping consumes leaves. For leaves for 8 hours, 2 for 4 hours. It rapidly restores stamina and energy and refills them to maximum. Are you kidding me? Sleeping costs resources too? What genius came up with this? Who could afford that early on? Building the tent had nearly cleaned out my leaves. Even with plenty of leaves, I wasn't burning them like that. TCH, then I'll just lie here without sleeping. See what you can do about that. Only once I relaxed did the aching all over my body hit me. A shut-in who hadn't exercised in years, and today's workload was reality punishing me hard. I lay propped up, scrolling the chat and recovering. In the chat room, people finally started reporting their drops. Big shot. I got a conversion stone too. With an image. I got nothing, just basic materials. Does the conversion stone depend on luck too? Only materials, no conversion stone, definitely no magnetic stone. Same here. After a full read-through, everyone got basic materials. Only a few dozen people got a basic conversion stone. Extremely rare, and not a single person mentioned magnetic stone. The conclusion was clear. Magnetic stone doesn't drop from killing monsters. From the name, it sounded more like a special ore, which meant you could only dig for it. And even though I had 5 conversion stones thanks to the 5 times bonus, the water extractor needed even more conversion stones plus magnetic stone. I still couldn't build it yet. No rush. Having a clear direction was enough. The chat quickly circled back to its main theme. Resources are so scarce. I had it easy though. The pile of materials in my hands was more than enough as long as I didn't waste them. I flipped through a couple more pages, lost interest, and got up to head for the workbench. The finished campfire sat there quietly. Stones arranged in a neat circle, small pieces of wood standing in the center. I was baffled. I could stack this thing myself in 2 or 3 minutes. Why does the workbench need 15? Puzzled, I placed it in front of my tent. Ding. Stone campfire complete. First placement. Personal experience plus 15. Building experience plus 100. That's it. Nothing else. I'd been waiting to hear how great it was. Turns out the campfire is a pure fire-making facility, even more mediocre than the tent. Dropping my expectations, I pulled up its panel. Basic stone campfire, not lit. Durability 50 out of 50. Attack 0. Defense 1. Burn time 0. Wood adds 40 minutes per piece. Logs add 2 hours. Oxygen cost 0.004 cubic meters, active once lit. Function, fire duration plus 5%, charring chance minus 5%. Description, can cook food, extract fresh water, and slightly ease the cold, but it burns a lot of wood and produces a lot of carbon dioxide. Requires a fire starter to light. One look and I got it. A pure fire-making facility. Mediocre. And the oxygen cost was alarming, nearly matching my own character's oxygen consumption. That meant I couldn't use it regularly early on. Without digging more blocks or getting an oxygen generator, the 4 or 5 cubic meters of oxygen I dug out wouldn't even cover its burn. The functions were useless too. Saving would meant nothing to a 5 times guy like me, and minus 5% charring, I hadn't even seen an edible weed yet, let alone roasted one. On top of that, I'd just had the cold resistance porridge and hadn't made a fire starter. For now, the campfire was just decoration. Whatever. Day 1 was a decent haul. 2 blocks dug through, the third passed halfway. Tent and campfire in place, some materials stockpiled, and the beginnings of gear and armor. My core goal right now was singular. Dig more blocks, develop fast, and don't end up defenseless when the tough monsters show up. But before digging, I had to keep the workbench busy. I browsed the recipes and settled on 3 things. Stone furnace, 16 stone. 3 hours, 29 minutes, 58 seconds. Fine quality 12%, perfect quality 3%. Basic wooden chest, 1 log and 12 wood. 16 minutes, 29 seconds. Capacity 16 to 20 slots, random. Stone shovel tier 2, 2 stone and 2 wood. 20 minutes, 14 seconds. The stone furnace. I had a feeling I'd hit or soon. Underground, besides dirt, sand, and stone, ore and oil are the most common things, so I wanted it ready. No point digging up or with nowhere to smelt it. The reason I didn't make a better smelter was that I lacked clay, and dirt vanishes the moment you dig it, so you can't stockpile it. Getting clay was a real problem. The wooden chest. That 16 to 20, random, left me speechless. Bad luck means only 16 slots. Seems like in this game, luck is the most precious thing of all. People with insane luck dig up nothing but good stuff. Most likely, to keep people from rage quitting, whoever's behind this put a floor on the randomness. Otherwise, capacity rolling anywhere from 1 to 9,000 would be unplayable. I glanced at my panel. No luck value displayed anywhere, but I figured mine had to be good. Otherwise, the second block wouldn't have coughed up 5 treasure chests at once. The shovel. I suspected the pickaxe breaks the ground and the shovel collects the soil. So far, I couldn't find any way to gather dirt, sand, or stone, and the tent's next tier, the dirt house, needed a large amount of dirt. I had to figure this out. With the crafting set, I was about to head to block 200 when everything around me went pitch black. I couldn't see my own hand. Crap, the core ran out of fuel. I spun around and fed the core. Add fuel, wood, coal, oil, or electricity. Only wood available. 1 wood equals 30 more minutes of light. I stopped at 5 hours. I wanted to max it, but wood was too precious, so I kept some in reserve. I switched the lighting on. That blinding glare flared up again, and I covered my eyes and backed into the corridor. During those dozen or so seconds of darkness just now, my panel had flashed a deadly warning. You are in darkness. Every 3 minutes, spirit, sanity, drops by 1. Reaching 0 means death. Monsters stir in the dark and could drag you into the abyss at any moment. Return to the light as soon as possible. So staying in the dark drains sanity until you die, and it attracts monsters too. Oddly, I didn't get this warning when I first arrived. Probably blocked during the tutorial phase. I didn't dwell on it. As long as the core stays lit, monsters won't dare come. Alright, back to my unlucky dirt digging journey. Back at 200, I stuck the torch in the wall and swung the wooden pickaxe. The joy of maxed out stats was real now. My hands were steady, every swing took less effort. I used to be winded after a few minutes of digging. Now I went a dozen minutes without feeling tired. Too bad 200 was freshly opened, so I still couldn't tell how long it takes to dig this kind of dirt with all stats at 10, since 300 had been started earlier and its listed time hadn't refreshed. Now this looks like proper digging. Before I was like a starving refugee. If I went back to Blue Star and entered a running event, I'd probably place pretty high. Still couldn't crush an Olympic champion, though. I'd need another round of points for that. Digging got boring, so I checked the chat room. Finally killed the zombie. Haha, with an image. Does anyone know how to collect dirt? There's no place to handle bathroom needs in this hellhole. I'm about to burst. Free survival tips. DM me if interested. Most of the people who could still talk in the chat had made it past the first crisis. But far more were sitting in despair, just waiting to die, and some had already vanished. Life is unpredictable. With about 20 minutes of digging left, I stopped to catch my breath. Right as I relaxed, a system chime and a big window popped up. Diggers, the death toll has now surpassed 1 billion. Congratulations on surviving Phase 1. We now announce the start of Phase 2. The chance of bad events while digging goes up, and good events go down. But each block's resource output increases accordingly. The announcements kept slamming down one after another. 1. The farther from the core, the higher the spawn rate and the stronger the monsters. 2. Strange event chances increase. Various block types will appear: forests, mountains, rivers, traps, and more. Among them, ancient ruins hold relics of a lost civilization, possibly with astonishing rewards. 3. Block upgrades are now unlocked. You can add functions to a block using special materials. After upgrading, it randomly becomes a certain type of block. To specify the type, you need even rarer materials. 4. Every 7 days is a slaughter day. Spawn rates surge, but resource drops surge too. 5. The leaderboard is now open. Resources, block count, and facilities are converted into a score. Reach the top 10 and hold it for a set time to earn generous rewards. Oh, and one more thing. The 3rd day will bring the first defense battle. Wonder if you're all ready? Laughs. Everyone was stunned. It was only day 1. So all of that just now was a test to toy with us? A billion people dead, and instead of dropping, the difficulty went up? The chat room drowned in fury in an instant. Is this something a human can survive? Just kill me now and get it over with. Everyone stay calm. Screw you, what kind of psychopath runs this? I froze for a second too, and anger flared up. But it settled fast, my emotions swinging far less than everyone else's. I paused, and a flash of insight lit my eyes. Is this because I put my spirit at 10? The more I thought about it, the more it fit. These people were lofty human beings just yesterday. In a single day they'd been through so much, with no music, no distractions to vent through. So all they could do was burn it off through the heavy exertion of digging and by cursing in the chat room. And spirit, sanity, doesn't just resist darkness damage. It holds your sanity together. I'd maxed it, which was why I was this calm. Putting points in spirit was the right call. Otherwise, I'd probably be losing it right along with them. Looking at the chat again, the cursing had eased a bit. But I wasn't optimistic. A few more blows like this, and they'd blow up eventually. And getting these people to give up power for spirit was nearly impossible. Survival comes first, and no amount of spirit matters if you can't stay alive. So I dropped the idea of pointing it out in the chat, and just focused on myself. Going back over those 5 points, they all boiled down to one thing. It only gets harder from here, and the monsters only get stronger. But some of it worked heavily in my favor. Ancient ruins. A special structure? A pocket dimension? I'd only know once I dug into one. A new goal. Block upgrades. Good news, though the materials were probably hard to get, and I worried the upgrade effects might fall short of naturally enhanced blocks. Slaughter day? For a 5x guy like me, it was basically a holiday. I figured I could reap a huge harvest in a single day. Most people would rather skip it. The leaderboard. Like a whale spending ranking, it could expose the hidden experts. This left me torn. I wanted to peek at other people's progress, but I didn't want to expose my own. If someone locked onto me and they all swarmed, that'd be trouble. While I was still torn, the system chime rang again, and it was about exactly this. Your resources now meet the requirements to make the leaderboard. Do you want to appear under the name Zhou Rue? If you don't like this name, you can customize it. Customize my name? I stared at the prompt, mind racing. I had to change it. If my real name, Zhou Rue, went up there, anyone who knew me would recognize me instantly. No good. I need a different name. But then, what to pick? I'm fine at most things, but naming is genuinely my weakness. My old usernames were always slapped together at random. Desolate Heaven Emperor. Taken. Heaven Emperor. Taken. Overlord, Devil May Cry, Dante. I tried 7 or 8 in a row, all snatched up. Come on, is there anything left to use? I scratched my head and thought for a long while, and finally squeezed out 2 words. Nameless. I figured something that plain had to be taken too, but no. It was free. Fine, that's the one. I couldn't be bothered with anything else. Confirm. The next second, a panel burst into view in front of me. This panel was different. The edges glowed gold, engraved with a bunch of fancy patterns. Clearly not an ordinary thing. I glanced up and froze. My name was at the very top. First place. Score leaderboard. First, Nameless, 301. Second, Shimin Shueishue, 193. Third, Desolate Heaven Emperor, 186. Fourth, Cycle of Time, 159. Fifth, Warrior, 143. And so on. Holy crap, first place? I stared at that 301, not quite processing it. Then again, with my 5x bonus, it made sense. If I couldn't take first with a cheat like that, I might as well go find a block of tofu and knock myself out on it. The third place name, Desolate Heaven Emperor, actually made me laugh. I just tried to grab that name myself. Not only had someone taken it, They'd rocketed straight to third right out of the gate. A real force to be reckoned with. I kept a straight face, but inside I was thrilled. Everyone in the world ranked together, and I sat above them all in first. Can you imagine what that means? The chat room had already exploded. Is this leaderboard real or fake? Why are the scores so high? Ugh, I thought I had enough resources to make it, but I'm not even in the top 10,000. Is this number one guy even human? How's he almost 100 points ahead of second? This is definitely a cheat. Cheat, bro? Will you sell me the cheat? Bunch of idiots. Use your heads. There's no way anyone could cheat in this situation. Right, he obviously grabbed something good at the start. Watching the messages refresh across the screen, I didn't dare breathe. My eyes darted around, terrified someone might lock onto me. The torch cast my shadow on the wall. I waited a long while, and nothing happened. Only then did I let out a breath. This was exactly what I feared. If whoever's behind this discovered my 5 times bonus and came to investigate, that wouldn't just be trouble. It'd be fatal. I desperately wanted to stay off this stupid leaderboard, but the prompt said that if I didn't change the name, it'd use the default, so I had no choice. Even checking a leaderboard has me on edge. What kind of situation is this? I laughed bitterly. The chat was still going. Might as well call this the Lucky Emperor board. It's all luck. Agreed. That number 1 score is definitely not normal. What's the deal with this nameless guy? Second place isn't even at 200, and he broke 300. I skimmed a couple more, gave a little smile, and looked away. Let them guess all they want. They'd never in their lives imagine I was carrying a 5 times bonus. All right, first, let me figure out how this score is calculated. In a little corner at the very bottom of the leaderboard, I finally found the explanation. Facilities count for 25%, resources 15, gear tier 15, blocks dug through 25, and the remaining 20% depends on block traits, farming, and the like. The key part was below. Every 7 days, the top 10 automatically receive corresponding rewards. First place, 50 wood, 50 stone, 10 bottles of water, 10 servings of tier 2 food, and the attack skill book Lethal Strike. A huge grin spread across my face. These rewards are amazing. Resources handed over at double, water and food to last several days. And the wildest part, an attack skill book too. I knew all too well how hard skills were to come by. Digging blocks, killing monsters, opening chests, it all came down to a coin flip on luck. In times like these, when everyone digs so slowly they can barely take care of themselves, getting a free attack skill, that'd send me soaring. But holding on to first wouldn't be easy either. If not for my insane luck and solid strength, even the top 5 would have been a stretch. Too bad this board doesn't update on a fixed 7-day cycle. I rubbed my chin. If it were fixed, first place this round would be locked in for me. I glanced at the 2 names below again, and my eyes narrowed. I opened 5 chests and stacked a 5 times bonus, and I only piled up to 301. But second and third were only 100 points behind me. Where'd they get scores that high? If I let up, first place would get snatched in no time, and the reward would fly away. These people are genuinely fierce. I shook my head and put away my smugness. Can't get cocky. Having checked the board, I brushed the dust off, grabbed the wooden pickaxe, and went back to the spot I hadn't finished digging. Block 200, digging. Progress 77%, 58 minutes remaining. An hour left. Let's keep at it. I swung the pickaxe down. With each strike, the weight of the earth traveled up the shaft and into my hands. The number ticked up bit by bit, sweat dripping from my forehead and splashing onto the dry dirt. My body's a lot stronger, but I still sweat when I sweat. I wiped my brow, my arms already trembling with fatigue. But seeing only 30 minutes left, the fire in me reignited. Give me something good, come on. I gritted my teeth and kept digging. Block 300, dig successful. Barrier remaining 59 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. It will vanish automatically if not completed within 6 hours. Huh. Finally broke through. I panted hard, a smile on my face. Let's go take a look inside. Maybe this block was hiding some treasure. After resting a moment, I grabbed the stone spear, took down the torch, and slowly stepped into the barrier. Light rippled out around me, then faded. The moment I entered, screech, a sharp cry burst out from ahead. My heart clenched, and I whipped the torch forward to light the way. My face went pale instantly. Something like a pangolin stood before me. Its back was covered in large, scaly plates, spikes all over its body, its eyes pitifully small. But those 2 claws were absurdly huge, nothing like a normal pangolin's. It stood dead still, as if in a daze. My heart leapt into my throat. I quickly backed up a few steps and hung the torch on the wall, freeing my hands for the spear. I aimed the tip at it, and right then, it opened its eyes. Damn it, why'd I dig up a monster? I kept my face tight, but alarms were blaring inside. I had no read at all on how strong this thing was. Whatever, let's see what you're made of. While it was still slow to react, I threw an eye of truth at it. Its details spread out in front of me. Hardened anteater, common. Level 2. Health 23. Attack 7. Defense 9. Skill, burrow, dig into soil to move quickly, consumes stamina, restores health. Weak points, head, internal organs. Description, a mutated pangolin. Its eyes have degenerated and it's blind, relying entirely on perception and hearing. After mutation, it's extremely ferocious and bites anything it meets. Whoa, where'd something this strong suddenly come from? Compared to that earlier zombie, this thing was more than a tier stronger. Double-digit health, attack, and defense both doubled, and it had its own skill. Thankfully, burrow was just a recovery skill. If it had been an attack skill, I'd have been done for right here. Blind, huh? So as long as I don't make loud movements and don't get too close, it won't notice me. I stared at it, thinking. This pangolin was nothing like the goofy ones I pictured. Its scales were glossy black, and the row of sharp teeth on its snout still had blood on them. It had just eaten. The worst part was those 4 thick legs, claws curving forward, the kind that could gut a person in one swipe. This isn't a pangolin. This is a razor-fang claw beast. So what now? Charge straight in. My power had grown, but I couldn't guarantee I'd one-shot it. Its scaly armor gave it serious defense, and my tier 2 spear was still just common grade. But it was already out. I had no choice. Kill it. That was the only road. I held my breath, lifted a foot, and tried to sneak in for a sneak attack. But the second I got within 2 meters, its ears twitched hard, its head snapped around, and it whipped toward me. Crap. Blown. No point sneaking now. I charged straight in and thrust the spear right at it. It let out a shriek and dodged to the side. Clang. The tip skidded off its scales. You dealt a normal attack to the hardened anteater. Health -3. Huh. Not bad. Watching the -3 float up off its body, I felt a lot better. I'd figured a dodge meant no damage, but I still clipped it. Seemed like it wasn't as tough to handle as I'd thought. I didn't let up. I stepped in and swept the spear across sideways. Whoosh. The shaft slammed solidly into it. Health -5. Nice. That gave me a jolt of confidence. This block was way bigger than the starting one, enough length, width, and height that I could swing the spear sideways. In a smaller spot, I wouldn't have had the room to fight like this. The pangolin had taken 2 hits. Its red eyes went redder, and it roared and charged me. Too fast. All I saw was a blur. In a blink, it was right in my face, claws raking at me one after another. Instinct told me to dodge. But that line from the description flashed through my mind. Weak point, head. I paused for half a second. No dodging. -2. -2. -2. Its claws tore into me, my health bar plummeting, more than half gone in an instant. Arg. Several gashes opened up on my body at once. But I wasn't taking it for nothing. Now that you're this close, let's see you dodge this. Gritting my teeth, letting the blood run, I gripped the spear tight and put every ounce of strength into driving it straight at its head. It never expected anyone to be this crazy, to eat that many hits just to trade for this one thrust. SHK. The spear tip punched deep into its skull, flipping it through the air to crash hard onto the ground. Blood sprayed everywhere. I locked my eyes on it, not daring to blink, terrified it would climb back up. If it did, I really would be finished. Thankfully, a few seconds later, the system chimed, and a layer of white light rose from its corpse. This is... My pupils shrank, and a flash of light crossed my eyes. Only a few seconds passed. The pangolin lay slammed into the ground, motionless. A big red number floated off its body. -15. Weak point. I stared hard until I was sure it was truly dead, then let out the breath I'd been holding. My nerves, taut for so long, finally slackened. What the hell kind of monster was that? I panted. If not for my good weapon, I'd have died right here. I'd assumed it was just some small fry I could handle in seconds with my gear and stats. Then I saw its stats. The defense was absurdly high, and the first 2 thrusts only knocked off 3 to 5 points. My heart sank halfway. Good thing I bet right. I tanked a full combo from it and headshot it. It never got the chance to use burrow. It just died. If it had dug into the soil and healed, with that attack power, it could have worn me down until I dropped. Ding. Critical hit on the hardened anteater's weak point. Health -15. Kill successful. Gained 6 experience, scrap iron ×3, sharp hard spikes ×2, Leather top tier 1 times 1. Leather bracers tier 1 times 1. Current block survey progress, 50%. Whoa, a huge haul. My face went from grim to bright in an instant. This thing was tough to kill, but it dropped a ton. Let me check myself first. I opened my panel. Health had dropped from 45 to 30. Those few claw swipes shaved off 15 points, and I was wearing a tier 2 helmet. If I hadn't struck fast, I didn't dare think about what came next. Terrifying just thinking about it. I propped myself up and stood. My shirt was slashed open in several places, clean as if cut with scissors. I looked down. The pile of drops on the ground gleamed. That much of a haul, and with the 5 times bonus too. Sweet. But something was off. Survey progress was only 50%. Normal blocks don't hold much and finish surveying fast. Why did this one have more? I grabbed the torch and swept it around. This block was quite a bit bigger than the last two. The black dirt was dry and hard. As I scanned around, on a patch of dirt, I spotted a blade of grass. What? How is there grass growing down here? I rushed over in a few strides. It really was grass. Freshly sprouted, just a tiny speck of green. I stared at it, my face all, you've got to be kidding me. Deep underground, no light, no water. Where'd it get any nutrients? Unless this block had a special effect. I needed to finish surveying and find out. I lit up a corner where a few stones sat, bigger than usual. I reached out and picked one up. Survey progress 100%. Room 300, fully surveyed. Block reward gained. Stone blocks times 3. Just 3 stone blocks. If it were someone else, going through that near-death brawl, just now only to get 3 lousy stones, they'd probably cough up blood on the spot. Good thing the haul from the pangolin more than made up for it. Transfer items to the starting block. I glanced at those 10 pieces of gear and hit cancel. Move them over, and that tiny 5 cubic meter shack would burst. First, let me figure out what's up with this grass. I opened the block panel. I stared at the panel, my eyes going wider and wider. This was an enhanced block. Grass block 300. Space 29 cubic meters. Can plant? Yes. Can raise livestock? Yes. Danger level 2%. Trait grass block. Grass grows continuously for 7 days. Edible for herbivores. Plants convert air, and the block has built-in oxygen recovery of 0.001 per minute. Whoa, this effect is way too good. I sucked in a cold breath. You could farm, raise livestock, and it produced oxygen automatically. Do you know what that meant? If I could get hold of a cow or a chicken, I could start raising livestock and have meat every meal from then on. Just thinking about it made my mouth water. And it generated oxygen on its own, which was like slapping a permanent buff on my base. The risk of dying from lack of oxygen dropped a whole tier right there. Awesome. Dual effects, and the space is big too. One word summed up my mood. Bliss. Too bad. Still no water found. If I could dig out a block with a water source nearby, this whole area would be a natural-born ranch. I could raise livestock in my sleep. All right, enough daydreaming. Let me check the loot. Only now did I understand why such a strong monster popped up right on my doorstep. It was because this was an enhanced block. The pangolin came to claim the territory and happened to run straight into me, who'd just broken through. It was also a reminder. No matter how good an enhanced block is, you have to kill the monster guarding it before it's yours. If you can't win, none of it means anything. I sorted through the stuff on the ground. With the 5 times bonus, scrap iron went from 3 to 15, spikes from 2 to 10, and stone blocks jumped to 15 too. I didn't care much about the materials. My eyes were fixed on those 10 pieces of gear. I grabbed a piece of leather armor. Leather top, tier 1. Health plus 5. Physical defense plus 3. This is way worse than tier 2. I frowned. But on second thought, a mosquito's leg is still meat. How many people out there don't have a single piece of gear? I should count myself lucky. And my shirt had just been shredded by the pangolin, so this one was perfect to swap in. I pulled on the leather armor, wrapped it around me, and actually looked pretty sharp. Good thing it works as normal clothing, not the kind that only shows up in a fight. I moved around a bit. Movement wasn't affected, so I was relieved. The pangolin dropped 2 pieces, a leather top and a pair of bracers. I picked up the bracers. Good, no duplicates. If it had dropped something identical to my helmet, I'd have been speechless. Leather bracers, tier 1. Health plus 3. Physical attack plus 2. Same as the leather top, better than nothing. Whatever. Tier 1 stuff gets replaced fast, so a little worse doesn't matter. I put them on and moved around. No problem. I checked myself while I was at it. Jorue. Level 2, 235 out of 300. Health 29 out of 53. Attack 9 to 10. Physical defense 10. Strength 10. Constitution 10, Agility 10, Spirit 10. Equipment: Stone Spear Tier 2, Silver Helm Tier 2, Leather Bracers Tier 1, Leather Top Tier 1. Skills: Eye of Truth 4, Basic Crafting 3, Basic Forging 3. Closing the panel, something suddenly hit me. Where was the conversion stone? Even those weak little zombies dropped them. How did a pangolin this strong not drop a single one? Even one would have let me put together a facility. Ugh, guess I still have to go find magnetic stone. I looked at the gear on the ground, a little disappointed. Whatever. I didn't have enough conversion stone or magnetic stone anyway, so there was no point thinking about it now. The consolation was that block 300 was genuinely great. Grass, oxygen production, and space so big it hit 29 cubic meters. Combined with the oxygen I had left over, I wouldn't have to worry about running out of air for a while. Next hurdles: food and water. I gathered up the gear and headed for the base. I was going back for the stuff on the workbench. From starting to break through, it had taken over 2 hours all in, plus fighting and sorting. That was plenty of time to finish the things I queued up earlier. Back at the base, I didn't rush to the workbench. First, I grabbed a bottle of water and cracked it open. Glug, glug. Down the hatch, one bottle gone. Ah, that's the stuff. I let out a burp. The empty bottle flashed into white light and flew away. Stingy. I shook my head. Won't even let me keep the plastic. I glanced at the 3 bottles of water on the ground. The 5 times bonus had built up a little stock, but this much was nowhere near enough. I had to find a way to produce water continuously. Either dig into a block with a river or sea, or build a water collector to pull water from the air. But that thing was painfully slow. I'd need several just to keep myself drinking. Until I find water, easy on these 3 bottles. I turned and walked over to the workbench. The items were long finished. First, I checked the stone furnace. A little furnace about the size of a palm, standing square on the bench, handles on both sides, for legs planted steadily. After the 10 experience, I wasn't surprised at all. This thing would grow to normal size once I set it down. I scooped it up. Stone furnace complete. Please choose placement and orientation. No inventory available. Cannot store. Same deal as the tent. I had to set it down for it to take effect. I looked around and decided to put it in block 100. Not the starting block, for 2 reasons. 1. This ghostly image took up space, and the starting block was already cramped. Adding it would block the path. 2. It counted as an industrial facility. I wanted to keep it a bit separate from where I lived, so storing things later would be organized instead of one big mess. I walked to block 100, found an empty spot, and set it down. Place the stone furnace? Confirm. Ding. First time crafting and placing a stone furnace. Personal experience plus 60. Building skill experience plus 300. Building experience full. Advanced to level 4. Level 4 already. My eyes lit up. Just as I thought, building things levels you up fast. What amazed me wasn't anything else. It was how absurdly fast this leveled up. All told, I'd only built 3 things: the tent, the campfire, and the stone furnace. Just those 3 shoved my building level to 4. 1 facility per level, basically. Who wouldn't be envious of that efficiency? Which meant that grinding experience through the crafting bench alone put me several times ahead of everyone else. And I wasn't short on materials, so I could keep building forever. Keep training like this, and fine and perfect quality will be routine. Common and broken will be harder to get than winning the lottery. I thought smugly. All right, enough daydreaming. Let me check the stone furnace. I looked up, and wow. The palm-sized furnace from a moment ago was now 30 or 40 centimeters wide and about half a meter tall, its surface covered in engraved patterns, giving off a real antique vibe. Same as the tent, it grew to normal size once set down. I opened the panel. Basic stone furnace. Durability 200. Defense 3. Oxygen cost 0.01 per minute once lit. Function: oxygen consumption minus 0.002, burn speed plus 15%. Description: can smelt most items at the cost of extremely high oxygen consumption. Whoa, the oxygen cost is brutal. I cried out on the spot. I did the math. 0.01 a minute is 0.6 an hour, 14.4 cubic meters a day. A pure oxygen guzzler. Block 300's 29 cubic meters would keep it running for 2 days, and factoring in my own use, not even 2. Who could afford to run this? Thankfully, it came with an oxygen reduction line, so it actually only burned 0.008. Still more than double the campfire, but just barely usable. Plus the 15% burn speed indirectly saved a little more. If not for those 2 stats, I'd have smashed it and remade it. I sighed, but the stone furnace really was useful. It could boil dirty water in bulk, while the campfire could only heat a little at a time. It could also melt scrap iron and process small bits of ore. Slower than a professional smelter, sure, but at least it was a bridge into the Iron Age. Put that way, it wasn't such a bad deal. I stopped studying it and turned back to the workbench. Two more things to check, and for me right now, these two might be far more important than the furnace. The chest and the shovel. Let's see what quality they rolled. Behind the workbench, a wooden chest and a stone shovel lay one in front of the other. Both normal-sized, no shrinking. Seems only building-type items shrink. Regular items don't. I checked the chest first. Made of wood, rectangular, just a bit short, with odd proportions. Can this even hold anything? I opened the panel. Basic wooden chest, 18 slots. Each slot holds up to 30 units of material. Gear cannot be stacked. Unlocked, maybe stolen. Damn, common again. I was a little disappointed. That fine stone pickaxe last time must have been pure dumb luck. Seems getting fine quality was even harder than I thought. This chest was just like the ones in games. It could stockpile duplicate items. It just had few slots. Only 18, not even half of the 64 stacked chests in Minecraft, and one slot held 30 at most. A fine one probably just has a few more slots. Mulling it over, I spotted a big problem. A chest this size, how was I supposed to move it? Don't tell me I actually have to haul it myself. I reached out and touched it. Huh. The chest instantly went semi-transparent and weightless. When I felt it, I could still touch it, but it was light as foam. So this means I'm supposed to place it? Fine, as long as I can move it. I picked up the chest and turned in circles looking for a spot. The chest was for stockpiling my stuff, so it had to be well placed and easy to keep an eye on. Two criteria for the location: close to the facilities for easy access, and open space around it, so I could line more up neatly later. In the end, I put it in block 100, right up against the starting block. One step and I was there, much safer than by the furnace, and central, close to everywhere. Place the wooden chest? Yes. Ding. Wooden chest crafted successfully. Personal experience, plus 15. Crafting experience, plus 90. I looked at both sides of the corridor, where all the materials that wouldn't fit had been piled. Now it was handled. I stuffed the materials into the chest one by one. The moment I opened it, the items shrank with a whoosh and settled obediently into the slots. Like a magic trick. Before long, the 18 slots were nearly full, only a few left. Some materials were so plentiful that one type took up 2 slots on its own. I need to build more chests. I frowned, but at least the corridor was finally clear, no more squeezing through sideways. There was still one headache, though. What about the gear? I turned to look at the 20-plus pieces on the ground. The starter pack weapons, the dozen-plus pickaxes, for helmets, leather armor, bracers. They took up even more space than the materials. The chest had only a few slots left, and one slot held just one piece of gear. There was no way to fit them all. Too much stuff is a sweet kind of problem. Whatever. The gear could stay piled on the ground for now, until I dug out more space. But I didn't need to keep making chests. Chest handled. Now for the stone shovel. Like the pickaxe, it hadn't really changed shape, just swapped the pick head for a shovel head. The question was, with the pickaxe already handling all the digging of dirt and stone, what was this shovel even for? I bent down and picked it up. Ding. Stone shovel crafted successfully. Experience plus 25. Crafting experience plus 100. Crafting experience full. Advanced to level 4. Leveled up again. Crafting hit level 4 too, even with forging. Too bad it was still common quality. Whatever, as long as it's not broken, it's usable. I stared at the shovel in my hand. It definitely wasn't just a waste of materials. I opened the panel. My pupils shifted at once. Common stone shovel, tier 1. Mining level, dirt with pebbles. Durability, 5 out of 5. Function, stamina cost minus 10%. Description, mainly used to move dirt and to dig holes and trenches on dirt blocks. What's that mean? I fiddled with it for a while and finally got it. The shovel could dig dirt, but only soft stuff like soil. It couldn't touch stone. That still needed the pickaxe. And its dig speed was about the same as the pickaxe, faster by maybe a dozen minutes at most, basically no difference. But the shovel could do one thing the pickaxe couldn't. Reshape terrain. Digging holes, trenches, and pits in already open blocks all came down to this. I'd been worrying about how to reshape my own territory, and here was the answer. Now I can level the paths. I looked at the bumpy, uneven ground and smiled. In games, dirt roads are hard to walk on and slow you down. I'd walk this whole route until my shoes were nearly worn flat. Level the paths, and I'd move a lot faster. If I wanted to get fancy, I could lay a stone floor, but that ate too many pebbles. No need for now. The shovel could also dig traps to catch wildlife and slow monsters down. The monsters were so fierce that one pit wouldn't hold them, but better than nothing. With this shovel, there's a lot more I can do. But I shook my head and pushed down the excitement. Space was still tight. First, dig out the nearby blocks. These fancy tricks could wait. I set the shovel in a corner and went back to the workbench to make more useful things. Browsing the building recipes, I came across a support pillar. The name said it all. Anti-collapse. Did digging too many blocks cause cave-ins? The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Better make one to be safe. Spend 3 logs and 5 hemp ropes to craft a support pillar. It flagged insufficient materials. Short on hemp rope. Easy fix. Leaves make it. Turn 3 leaves into 1 hemp rope. Confirm. Material to material conversions were fast, 1 every 5 seconds. I turned all 15 leaves into hemp rope, then switched back to the support pillar. Crafting, wooden support pillar. 2 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. Quality, 70% common, 15% fine, 3% perfect, and so on. Wooden. My face fell. So, is there a stone one further down the list? If it's wood, then this thing has a health bar, right? Would a few swipes from a monster snap it clean off? Yikes. That'd be a disaster. I sucked in a cold breath. Inside a room, it'd be fine. Just clear the monsters. But if it was propped up in the middle of a path, and some monster got handsy and snapped the pillar, my scalp tingled. I'll worry about it once it's made. Maybe it's not as bad as I think. I hurried to reassure myself. The support pillar would take 3.5 hours, so I didn't sit idle and kept browsing recipes. Honestly, right now I didn't seem to be short on much. Pickaxes by the pile, over a dozen torches. What I actually lacked all needed special materials, plus food and water. After browsing a while, I picked out 2 important items. First, a fire starter. Right now the torch lights with a silent command, but that was limited. Once it ran out, it was gone. Down the line, making fire and lighting the campfire or furnace would all depend on a fire starter. Better made early. I couldn't be bothered with an inefficient fire drill setup, so I went straight for the advanced model. A rope-driven flywheel that throws sparks with a single press, fast and easy. It just cost a bit more, wooden rods plus hemp rope. Hemp rope was easy, leaves make it. Turn 3 leaves into 1 hemp rope. Confirm, confirm, confirm. A few taps and I had enough. Back to the fire starter. Spend 5 wooden rods, 2 hemp ropes, and 1 log to craft an advanced fire starter. Confirm. Then I came across a basic stone chisel. Clearly a tool. A lot of wooden furniture wouldn't even let you press the craft button without one. A necessity. Make it. Spend 3 stone, 2 wood, and 1 hemp rope to craft a basic stone chisel. Confirm. I opened the crafting list. Advanced fire starter, 3 hours, 29 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. Basic stone chisel, 6 hours, 29 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. Huh. My eyebrow twitched. Why did these 2 take so long? A fire starter, 3.5 hours. A chisel, 7.5? What kind of nonsense logic was this? Were they even more precious than the tent? I rubbed my eyes. No misreading. Oh wow. At least, once crafting hit level 4, the odds of fine quality had ticked up. But remembering that string of comments, I immediately squashed my hopes. Those odds are pure scams. It only counts once it's actually made. I gave myself an out. Talk too big, and if it rolls common again, how embarrassing. Then again, I'd only been in here a day and had already piled up this much. Basic facilities and tools all set. My score had definitely gone up. Oh right, I could check my score. I opened the leaderboard. 301 to 321. The furnace, shovel, and chest added 20 points. Why does it feel a little low? I glanced at the others. Second place, Shimin Shueishue, still 193, not budging. Third, Desolate Heaven Emperor, crawled from 186 to 188. The ones below basically stood still, scraping a point or 2 at most. Put that way, my 20 points was already a runaway lead. And this stir had blown up the chat room. The moment I picked up the furnace, someone had zeroed in. First place's score shooting up, 301 to 311, then 321. A crowd started spamming, arguing over who first place even was and how he could climb so fast. But I never looked up. Buried in recipes, I saw none of it. Damn, is first place even human? 20 points in 1 jump. I want to report this. Nameless is cheating. Give it a rest. Who could possibly cheat in a place like this? Conspiracy. This has to be a robot, deliberately holding us humans down to mess with us. Doesn't anyone else find this creepy? Who is this guy? Most of us struggle to break 100, and he's already over 300 and still climbing. But he never says a word. There's no way to find him. Have you considered he might just be genuinely amazing? I don't buy it. If he's really that good, I'll eat this stone block right here. Screenshot saved. Adding one of my own. 100 messages a second, the screen scrolling like a waterfall. Nameless had become the center of attention, one out of every few new messages digging into him. And the man of the hour was still grinding away at survival in his own little world, not seeing a single word. All right, everything I need to make is queued up. Now I wait. Back to digging. Food and water still aren't sorted, and that's what really matters. I had no other option. Even with the 5 times bonus, there was no guarantee I'd dig up food. All I could do was gamble, one shovelful at a time. I looked at the long corridor ahead. Block 300 was broken through. Time to open the 4th. I'd meant to dig one straight tunnel to the end, but it was too narrow. If monsters could phase through walls, I'd be stuck helpless. I needed to expand sideways. The moment I thought of expanding, I thought of the support pillar. If it really was like I guessed, that digging too wide caused cave-ins, that'd be even more trouble. After thinking it over, I decided to widen the corridor by 1 block. I'd keep an eye out while digging, and if it really collapsed, I'd bolt. I didn't dig every other block either. Skip a block and I'd only see what was at my feet, not the block beyond. If monsters spawned over there with something blocking my view and raided my home, that'd be a real injustice. Digging right next to each other gave the clearest sightline. I walked up to 0, 1, 0 and checked the info first. Unknown area, 0, 1, 0, dirt block. Block properties, 50% resources, 30% rewards, 10% enemies, 8% other, 2% disaster. Just as I thought, blocks near the base have a higher chance of good stuff. I relaxed instantly. Unlike block 300, where resources were only 30% and the monster chance was doubled. Made sense. If starting blocks loved spawning monsters, everyone might as well just lie down and give up. I hefted the pickaxe and slammed it down hard. A new window popped up. One glance, and my expression shifted. Digging, 0, 1, 0, 184 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. Whoa, the stone pickaxe is this strong. Straight down to 185 minutes. My hands stuttered mid-swing. Right, this time I'd swapped in the stone pickaxe, just to see how it stacked up against the wooden one. I'd figured it'd shave off a dozen or 20 minutes at most. But originally the wooden pickaxe took 270 minutes, and after allocating stats, 245. This time, just from swapping to the stone pickaxe, it dropped straight to 185, a whole hour less. Is this pickaxe really that strong? I thought it over. Level dominance. The wooden pickaxe was the junkiest, 0 stats. The stone pickaxe was a tier up, meant for stone blocks. Using it on dirt was like punching down. Add in how much my stats had grown, and it was like a level 10 character taking a stone pickaxe to a newbie block. So the pickaxe's level should be the priority. If the stone pickaxe was this strong, then the next tier. My imagination was already running. The next tier should be metal, right? Bronze. Or iron. I sank into thought. The pick head came down again and again, the heavy force traveling up my arm. Dirt tumbled away, but I couldn't see any change in my view. If it really is a metal pickaxe, smelting, or is going to be a huge hassle, I'll have to build a smelter. I thought as I dug. Smelting, or underground, was pitfalls everywhere. On the surface you could dig any old mine shaft, set up a big smelter, and churn out as many metal ingots as you wanted. But down here, oxygen was limited. The stone furnace already burned so much oxygen. A smelter that ran even hotter would be an oxygen-devouring beast. Even digging out a bigger space couldn't keep up, and it'd pump out a pile of carbon dioxide, ruining the air underground. Then there was water. Smelted or has to be forged, and quenching relies on water. And wouldn't you know it, water was exactly what I lacked most. Oxygen wasn't so bad. Dig out bigger spaces, build more oxygen generators, and you could fill the gap. But water. The water collector produced too little, and I'd drink half of it myself. Digging out a water source had absurdly low odds. Nobody knew what was buried in a block. With bad luck, I might not dig up a single drop before I die. But if I really hit a stream, it'd be incredible. Quenching, boiled water, ceramics from clay, watering crops, all solved. That was the hard part. All I could do was gamble, one shovel at a time. I swung my arms, digging fast thanks to stats a cut above everyone else's. Good thing I'd gone the balanced route. I wouldn't run out of stamina with strength to spare, or run out of spirit with stamina to spare. The longer I dug, the more I felt balanced stats were the way to go. Not getting bottlenecked by a single attribute was just comfortable. Time trickled by. In the dim yellow firelight, my shadow stretched across the ground, a few drops of hot sweat splashing into the dirt. The core's white light had long since gone out, so I could only light a torch. The illumination was pitifully weak, barely lighting one block. But I had plenty, no need to waste them, so I burned through them. A few more hours, and I finally stopped. My arms were aching numb. But seeing that layer of barrier ahead, I couldn't help smiling. Block 110 dug through. 5 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. If time runs out, the barrier vanishes and the corridor connects automatically. Phew, finally broke through. My hands are about done for. I tossed the pickaxe aside and wiped the sweat. Note, the block I broke through was 110, not 010. That's right, I dug 2 blocks in one go. When I broke through 010, I'd hesitated over whether to go in and look first. Then I figured, might as well dig another and open both together. Like a lottery, if this one's a dud, open the next right away. But 2 was my limit. The barriers had time limits, and if I got carried away digging and wasn't watching, the first barrier would vanish and monsters would come pouring out. Fun times. I glanced at 010's prompt. 1 hour, 46 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. An hour and a half left, that's enough. I relaxed. Not digging a third block was exactly because of this. Dig 1 and 010's barrier wouldn't hold. I could push it down to 3 hours now, but the gap was still big. I needed to train it under an hour and a half, and I wasn't there yet. I'll go take a look in a bit. Better not disappoint me. I sat resting, forcing down the urge to rush in. The first few blocks had low monster chances, but if one really did spawn, as worn out as I was, I could barely handle a normal monster. Throw another pangolin type at me, and I'd just have to cry. I sat and recovered for a bit, draining off the fatigue, then stood, grabbed the spear, and walked step by step to the 010 barrier. Go! Without a second thought, I ducked right in. My vision came back. Pitch black all around. Good thing the torch never left my hand. I stood still and pricked up my ears. No movement, just my own breathing. This block has a low monster chance. Gripping the spear, I swept the torch around, ready to thrust at any moment. Maybe because it was so close to the base, this block was pitifully small, about like the starting block. Surveyed in 2 or 3 minutes. Flat ground, no monsters. I loosened my grip on the spear and focused on finding the rest, so I could max the survey, make the barrier vanish, and let the outside light in. Before long, I found a pile of wood and stone. Room 010, surveyed 100%. Rewards: experience 25, stone blocks times 15, wood times 15, thin plastic times 10, hemp rope times 9. I was a little surprised. This much. Thinking back to that first block, it only gave me 1 log. Now it handed over a whole armful. Even without my 5 times bonus, it was way more than before. Looks like the one behind this really did mean it about more materials. I thought giving 1 or 2 extra was what they called an increase. I was half thrilled, half uneasy. Thrilled because my 5 times bonus could scoop up even more. Uneasy because if materials went up this much, the difficulty was surely rising too. Down the line it might be nothing but pangolin types. Thinking about it gave me a headache. Whatever, no more dwelling on it. I set the materials to auto-transfer back to the starting block. Even though it was only a few steps, saving effort never hurt. The barrier vanished, and the torchlight from outside flooded in, much brighter. Back at the starting block, I cracked a bottle of water and drank half, then stopped. Only here do you realize how little water there is to go around. Before, I'd drink 1 bottle of water a day at most, mostly soft drinks instead. But now, soft drinks were more precious than gold, and making something like cola was next to impossible. Anyone who could pull out a bottle of soda right now could sell it for a fortune. My change in circumstances had been so fast I hadn't adjusted yet. Should have brought more on me before coming in. I said offhandedly, then shook my head. It'd have been pointless. It all vanished the moment I entered. I dumped 010's materials into the chest. Good thing I'd made the chest ahead of time. All these odds and ends spread on the ground would be a road-blocking menace, eating up most of the space. I like things tidy, and spread on the ground my OCD would have flared for sure. Once I cleaned up, I looked at the last block, 110. The previous ones kept giving materials, so I didn't have high hopes for it. These blocks were meant to give everyone a foundation. The valuable stuff was in treasure chests and on monsters. Before going in, I glanced at 010's stats. Common block, 0, 1, 0, dirt. Space 8 cubic meters. Danger level, 0%. Trait, none. The 2 things I cared most about were danger level and trait. High danger and monsters spawn at nightfall, tearing down facilities in no time. No trait, and it's just a plain, unremarkable block. Thankfully, this block's danger was zero, no self-spawning monsters. Too bad, no trait, so it was only of average use. I pulled my gaze back and fixed on 110. Best if no monsters showed up. It hadn't been long, and the monsters were already this strong. A few more, and I really couldn't handle them. Health's about recovered. Give me a little luck this time. I grabbed the spear and ducked in. The barrier rippled, then settled. The instant I entered, I stuck the torch in the wall, eyes scanning nonstop. The pitch-black dirt lit up in the firelight, dry and solid. 2 or 3 minutes. No sound, nothing off. No monsters. Another resource block. Fine, at least it's not throwing some nasty piece of work at me. I let out a breath, set down the spear, and held up the torch to light the depths. Exploring, 1, 1, 0. Progress 40%. Only 40%. I walked forward a few steps, the firelight driving back the dark. But as it swept over one corner, my pupils shrank hard, my mouth falling slightly open. Holy crap, are those vegetable leaves? I couldn't hold back my excitement and rushed over in a few strides. A patch of lush green plants, growing in the soil. Whoa, is my luck this insane today? Another block that can grow plants? I'm rich. I forced down the elation and opened the panel first to check if it was edible. If it turned out to be poison weeds, that'd be soul-crushing. Listless rapeseed greens, malnourished. Growth progress, 99%, growth halted. Block bonus, minus 50%. Status, water severely insufficient, sunlight insufficient. Estimated harvest, 1 to 3 plants. Ugh, what the hell is this? I was dumbfounded. 1% short of ripe, and it stalled right there. Come on, put in a little effort. You're one breath away. I was equal parts furious and frantic. Rapeseed greens, no mistake, a vegetable that existed back on Blue Star, safe to eat. But this panel was pure aggravation. I refused to believe it. There have to be a few that grew right. I checked plant by plant. 98%, 99%, 99%. Each one made my heart ache a little more. My poor greens. In that moment, I became a weathered old farmer, on the verge of tears over this patch of sickly seedlings. The most infuriating part was that these greens could have grown just fine. Because of the lack of water and light, they were all pale and hollow, like veiled in a mist, ready to topple at the lightest touch. By the time I'd nearly gone cross-eyed checking, I finally found a few ripe ones. Barely mature rapeseed greens, harvestable. Progress 100% mature. Status, nutrients draining, will spoil in 3 days. Harvest, 1 plant. Even ripe, they were just as sickly. No difference in appearance at all, poor status, and only 3 days left. Good thing I found them early. 3 days later, these greens would all wither in the dirt, and it'd be far too late. Fine, at least I'm not empty-handed. I consoled myself. As for the unripe ones, I had no way to help. I couldn't very well water them with my few bottles of purified water, could I? I'd be at a total loss. I stared at this half-meter square vegetable patch and knit my brow. The space wasn't big, but the greens were crammed in tight. Could it be that being this crowded was exactly why they turned out so pathetic? The more I looked, the more I felt these greens had grown here all at once, as a block resource, not the kind of trait block that keeps producing grass. Otherwise, they'd cover the whole ground, not all be bunched together. Too bad there's not enough water, or I'd have bagged this whole patch. I let out a long sigh. There were a good 30 plants here, but only a dozen or so were harvestable, and they'd take a further cut from malnutrition. Normally 1 plant yields 2 to 6, but now one probably tops out at 1, 2 at most. A rough tally. Originally 60 at minimum, 180 at max, now down to just over 10. The loss was absurd. If I could harvest them all, paired with my 5 times bonus, that'd be 900 rapeseed greens. Enough to keep me fed for life. But I couldn't get them. It all comes down to whether I can dig out a block with water in the next 3 days, or these greens will die sooner or later. I couldn't completely wash my hands of it, but there was nothing I could do right now except pray for water. Survey progress hit 80%, and I kept searching with the torch. Not maxed meant there was still something I hadn't grabbed. A few minutes later, in a low hollow, I found some pebbles and wood. Perfect. I'd used up most of my basic materials like wood on crafting, so this topped me back up. Room, 1, 1, 0, surveyed 100%. Rewards, experience 35, pebbles times 15, wood times 20. Experience full. Advanced to level 4. Gained 2 free attribute points. My glum mood lifted at once. Level 4 already. This leveling is pretty fast. If the crowd outside heard that, they'd probably drown me in spit, 1 glob each. Their leveling was painfully slow. Crafting? Not enough materials. Fighting monsters? Junk gear that got them killed. In the end, all they could do was go back to digging blocks, and one block yielded only a crumb of experience. Complaining that my pace was slow, if they didn't roast me to death, it'd be a testament to their patience. What to put points in? Strength or constitution? This time I wanted to experiment. Dump all 10 into one stat, and see which was better compared to a balanced build. I chose strength, wanting to figure out exactly how much it boosted digging. No sooner said than done. All 10 into strength, straight up to 20. In an instant, my whole body burned, like a furnace venting white steam. My arms visibly thickened, muscles bulging block by block, like something out of a comic. But the next second, my entire body felt like it was being hammered with a sledge, the pain mounting fiercer and fiercer. Ack ha ha. My breathing went ragged, every breath taking everything I had. Damn, adding strength triggers a reaction this big. Probably because my constitution was maxed high enough. After aching for a good while, the surge slowly faded. I sprawled on the ground gasping, taking ages to recover control of my body. The moment I climbed up, aching all over, my head throbbing like I'd been clubbed unconscious. How is a human supposed to endure this? If not for my 10 points of constitution, it'd probably have hurt for ages. Anyone else would have dropped flat on the spot. I rubbed my temples, dull pain still pulsing through me, wincing at every move. Should have added it bit by bit. 10 at once was too brutal. My body couldn't handle the change at all. I looked down, all red, especially my two arms, veins coiled thick, like they were about to burst. Whoa, that intense. I got that strength grows muscle, but this was too extreme. Now my two arms were absurdly thick while my body was still the same skinny frame, top and bottom badly out of proportion. Walk out like this, and people would yell, "Where'd that Hulk come from?" Fine, back to balanced allocation. I was on the verge of tears. Otherwise, this looks bizarre, and the other stats can't support 20 strength anyway. Having muscle is good, but could it please not all pile up in one spot? Ugh, this is a real mess. How am I supposed to show my face looking like this? Now I finally understood the consequences of dumping everything into one stat. With a look like this, who could keep their cool? But there was nothing to do right now except grit my teeth and bear it, hoping the next level up would let me spread points across the board and even things out, which meant I'd have to spend a stretch underground looking like a freak. Good thing there was no one else here, or I'd get screenshotted and dumped into the chat room in a heartbeat. And only someone like me, getting 10 points per level, would faceplant like this. Everyone else added 2 at a time and never came close to this effect. Consider it me taking the mine for the whole crew. I turned back to 110's info. I'd been so focused on leveling that I hadn't looked closely. Stone and would gotta restock, but to upgrade the tent into a dirt house, I was still far short on materials. And the key thing, how to get dirt, I still hadn't figured out. I didn't dare rub my chin anymore, afraid I'd crush it if I pressed too hard. Besides that patch of rapeseed greens, 110 had nothing valuable. What I cared about more was whether it had a trait. If it could grow vegetables on its own, my food would be secure. I opened the stats. Common block, 1, 1, 0, dirt. Space 9 cubic meters. Danger level 1%. Trait, none. I stared at that last line, silent, and sighed. Knew I wouldn't get that lucky. What good stuff could these early blocks even give? I knew in my heart the odds were under 1%. I was just trying my luck. But actually seeing the word none still stung. So this patch of rapeseed greens was a one-time crop. No regrowth after harvest, so I'd have to ration it. Best case, I could harvest 12 to 15 plants, and with the 5 times bonus, 60 to 90. A bit worse, and it'd be less. That much would only cover a few meals. For the long haul, I'd still have to grow my own. But I didn't have a single seed. I transferred 110's materials back to the starting block. This trip wasn't a loss. Restocked materials, got some greens, and dug out 2 more blocks. More space, more oxygen, but nowhere near enough. Had to keep digging. Back at the base, I stuffed the materials into the chest and took a bite of wheat bread. The flour taste rushed up. TCH, Tier 1 food really is worse, not as good as Tier 2. I found myself missing that bowl of lean meat porridge, gone for good. The most annoying part was these hands. I could only pinch the bread carefully and bring it to my mouth, terrified I'd crush it if I gripped too hard. Done eating, I even licked my fingers clean, then downed the last half bottle of water. The bottle dissolved into light and flew off. Fullness 76%. Not bad, that'll hold a while. I patted my stomach. My food stores were down to 1 cooked potato now. After that, the kitchen was empty. Good thing I dug up the greens for an emergency. But the greens had to be cooked, which meant pots and pans. Without or veins or a forge, I couldn't make those yet. That left two crude workarounds: shape a big pot from clay or grind stone into a slab and cook over the campfire. The stone slab worked poorly, basically just grilling, and without oil it didn't count as stir-frying. Skewering and roasting, that would have to wait for meat. Roasting greens on a skewer just felt wrong somehow. All right, next step, make a stone slab. Once done, I could light a fire and cook the greens. I walked over to the workbench. I'd kept it running at full capacity the whole time, so as not to waste a moment. By the 6+ hours I'd spent digging 2 blocks, the support pillar, 3 hours, and fire starter, 3.5 hours, were surely done, and the stone chisel, 6.5 hours, might still be a bit short. Sure enough, the support pillar and fire starter were both finished. The support pillar was small, dark brown, with a thickened platform on each end, clearly meant to prop up a ceiling. I reached out and picked it up. I froze for a second. The placement outline before me was thick and sturdy, running from floor straight to ceiling. While I was still dazed, the notification chimed. Once I read it, I was flat out stunned. Wooden support pillar crafted successfully. Experience plus 30. Building experience plus 120. Special structure. Used to support dugout blocks and prevent cave-ins. Better materials mean better stats. A wooden support holds 9 blocks, stone 16, increasing tier by tier. Cave-in conditions. 1. The open blocks must be continuous, with no undug blocks in between. 2. Cave-in triggers once continuous blocks exceed 9. 8 or fewer is safe. After a cave-in, the block is buried by the dirt above, becoming impassable. All facilities on it are destroyed, and redigging does not refresh rewards. If a person is inside, they take massive damage. At minimum, critical injury. At maximum, death on the spot. I went numb, staring at the panel a long while before snapping back. Holy crap, could a carbon-based life form even dream up this design? I read it a few more times to make sense of it. I'd already guessed too much digging caused cave-ins, but I'd figured it'd collapse a small patch at most. I never expected it to trigger reliably once you hit 9 blocks. The key thing was, counting the starting block, I was already at 6, which meant if I dug to a 9th block, everything before it would get buried along with it. Have mercy. My scalp tingled, and I swore out loud. The most sinister part was, something this major wasn't announced in advance. People who didn't know would get buried alive mid-dig. Maybe the one behind this hadn't expected anyone to dig this fast and planned to announce it when the time came. But no matter how I turned it over, something fell off, and I couldn't put my finger on it. All I could do was file it away. I sorted the support pillar rules into a few points. Hard cap on count. No more than 9 connected blocks. By the 8th block, I had a plan to leave one as a support. Layout. Leaving the center of a 3x3 grid empty is most stable, but blocks vary in size, so it's hard to pull off. Which meant support pillars were basically mandatory. Use higher tiers, bigger range, higher durability. Don't cluster facilities. One cave-in, and they're all gone. That last point scared me most. Facilities were built with materials and time. Now, with few of them, no big deal, but once I'd stockpiled a lot and one collapse hit, I'd want to die? Worse, I might get buried right along with them. So I'd have to plant a few pillars around key facilities, so losing one wouldn't cause an immediate collapse. As for the blocks I had now, I was torn. The last block just happened to have its center dug through. If I hadn't dug it, I could have kept it as a natural support and skipped the pillar. But if I hadn't dug it, I wouldn't have found the greens in 110. A dilemma. I opened the support pillar panel. Wooden support pillar, 9 blocks. Durability 100. Defense 0. Description: only effective for blocks within 9 connected blocks. Note: once active, durability slowly decreases automatically and must be watched constantly. Under monster attack, it drops even faster. Damn, it does have a health bar. I cursed out loud. I'd expected durability, but the fact that it wore down on its own was infuriating. It didn't drop while inactive, but once active it ticked steadily down to 0. Now I had to watch not just the blocks but the pillar too, repairing it in time. Few pillars now, fine, but once I had a lot, I'd have to keep an eye on them constantly. Is this effect designed purely to torment us? My face went sour, and with 0 defense, it clearly couldn't take a beating. A couple of hits from a monster and it'd break. To place it, I had to make sure no monster had eyes on it. I stuffed the pillar into the chest. Good thing I'd made the chest ahead of time, or I couldn't even store this thing. I'll think about placing it once I've planned out the blocks. I pulled up the 3D map. Well now, the shape I'd dug out looked just like a platform. 2 blocks up top, for below, fairly symmetrical. At this depth, one pillar can hold it all up? I really can't wrap my head around that logic. Having a map made it far more intuitive, no need to imagine it. Next dig I have to be careful. Over 9 and it collapses. I can dig 2 more at most right now. I also realized, as long as I dug continuously, support pillars were an unavoidable must, unless I could teleport across blocks, which sadly I couldn't. So pillars should go dead center in a block for maximum coverage, and I need to make a lot. And the optimal play was still to stockpile high-tier pillars, bigger range and higher durability, less hassle. Pillars sorted, I went back to the workbench. 2 more things to check. The chisel might be a bit short of done, and the fire starter was surely finished. An odd thing sat on the bench, like a cross. A vertical rod tied with rope to the ends of a horizontal rod below, with a thick log fitted onto the vertical rod as a counterweight. I picked it up. Crafted successfully. Common Advanced Fire Starter, Tier 2. Experience plus 20. Crafting experience plus 100. Hefty. All the weight in that counterweight log. Spinning it built momentum, throwing sparks fast. I'd skipped the most primitive model entirely. Pure hand rubbing of sticks, which might not spark even after you'd worn your hands raw. Now that choice looked brilliant. If I'd had to hand rub, with these Hulk hands that struggled to even pinch bread, I could rub all day and never get fire. But going straight for the advanced model, like me, was rare. Others were tied on materials, so making a basic one to tide them over was smarter, saving materials for gear and facilities, which was more practical. I opened the fire starter panel, hoping to find a faster fire making or more durable trait. If it had one, all the better. Common Advanced Fire Starter, Tier 2. Fire making rate, 75%, with tinder, only 55% on dry wood alone. Durability 20. Each attempt costs 1 durability, success or not. This can't be right. Common again. My hopeful face instantly collapsed into disbelief. That over 10% fine. During crafting, I figured it was pure mockery. I suspected it wasn't over 10, it was 0 point something. Otherwise, how to explain rolling common every single time? That first wooden axe rolling fine, I could understand. That was bait to hook you. A lure to make you burn materials gambling on luck. Truly vicious. Good thing the fire starter, though common, was Tier 2, so 75% fire rate wasn't low. Surely it wouldn't fail repeatedly? If it failed more than 5 times in a row, I'd start suspecting someone was messing with me behind the scenes. Thinking of that junkiest starting model, hand-rubbed, odds probably under 50%, dropping to Tier 1 caps it at 30 to 40. The one in my hand suddenly looked great. But I couldn't use fire yet. Lighting. I had torches and the base's own glow. Warding off cold. I'd had the lean meat porridge, so I was warm. Cooking greens. I wanted to, but I didn't even have a pot, and the stone slab hadn't been started. Fine. Make it, and keep it in reserve. I stuffed it into the chest. Once I did, I froze. The chest was nearly full. I haven't even put my pile of gear in yet, and it's already full. Normally 1 chest is enough to stockpile for half a day, but I was different. 5 times bonus, which meant 1 person consuming 5 people's worth of resources. Any more materials, and I'd be piling them on the ground again. No good. Had to make another chest. As a proper hoarder, I had to tuck every last possession neatly into a chest. I laughed helplessly. Others worried about how to get resources. I worried about having so many I'd nowhere to put them. Don't pity me. Better yet, give me a few more times the supplies, and let me clutch this pile of materials, dying of shame and frustration with nowhere to use it. I went back to the workbench, not rushing to make a chest, but waiting first for the stone chisel to finish. The progress bar hit 0, and a finely made stone chisel appeared, a curved grip with a sharp stone spike at the tail. I picked it up. Crafted successfully. Common stone chisel, Tier 2. Experience plus 30. Crafting experience plus 120. Tool acquired. Place on the workbench to unlock some stone recipes. Right? Earlier I'd lacked the tool, so plenty of things couldn't be made even with enough materials. With the stone chisel in the tool slot, I could make more, basically all stone tier stuff. I was stepping from the wood age into the stone age. Common stone chisel, Tier 2. Durability, 500. Description. Place on the workbench to unlock chisel type recipes. Each craft costs durability, reparable with a stone repair tool. Damn, this has durability too? Couldn't they just make it unlimited? I griped. Good thing it was reparable, so no need to stockpile spares. I found the tool slot in the bottom left corner of the panel and placed the chisel in it. Stone chisel placed. Please check the updated recipes. A big exclamation mark popped up in the recipe tab. I clicked in, and a pile of new items came flooding out. New recipes unlocked. carved stone, stone bridge, stone pillar, stone storage chest, and more. Right, the reason I hadn't rushed to make a wooden chest was exactly this. The wooden chest would be phased out sooner or later anyway, so better to go straight to a stone chest and hold more. By the wooden to stone pickaxe pattern, the stone chest would surely hold more than the wooden one. Exactly how much I'd only know once I made it. Among the new recipes, stone floors, stone furniture, stone roofing, even a stone bridge. Could there be a river later? Would I need to build a bridge to cross? I also spotted fishing gear. Wait, can you even fish underground? I pictured it. Me standing all alone on a big bridge deep underground, a dark, deep river below, casting a rod into it. The image was too comical. Never mind, make the chest first. I searched a while and clicked on the stone chest. Spin stone blocks times 8, stone times 10, and the stone chisel tool to craft a basic stone chest. The materials were a bit pricey. Stone blocks were hard to find, and it wanted 8. The wooden chest needed just 1 log and 12 wood. The gap was obvious. For anyone else, it'd probably take 2 or 3 days to gather. But I had more stone blocks than I could use. Confirm. While at it, I queued 2 more. Spin stone blocks times 10, stone times 20 to craft a basic stone wall. Confirm. Spin stone times 3, wood times 2 to craft a stone file. Confirm. I mainly wanted the stone file, a tool for smoothing materials. The chisel worked big stone blocks, the file handled fine sanding. I'd meant to wait for metal to make the legendary file, but I couldn't afford to wait, so this would do for now. Once the file's out, that pile of wood can auto-craft into furniture. Good thing it does it on its own, no hands-on from me, or I'd never finish in half a month. I opened the list to check. Basic stone wall, 7 hours, 29 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. Basic stone chest, 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. Stone file, 6 hours, 29 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. Are you kidding me? The wall and the chest take this long. I blew up on the spot. The stone file at 6.5 hours I could get, same tool category as the chisel. But the stone wall at 8.5. The stone chest, a full 12 hours? And a 12 hours that hogs a slot the whole time. This is insane. Making these when time's tight early on is a pure waste of a huge chunk of time. I suspected my junk tools were dragging things down. Scanning around, I spotted an inconspicuous little exclamation mark in the corner, almost missed it. I clicked in. Workbench notes. 1. Initially, you have only basic recipes. More must be acquired separately. Monster drops, tool unlocks, chests, system rewards, and so on. 2. Initially 1 building slot and 2 item slots, independent of each other. Exceeding 2 buildings or 3 items at once fails. 3. Crafting is extremely time-consuming. The higher the skill level and tool level, the shorter the time. 4. Finished products are unowned. Anyone can take them and monsters can destroy them. The workbench itself can also be destroyed, and if it is, everything in progress is lost. I let out a long sigh. So many caveats, and I never even noticed. Reading through the 4 points, the workbench was clearly crucial, both for unlocking recipes and vulnerable to monsters. Good thing I put it right by the base from the start. If I'd placed it on the perimeter, any stray monster could have finished it off. The reason for the slowness was clear too. My tools were junk, the most basic tier, and my skills, though level 4, were still the starting tier. Stack the 2, and the stone chest crawled like this. Once my skills leveled up and I swapped the stone chisel for iron, steel, or diamond, the time would be slashed by more than half. But for now, I could only grind through it slowly. Fine, my condition's okay, no rush on this 12 hours. I just don't know when tomorrow's defense battle kicks off. Best to finish before then. That woman's voice hadn't said a word about it, so I had no clue. I'd meant to rush out a few pieces of gear and weapons for defense first, but with crafting times this long, I might end up with the battle starting while my gear was still in the pot. That'd be awkward. If only I could make 2 workbenches. I shook my head, but I'd tested it already. Only one could exist on the base. To make a new one, I had to cancel the old first, so I never bothered making a second. Early on, I could only grind with this one. Later, there might be another way. I glanced at the crafting odds again. Plenty of bad news, but some good too. The common rate had dropped from 50% to 70 or 80, meaning it concentrated toward common and above, and the bad quality rate fell from a frequent 20% to around 10. Skill level really was king. The problem was those 2 numbers, fine and perfect, looked as fake as ever. They'd only come up once total. Every time I looked, they irritated me anew. Since I can't roll them anyway, might as well just hide them and save myself the aggravation. I closed the interface. The surroundings were too quiet, empty, and hollow. Workbench sorted. What now? I looked at the starting block, then at the empty ground ahead. Right now the main line. Get magnetic stone and conversion stone, make the water extractor and the automatic oxygen generator. But I don't know where magnetic stone comes from, and conversion stone has to drop from monsters. The monsters are absurdly strong now, hard to get. Yikes, genuinely tough. My head throbbed. Still have to dig blocks. Without digging, I can't push progress, and I'm just spinning my wheels. I grabbed the stone pickaxe and walked to 110, planned out how I wanted the base laid out, and opened 210 S stats. Unknown area 210 dirt. Block properties 30% resources, 10% rewards, 8% enemies, 50% other, 2% disaster. What's going on here? I spotted the anomaly at a glance. By experience, resources at 30% and disaster at 2 were fixed. Only rewards and enemies fluctuated, and other usually hovered around 1 to 2%. But now 50% other? What was this? A special block? If rewards had spiked to 50%, no question, dig in. But I'd never run into this other at all, or maybe I had and didn't notice. If digging it open led to a bad event, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? I froze. Thought a long while, no answer. Nothing for it, but to ask the all-knowing netizens. The crowd in the chat room might know. I opened the chat room. The moment the chat room opened, the whole screen was buzzing. I skimmed a couple lines and froze. More than half were talking about me. Some even questioned whether a person like me existed at all, suspecting first place was a fake plugged in to pad the numbers. I got it instantly. My score was climbing at an absurd rate. Others dug a block for 4 or 5 units of material, which converted to 2 or 3 points, sometimes less. I got 5 or 6 points per block, plus finishing the stone chisel and support pillar just now sent me shooting up again. In their eyes, it was like I dug up treasure with every block. Cheating. The fact was, I really was cheating. It's just that because I was weak, I only got 5 times. Not like those senior brothers of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. Every one of them with infinite multipliers. Good thing the chat room isn't real name, or the moment I spoke up I'd get swarmed. Luckily, everyone was far apart. No one could reach anyone else, which saved a lot of trouble. Scrolling down, besides digging into me, some people were discussing survival tips. My interest perked up immediately. Everyone, did you notice the change while digging blocks? What change? Blocks have a health bar. One swing of the pickaxe, and that progress bar drops a chunk. Bro, are you treating us like idiots? Digging takes time by nature. So isn't that progress bar just a health bar? Full, and it disappears. Oh, you're right. Acting like he discovered a new continent. A crowd piled on. But the guy who discovered the health bar jumped back in. No, you're not thinking it through. Blocks have durability. Digging equals dealing damage to it. So, the higher your strength and the higher your pickaxe tier, the more damage, the faster you dig. High strength deals 10 damage per swing, others need 2 swings. High agility swings faster. Compare, and it's obvious. Damn, why are you so sharp? I've been dumb digging this whole time. I watched without much expression. I'd known all this already. I kept scrolling. 2. Higher pickaxe tier means more damage. 3. Gear comes in 3 types. Combat gear, worn to fight monsters. Survival gear, resists the environment, guards against high heat and severe cold. And profession gear, boosts life skills. Forging, farming, digging. Wear digging profession gear while mining, and it might cut time, save stamina, even add rewards. Boss, incredible summary. I bow to you. Thinking back over my whole run, the changes in digging speed really did line up with what he said. I just hadn't seen profession gear. Could it really add digging rewards? My curiosity stirred. While I was mulling it over, a message popped up that called me out by name. Everyone's curious how first place, nameless, gets such big hauls. My guess. He's over 100 points ahead of second. There's no way normal digging opens up a gap like that. He'd have to hit both. Dig fast, shortening the time to claim rewards, plus enough resources, constantly crafting to add points. Reaching this level right at the start isn't normal. So I suspect he dug into a ruin, stockpiled with a huge amount of treasure. And this ruin might be enormous, bigger than a typical small, ancient structure. The moment this was said, the chat room exploded. For real? Can luck explode like that? I struggle just to produce one resource, and he gets everything. I'm depressed. If we don't roast this guy over a torch, the heavens have no justice. Nameless dug into a ruin was suddenly common knowledge. I read it all thoroughly confused. Even I, the guy it was about, didn't know about this. How'd people find out? The neighborhood committee downstairs sure didn't notify me. Even more absurd, the more it spread, the wilder it got. From digging into a ruin, to me pushing open the gates of hell, to me signing a pact with a demon. Each version more spectacular than the last. I laughed helplessly. So I'd carelessly gone from the land of the living to the underworld and back again, and now I'm Kratos? But with my strength, I couldn't fight my way out of a paper bag. These people really love making big news. But this was good too. Let them go chase Nameless. What did it have to do with me, Jo Rue, a frail, powerless nobody? The corner of my mouth couldn't help curling up. I had to thank that rumor-spreading fellow. He'd not only redirected the fire from, is he cheating, onto the ruin, but also muddied the waters for me in the process. A real good Samaritan. Let along like this, plenty of people who'd been afraid to dig, fearing giant cockroaches or centipedes, got excited and started weighing whether to take a gamble. I thought about it and jumped in personally, posting a few lines. Everyone, could it be that the other option on a block is what might dig up a ruin? Right? Other was exactly what I wanted to ask about. Asking now wouldn't raise suspicion. If anything, it'd make people take me for just another bystander drawn in by the ruin. Perfect cover. I wouldn't know. Other is under 2%, way too low. Nameless hit odds that low. Is he a seal? Have any of you dug it up? Nope. I get either air or resources. Never seen that option at all. Then isn't the ruin a bust? Shouldn't a ruin be under the rewards category? How'd it become other? The vast majority assumed only rewards produced ruins, with only a small handful agreeing on other. While they were debating, that rumor-spreading fellow reappeared and called me out directly. Is the person who just said other produces ruins still here? I've got something to ask. Calling me. Had he figured out my real identity? My heart lurched, but I snapped out of it in an instant. I hadn't done anything, and I was anonymous. How could he know I was nameless? And even if he did, could he reach through the screen and kill me? I steadied myself and replied, "That's me, what is it?" I had to phrase it that way. The chat room had too many people scrolling too fast, and it was full of imposters, some pretending to be the me who'd just posted, others straight up pretending to be nameless. But nameless was too famous. The moment someone claimed the name, they got swarmed with questions and cracked within a few lines. Right? How do you think of other? Did you actually dig one up? The moment he said it, everyone's eyes converged on me. But the excitement lasted less than half a second before the fellow added a few more lines, and everyone got a cold splash of water. Oh no, I was just digging while reading messages and let my mind wander. I'd just about broken through a block and wanted to check the remaining time, glanced at the block info, and made the connection, so I figured I'd ask. Damn, thought you'd actually dug one up. For a second there, I really suspected you were nameless. But why would a big shot ever post messages? I strongly suspect the big shot is spying on us. Big shot, come say something. The chat room took on a whole new look. I quietly let out a breath. These people are so jumpy, taking everyone for nameless. But they'd never in a million years guessed that Nameless was not only reading their chat, but had just posted a message himself. The corner of my mouth curled, and I chuckled to myself. Soon someone else replied to me. I see. I thought you dug up a ruin. The reason I asked is I dug up something that seemed like other. Fourth block, center position, a beat-up tent. I got up close to look. Inside were just a few leaves and some wood, nothing else at all. I wanted to move it, but the prompt said it couldn't be moved. Either dismantle it on the spot for more resources, or find another way to haul it. I already had a tent, so it was useless to me. I just dismantled it for the resources. Now that you mention it, that thing was probably a ruin. Just too plain, so I didn't take it seriously. After reading that, the others and I all had different expressions. I stared at the chat board, mulling it over. By this guy's account, when everyone digs up other, there's a certain chance of a structure like a ruin? But would there be that many structures? Or did only a small fraction produce them, with the majority still being resources? I moved my gaze back to that 50% other block, 210. So could my block really dig up a ruin? Though by his description, it might be as small as a beat-up tent, with a smaller payoff than I'd imagined. In the chat room, once everyone got the news, they started scouring the blocks around them. The result? The vast majority topped out at 7 or 8%. Almost no one had 50 like me. So what exactly was the deal with my block? My curiosity was thoroughly hooked. I grabbed the stone pickaxe and swung down. Digging, 2, 1, 0. Progress 0%, 164 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. Wait, only 165 minutes? I paused. Digging time reduction should come from stats plus pickaxe plus gear. Last time it dropped from 245 to 185 from stat gains plus swapping to the stone pickaxe. But this time I'd added a full 10 points of strength, and it only dropped 20 minutes? That didn't line up with my memory of 1 strength equals 5 minutes off. Could it be like I'd guessed, that stat gains had diminishing returns, and the more you add, the less each point gives? I thought as I dug. If that's the case, then stats are way too weak. Diminishing this fast means the time future level-ups can shave off would be negligible. Stats importance takes a huge hit. Normal people are thrilled to level up, allocate points, get stronger, and cut digging time, several birds with one stone. But thinking about these diminishing returns, my face fell. Actually, I'd forgotten a few things. My level 1 was equal to others' level 5, and I'd piled every stat into digging-related ones. So with such a large investment base, of course the returns felt disproportionate. Someone adding a point at a time wouldn't perceive the gap at all, only feeling stronger a little faster. Oh right, I'd also forgotten these Hulk hands just weren't a good fit at all. But seeing this block only take 2+ hours, I felt better again. It started at 4.5 hours, and now it was so much less. Add it all up, and the change was still enormous. Digging on, I got bored. Deep underground was eerily quiet, so I opened the chat room to pass the time. I finally dug open a full ring of blocks around me. How many rings are you building? Even Kyoto isn't this crowded. Complain if you must, but keep it civil for all our sakes. Quit bickering. I'm building my base into ring after ring of circles, so when monsters come, they'll have to keep circling, running themselves to death. Then aren't you also running a marathon every day going back to base? Ahem, don't say I didn't warn you. Monsters can very likely bust through walls, and then they won't be taking the long way around, but you'll have run your own legs off. Image. For real or not? Haven't you read the monster stats people posted? Some can phase through walls, they just have to use a skill. Could you have said that sooner? I was about to start building. Aggrieved. I read with relish, my pickaxe never stopping. Just as I thought, some info you can only learn from the chat. Seeing monsters can phase through walls, my eyes lit up. Though I'd never witnessed it, I'd long been mentally prepared. If monsters were coming to smash the core, there was no way they'd obediently take whatever path you dug. Otherwise, you could dig one super long corridor and run them to death. So this news didn't surprise me. I'd never planned to dig a winding corridor anyway. Instead, I'd slowly hollow out the area around the base, then reshape the terrain so I could see which direction monsters came from and not stand there waiting up front while I got jumped from behind. Watching this crowd of idiot netizens chat, my pent-up loneliness eased considerably, and I swung the pickaxe with more energy. The situation was still grim, with people dying at every moment. But compared to the initial chaos, it was already much better. Next, as long as I kept stockpiling resources and growing stronger, I'd surely survive. And my next objective, food and water. Plus, whether I could find a way to replenish oxygen before it ran out. On the food front, I had greens now. Once the stone slab was made, I could cook. The stone file was for that. Unlocking the slab recipe once made, same principle as the chisel. But the file took 6+ hours, and the slab would have to queue after, so I couldn't cook in the meantime. If I got hungry, I could only rely on food dug from the dirt, or that life-saving cooked potato to tide me over. Water was the real trouble. The base still had 2 bottles of drinking water, but water was consumed at a huge rate, nowhere near enough to drink. I had to find a stable water source fast. I watched the blocks count down, 165 minutes, 60, 15. At some point my brow had knit tighter and tighter. My body grew heavier and heavier, like a stone pressing down on it. That surge of irritation crept up bit by bit, and amid the arrhythmic sound of digging, my mind began to drift out of control. So tired. When will I finish digging? This is so tedious. Why the hell am I even digging? Might as well just die. I can't beat that many monsters anyway. I'll get eaten sooner or later. Better to end it all now. I even had an urge to swing the pickaxe at myself. The instant that thought surfaced, I jolted and snapped awake. No. What was that just now? Why would I think like this? I cried out, threw down the pickaxe, cold sweat all over, panting like I'd just run 100 meters. Damn, what the hell just happened? I shouldn't be having thoughts like that. At the very start it might have been understandable. Who wants to be a fish on someone's cutting board? But now I held a 5 times bonus. I could clearly live just fine, so why would I want to die? Those thoughts just now were terrifying, like being quietly hypnotized. Now that I was awake, a chill ran down my back. If I'd truly sunk into it, I'd have been done for. I forced myself to review it, dug until tired, then irritated, then the thoughts piled up bit by bit. then suddenly the urge to end it. Was it just too much fatigue? But I'd rested before I started digging, and this was only the first block. And if I'd truly dug myself into a mental breakdown, there was no way I'd be this clear-headed now, let alone wake myself up. Was it monster mind control? No, there was no way I'd miss seeing a spawn monster, and it was nowhere near day 3. Then the problem could only lie within myself. I checked my body part by part. Head, hands, chest, legs. All fine. So something internal had gone wrong. But my mind was clearly not muddled, not tired, and my spirit. Wait, a thought flashed through my mind. Could it be my spirit that had gone wrong? But that didn't add up. I'd put spirit at 10. Even if I wasn't unbreakably resolute, I shouldn't be wanting to die at the drop of a hat, should I? But the more I thought about it, the more I felt it was exactly that. There was no way I'd casually seek death, and not having enough food and water wouldn't drive me to it either. So most likely my spirit had glitched just now. Have I been down here so long that I've gone unhinged? Someone locked in a dark room too long feels fear and panic, but reaching the seeking death level takes a very long time. Definitely not a matter of a day or two. There was something fishy about this. I flipped through the panel, checking line by line. Fullness and thirst had dropped a bit, normal. But my gaze nailed itself to one line and wouldn't move. Sanity, 15%. Why don't I remember seeing this before? Did I misremember? And is this number too low? I only knew sanity vaguely from tabletop RPG videos. A reason value, and if it dropped too low you went mad, so you had to keep it in the normal range. And right now, only 15% left. So those thoughts just now were caused by low sanity? Then how did I wake up in an instant? It couldn't be that the dice goddess secretly rolled me a critical success. Turning it over, I figured it was probably because I'd put spirit at 10 that I'd held out that once. Someone weaker might not have woken up at all and died on the spot. Then what about everyone else? Even with 10 more spirit than a normal person, I nearly lost control. Aren't they in even more danger? The thought had barely formed when a prompt sounded in my ear. Once I heard it, I squeezed a single word through my teeth. Damn, not warning me sooner or later, but waiting until I'd already triggered a breakdown and figured out the problem myself. Truly disgusting. So it's a state forced on me by going too long without sleep. No wonder I couldn't find anything wrong. But strange, I deliberately rest a bit before every dig to recover stamina. Doesn't that count? I looked at my stamina and energy bars. They'd long been stuck below 45, unmoving. Probably locked at a cap long ago, and just resting couldn't fill them back. I had to actually sleep. I sighed. I deliberately meant to rest before hard labor, precisely to prevent this, and it still came, and with such a brutal downside. Not only did it screw me over, it could ravage other people's minds too. Had I known, I'd have slept earlier. Now I'm in a bind. I don't know how long until day 3. If I oversleep and open my eyes to a monster eating me, I might as well have just lain down and given up. The worst part was it popped up right when I was about to break through, like painstakingly working your way up to the good part and being cut off by someone yelling stop. Who could stand it? Half an hour left, and I'd have finished. Nothing for it, but to sleep first. I laughed bitterly. No choice. The prompt said dragging it out would only worsen the mental breakdown, and by then I couldn't even guarantee I'd wake up. The only path, back to the tent to sleep. Strange, I hadn't been very sleepy, but now drowsiness suddenly hit. Whether it was bodily instinct or that forced state dragging at me, or maybe just that after a full day and night without shutting my eyes, my spirit was still keyed up, but my body couldn't hold out anymore. Good thing I made the tent early, or I'd be totally stuck right now. I couldn't help thinking. There had to be people who hadn't made a tent, either short on materials or thinking it useless and going off to make something else. When they realized how crucial this facility was, I wondered if they'd regret it. After all, who could have predicted being forced to sleep? The tent was crude. A few leaves on top, some clean leaves spread on the bottom. Done. But it was clean, no dust, and I could accept that. Oh, I flopped onto the leaves and sighed with comfort. Finally, I could truly rest a while. The moment I lay down, a window popped up. Choose sleep duration, for hours/8 hours/open-ended. It's customizable. I brightened. I'd been afraid of oversleeping, and here it offered an alarm clock service. Now I didn't have to worry about sleeping myself to death. How much is the correction time? Don't tell me it's several hours. I glanced at the fine print below. Insufficient sleep will be corrected, with the correction affected by constitution and spirit. Please prepare in advance. I hesitated. It was probably 7 or 8 hours until day 3. With this correction in play, 8 hours was basically off the table. For hours, and I feared I wouldn't sleep enough. Open-ended I tried. It wakes you whenever you recover. And if you're too exhausted, you might not get up for a whole day. Too dangerous. The catch was that the tent was the lowest tier facility, with no in-between options like 5 or 6 hours, or I'd have picked one with my eyes closed. Hope I don't sleep and never wake, and hope the defense battle comes late, leaving me some prep time. I chose 4 hours, lay down, and closed my eyes. The leaves dropped by 2, the cost of sleeping in the tent. Without those 2, I couldn't even sleep. Good thing I had enough materials. I must have been truly worn out, because before long I sank into a deep sleep. The cave fell into dead silence with me, only the torch on the wall still glowing. In the dark cave, only my faint, barely there breathing remained. Time seemed frozen. In the tent, my depleted body slowly healed, and my drained spirit finally got to catch its breath. The torch on the wall had long since gone out, and the cave returned to pitch black, only that faint breathing proving a person still lived here. And while I slept like the dead, the chat room had already boiled over. Because they'd been hit too, exactly like me, collectively falling into mental abnormality. Great numbers began reflecting on whether they'd allocated their stats wrong. Of course, even more had already died in their own frenzy, never to rise again. Phew. What the hell was that? Why did I want to kill myself just now? Don't even mention it, me too. My panel showed a severe madness debuff. Do you guys have it? Yes. Huh? Mine's different. Mine's absolute frenzy. Shocking. Mine's different from yours too. Did you all just lose control? I was digging dirt and suddenly wanted to die, but I've never had that thought before. Me too. I was fine with just being alive, then suddenly wanted to die. Thought my brain had broken. Turns out everyone got it. Just as everyone was at a loss, suspecting the mastermind behind the scenes, someone pinpointed the crux. Everyone, how long have you gone without sleep? Over a day without sleep and things get really bad. Why? You can die from not sleeping? He can't seriously force me to sleep. Right. The way you all just were. That's from going too long without sleep, spirit dropping too low and causing derangement. You can tough it out and not sleep too. At worst, you'll just keep wanting to end it. Plus your stamina and energy bars get capped. Another wave of uproar in the chat room. Damn, my stamina really is locked below 20%, and my energy too. So this is forcing us to sleep? Seems like without sleep it never comes back. Ugh, mental breakdown was disgusting enough, and now they add this restriction. Big shot. What do we do if we didn't make a sleep facility? That last line instantly struck home for a huge crowd. They were precisely the ones who, to save materials for more valuable things, hadn't made a tent. They never expected the consequence of not making it was being unable to survive. Had they known, they'd have made it first. Now scrambling to make one meant waiting several more hours. Too late. Had I known, I'd have made the tent first. Damn it, warn us sooner. Was not warning us a plan to watch us die? That troublemaker up there might just want us dead. Then someone reported a compromise method. I found you can sleep on open ground too, but the duration's uncontrollable. You might wake in an hour or two, or not get up for over a dozen hours. Really? So you can get by without a tent? You can, but sleeping on the ground recovers slowly, easily gives a sickness debuff, and the time can't be locked. In a tent you recover far faster, the sickness rate is extremely low, and you can pick your own duration. Way better. The crowd was both glad and worried. Glad they could sleep in place and not get worse. Worried that sleeping on the ground was pure luck. Good luck and you're fine. Bad luck and at best you catch a cold and fever, at worst high fever and weakness, which was no different from waiting to die. The gap between the two is huge. If you didn't make a tent, you can only tough it out on the ground. That's your own choice. Who told you not to make a tent first? Right? Something this important. Not making it is asking to die. A few who'd made tents early started lecturing others without a care in the world. There are always people like this, the only difference being whether they can hold it in. And the chat room, nameless and fully anonymous, gave them tremendous courage. So a flame war broke out. Good thing most people had recovered from the derangement and fired back one after another. These few show-offs instantly became rats crossing the street, beaten down the moment they poked their heads out, then vanishing at the first sign of trouble, slinking back into the dark to wait for their next chance. Once the chat room quieted down, everyone continued reviewing. I just worked out that this mental breakdown was mainly caused by long-term labor plus mental pressure. To withstand situations like this going forward, you have to put a few points into spirit. If you don't, next time the breakdown might last more than an hour, spiking to 2 or 3. In the chat room, that expert was still explaining things. 5 starting points of spirit is barely enough to ride out this first wave of disorder. But the pressure only climbs from here. You'll need higher spirit to hold on later. So listen up. The spirit attribute is a must invest. That set off a storm of replies. I dumped everything into strength. Am I going to get tortured to death? You couldn't have said this sooner. I put almost everything into mining stuff. So you're telling me both strength and spirit are mandatory? Looks like it. Strength boosts attack and mining speed. Spirit boosts resistance. Both are essential. Nobody's putting points into agility or constitution. You up there are too naive. This is a game where people actually die. You think the folks running it are going to kindly hand you every hint? Yeah, fair point. Most people were kicking themselves. Spirit was the one thing not a single one of them had touched, which was honestly normal. When you first drop in, who isn't scrambling just to survive? Out of the 4 attributes, strength and constitution give the most obvious payoff, so nearly everyone piled into strength first, with a few putting points into constitution and a little strength. Spirit? Too vague. No visible use, so they ignored it. Only someone like Zhou Rui, getting 10 points per level, could afford to scatter attributes around like seeds and drop a few into spirit. So when everyone hit the disorder with just 5 points of spirit, almost no one could handle it. Most of them suffered for an hour or two before coming around. Zhou Rui, on the other hand, sensed something was wrong from the start and snapped awake on the spot, and it was those few spirit points that made the difference. If he'd stacked more, he probably could have woken in seconds. But that was a luxury only he could afford. What normal person had spare points to throw at spirit? Most people ran a main and a backup at best, strength with constitution or strength with agility. Almost no one used spirit even as a secondary. And the ones who'd made it their primary? They weren't in this world anymore. If Zhou Rui had been awake and scrolling the chat right then, he'd have realized something. He was just about the only one who'd pulled himself out on his own. The leaderboard said it all too. The next highest score was barely over 200, and he was already sitting at 343, high enough to make people wonder what his deal was. But no matter how hard they guessed, they'd never land on those attributes that let him take on 5 at once. So we start dumping into spirit next level? Is this disorder a one-time thing? If it's just once, I'm sticking with strength. Feels like it's just once. They gave us the hint, right? Sleep early and you're fine. But how do we know it's coming? There's no clock down here. Hours go by and I've got no idea. Misjudge it and you just drop dead. No way. I was going to go all in on constitution. You trying to push your health to 40 or something? The chat was buzzing. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black burrow, Zhou Rui was still deep in a dream. He dreamed he was falling into an abyss, only able to dig down, never up. All around him came the wailing of ghosts, and he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. He finally broke through a patch of earth, and a sliver of light shone through. He was thrilled, and without a second thought, he rushed straight for it. The instant he passed through the barrier, he jolted awake. Damn it. I wanted to see what good stuff was in there, and it kicks me out. Just another 10 seconds, and he'd have seen what was behind that light. Definitely something incredible. Too bad. He woke up before he got a single look. He opened his eyes and glanced around, and his heart lurched. It's way too dark in here. Good thing I set the torch next to me before I slept. Otherwise, I couldn't even stand up in this black. He fumbled through the dark, feeling around until his hand found the torch, then silently willed it to light. Fire whooshed up and lit the area around him. He'd lit it outside the tent, of course. He wasn't dumb enough to start a fire inside. Burning the tent would be the least of it. Burn up all the oxygen and he'd suffocate. Not bad. Nothing came to chew my face off. Only after confirming there were no monsters around did he let out a breath. His worst fear was opening his eyes to find himself surrounded. Ah, that feels good. The moment he stood up, Zhou Rui felt strength coursing through him. More importantly, his mind was clear and sharp. None of that heavy fog from before he slept. His head felt crystal clear. Turns out I really do have to sleep, or I'd have kicked the bucket eventually. Only now did he truly grasp how much sleep mattered. A summary popped up in his vision. You have woken from sleep. Sleep requirement met. Energy and stamina bars fully restored. Restrictions lifted. Sleep quality, normal. Buffs gained. Mining speed plus 2% for 1 day, range 1 to 5%. 3% chance to gain plus 1 unit of resources for 1 day, range 1 to 10%. Other conditions not met. Build better facilities for better rewards. Whoa, sleeping gets me a buff too. That's sweet. If I'd known, I'd have slept earlier. I could have pulled in even more resources. He sighed. Never expected sleep to come with perks like this. Clearly stable sleep was a hard requirement, not just for the buffs, but to avoid the mental disorder. Only, the effect was a little weak. A few percent chance. Give me 10 or 20% and sure, but single digits are basically useless. Still, it looked like higher sleep quality meant better rewards. If he could rig up a nice soft bed and max the rating, maybe he'd get a full 100% boost. For now, forget it. He hadn't even solved food yet. No time to be building a bed. I picked 4 hours, and back then there were about 7 hours left before the monsters showed. With the adjustment on top, I probably slept 5 or 6 hours. Should be just short of the third day's early morning. He figured the timing had worked out perfectly. He hadn't slept too little and left himself unrestored, and he hadn't overslept and gotten trapped in bed by monsters. He just didn't know exactly how much time was left, so it was best not to dig any more tiles during this window. No sense risking it. That tile at 210 with under half an hour left would have to wait until the third day to finish. He opened the chat room, and his pupils tightened. This many people had already figured out the whole spirit thing. He'd thought the same way at first. He'd assumed spirit was a late-game attribute, never expecting it to prove its worth this early. Watching everyone agonize over whether to invest in spirit, he chuckled to himself. Let them stew over it. He wasn't about to join the crowd. Plus, high spirit had a hidden bonus: faster sleep recovery. In the past, staying up a full day and night meant he needed a dozen-odd hours to bounce back. Now, under 8 hours and he was fully recharged. It felt like the higher his spirit, the less sleep he even needed. He finished scanning the chat and picked up a batch of info. Most was idle chatter, but there was always someone posting the easy-to-miss details, which benefited everyone. It wasn't long until midnight now. Best to stay sharp and ready for the fight. But before it kicked off, he could check on his progress at the workbench. On the bench lay a single stone file. The list read: Basic stone wall, 16 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Basic stone chest, 5 hours, 45 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. Stone file complete. The wall would be done in half an hour, not bad. The chest, though? He stared at that timer and didn't know what to say. If this thing comes out as a damaged quality item, I'm calling the cops. He picked up the stone file and looked it over. One end was a wooden handle, the other a stone face covered in dense, neat little grooves. There were actually plenty of file types: pointed ones, triangular ones, and so on. His was just one kind, and honestly not even a proper stone grinding tool. Grinding stone into flat boards properly took an electric cutter, a polisher, or sanding strips and sandpaper. No way a little stone file could pull that off. He couldn't work out the logic, but the system said it was doable, so he'd make it first and figure out the rest later. It was the simplest tool he could manage right now anyway. He reached out and picked up the stone file. Crafting successful. Common stone file, Tier 2. Experience plus 30. Crafting experience plus 120. Tool obtained. Place on workbench to unlock some stone recipes. Common again, but the achievement was decent. And to this day, he'd never once failed a craft. In the chat, there were people who'd busted their backs gathering materials and grinding away for ages, only for the craft to fail, leaving them with nothing but a bit of experience and a skill level. If that were him, he wouldn't even know what face to make. Ever since, Zhou Rue had made peace with it. If he could make the thing at all, thank heavens, no point demanding top quality. Common stone file, Tier 2, durability 600. Description: place on workbench to unlock stone file recipes. Reduces crafted item durability. Reparable. Same panel as the stone chisel, just 100 more durability, probably because his crafting skill had gone up again. He slotted the stone file into the toolbar. Stone file placed. New recipes unlocked. Sand down certain wood and stone, such as smooth planks, wood stands, rough stone slabs, rough platforms, rough stone, and more. Looks like this tool still can't bite through hard stone. It'll do for wood, though. Made sense. Grinding real stone with a stone file would take forever. Wood products were fine, wouldn't take too long. For smoother stone platforms, he'd have to wait until he had ironed or smelted into tools. Then a thought struck him. So a stone product like that chest, its surface is probably rough, huh? Because he hadn't needed a stone file when he made it. Which meant with the file, he could now make a better chest, maybe even in under 12 hours. I miscalculated. If I'd made the tool first, the craft time wouldn't have been this long. He shook his head. Nothing to be done. It was already in progress and nearly finished, not worth canceling. Going forward, I make the tools first. The items might even benefit from the tool bonus and come out better. He opened the recipe list and deliberately watched the timers. Just as he'd guessed, plenty of items had shorter craft times. Wood furniture was generally down half an hour, and stone products were cut by anywhere from 10-odd minutes up. So the slowdown had been the lack of tools all along. The reduction wasn't huge, though. He'd expected to shave off more than an hour, but hardly anything in the whole list dropped that much. He quickly understood why. Most items needed more than just the stone file. They needed other tools too. A single item often took several tools working together, and only with the full set could the time actually get cut in half. But tools ate up materials, so he'd have to plan ahead to get the most out of it. At this point, he finally understood why things had been so slow before. Back then, he'd had 0 tools, so those items were basically forged by hand alone, carried entirely by his skill level. Even he found it hard to believe. He also noticed some recipes now had an extra icon. Boosted by tool stone file. Crafting improved. Alright, better late than never. From now on, tools first. Some recipes even had 2 icons, boosted by the stone file and the stone chisel at the same time, for better results. He hurried to look for what other tools he could make and dug up a whole pile. Stone knife, plane, saw, ink line, stone hammer, shovel, and more. But most of them were grayed out. He quickly figured out why. A lot of these were duplicate recipes, except they didn't call for stone. They called for iron. Damn it. Where am I supposed to find iron, or right now? Give me a break. I stared at the recipes, stumped. Shouldn't iron items come from the forge? Why does the workbench want them too? I don't get it. Forget it. The only tools I can make right now are all wood and stone tier. I'll hold off on tools and get the stone slab going instead. No point finishing the tools if I starve to death down here first. I pulled up the newly unlocked fired stone slab. Spend stone times 3 plus crafting tools to make rough stone slab. Confirmed. Crafting, rough stone slab, boosted by stone file plus stone chisel. Time reduced and effect improved. For hours, 29 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. Quality, 82% common, 10% worn, 2% damaged, 9% fine, 1% perfect. Even with both tool bonuses, it still takes 4.5 hours. How long was the base time? 5 hours. 6. At least I understand how tools work now. I'll take it slow going forward. The other 2 items on the bench. The wall's nearly done, the chest still needs a while. Guess I'll just wait for midnight. I went back and sat down on my starting tile, stone spear at hand, ready to move the second a monster showed. All that was left was to stand watch, eyes on the torchlit tunnel, scrolling the chat, staying in peak form. In the chat, everyone had caught the scent of the coming hour too, dropping what they were doing to grab weapons and brace themselves. Nobody knew the exact moment, but they could all feel it was close. Right as the screen filled with the wailing of ghosts, that long-absent female voice rang out. Ding. Midnight has passed. Today's tally. Base established. Difficulty plus 2%. 3 structures placed. Difficulty plus 3%. 5 tiles dug through. Difficulty plus 2.5%. Digger level 4. Difficulty plus 4%. Day 2. Difficulty minus 9%. Plus 1% each day passed. Tally complete. Current difficulty, 104%. Kill all monsters on the tiles as soon as possible. As the voice faded, several dark gray creatures materialized out of thin air in the tunnel. I gripped the spear tight. Damn, last time the difficulty was 97%, didn't even hit 100, and now it jumped straight to 104? That big of a spike. I'd figured difficulty crept up gradually, never expected it to shoot up like this. Probably because I did so much on day 2, I made up the difficulty back to normal in a single day. No time to dwell on it. I edged forward, spear in hand. The spawn point was past 300, still a ways from my spot at 000. But the moment I moved, those few monsters seemed to sense something and started shifting toward me. Damn, so this batch really is the aggressive type. My face darkened as I sized them up. Last time it was zombie-like humans. This time was completely different. They looked like giant ants, dark red, with 2 big pincers on top opening and closing side to side. Their bodies came in 3 segments joined by thin connectors, backs covered in thick armor that clanked with every move. The most startling part was the size. Each one was easily over half a meter long. They walked on 6 legs, long, slender, and tinny, feeling out the path as they closed in step by step. My expression was grim. They didn't look all that strong, but there were a lot of them, 5 in all, and if they all piled on, I'd never hold the line. Before they spotted me, I threw out my eye of truth. I had to figure out their weakness. Large worker ant, common, level 2. Health 15, attack 7, defense 5. Skill, hive will, for each ally within 10 meters, gains a partial consciousness link with it. Weakness, eyes, joint connectors. Description, A giant worker ant forced away from its base. Its hard mandibles can bite through prey, and its back armor is its invincible shield. But for an ant, its comrades are the key to being unstoppable. Damn, this is straight-up hive mind stuff. If a dozen or 20 of these showed up, I'd just surrender. The ones on day 1 were weaklings, and day 2 brings something this fierce. About on par with that pangolin I dug up, maybe 1 tier lower across the board. But there'd only been 1 pangolin. Now there were 5. Who could hold that? One of the ants up front suddenly rattled its pincers wildly, body swaying, and the others reacted like they'd caught a signal, antennae all pressing to the ground, probing. I stopped, right hand clamped hard around the spear. The next instant, all 5 ants turned their eyes toward me in unison. Being stared down by all 5 at once, the pressure was like nothing I'd felt before. I didn't dare look away, could only tighten my grip on the spear. Good thing they didn't come with an active attack skill, or this would be truly nasty. My mind raced. With my current 20 points of strength, as long as I hit a weak spot, I should be able to one-shot them. It just depended on whether they'd give me the chance. The ants' antennae tapped against each other on the ground, like they were communicating, confirming whether this creature, me, was dangerous. A few seconds later, red spots seeped into their eyes, and their big pincers snapped frantically. They'd made up their minds to fight. In that case, I couldn't let one of them get the first move. I raised my spear and charged, looking for open ground where I could use the reach of the long spear to my advantage. Right then I even thought, if only I had a shield, I could attack and defend both. Too bad I didn't. After the fight, I rushed to the center of tile 200. 120 was dug open too, so there was room on both sides, plenty of space to swing the spear. The ants grew more agitated, eyes redder, the drumbeat of their 6-legged steps growing dense. Let's see how hard this armor of yours is. Seeing one rear up high into a battle stance, I gave a cold snort and drove the spear hard at its head. A streak of white light cut through the wind, and clang. The spear tip glanced off that hard forehead and skewed onto its back. But my strength was too much, and the impact alone slammed a big dent right into its back armor. The ant shrieked. Ding. Normal attack. Enemy health -11. Large worker ant is severely injured. -1 health every 15 seconds for 2 minutes. My eyes lit up. Nice. 1 hit, and it's half dead. Looking at that dent, I finally grasped the weight of 20 points of strength. I'd even held back just then, not daring to go all out, worried I wouldn't have anything left for a counterattack. And even so, hitting its toughest spot, its back, I'd nearly put it down. You can imagine just how absurd my strength really is. With their comrade down, the eyes of the others behind it turned redder still. They circled the wounded ant, checking its injuries. Too bad. The severe injury drained health every 15 seconds, and its healing couldn't keep up. In under a minute, it collapsed completely. Ding. Large worker ant has died from bleeding. Kill successful. Rewards. Experience +7. Log ×10. Wood ×10. Ant meat ×2. Ant mandible ×1. Whoa, this much. And ant meat too. My eyes gleamed. Way better than the first time, when killing a monster just dropped a bit of material, and that was it. The only shame was no conversion stone, or it'd have been even sweeter. The grieving ants turned their attention back to me. I reined in my focus. I had to clear the rest fast and not let them organize. Sure, I'd basically one-shot that one, but I couldn't get cocky. One careless moment, and the consequences would be dire. If I can kill them without even hitting a weak spot, then aiming straight for the joints, why would I worry about not clearing them? Before the thought could finish, the ants couldn't hold back and all rushed me. The one in front was big and black, pincers thick, spread as wide as they'd go, like it wanted to snip me clean in half. I didn't retreat. In cramped ground like this, backing up blindly meant handing over the base. If they got around me to smash the core, I'd die on the spot. I absolutely could not lead them to 000. I frowned, gripped the spear in both hands, and stabbed hard again. Clang, clang, clang. Blow after blow landed on the ant's head, and every time it blocked with that hard forehead. That's when I realized their heads were even tougher than their back armor, deflecting me every single time. Fine, no more holding back. I put everything into it and drove the spear down hard onto the top of its head. The ant thought it could block easily like the last few times. It underestimated a full power strike from 20 points of strength. The spear let out an even sharper whistle as it tore through the air and flipped the ant clean onto its back. Clang. Thud. The first sound was the spear hitting the ant's head. The second was the ant slamming into the ground. Ding. Normal attack. Enemy health -15. The other 3 seized the chance to close in. My stamina was bottoming out, and I didn't feel like tanking it. So I twisted aside past their pincers and pulled back to open up some distance. Grappling with 3 at once was not smart. The moment I moved, the ants gathered around the wounded one again to check its injuries. I looked up. The one I'd struck had a big crater caved into the top of its head, a hole broken open in the middle, blood streaming out. Strangely, it didn't get tagged with severely injured this time, but even so it was basically finished, no longer able to fight. The others around it scrambled in circles, like ants on a hot pan. Wait, no? They already were ants. The corner of my mouth curled up. Didn't expect a full power stab to kill it outright. Too bad its health was more than 15, or that would have done it. Ants may be the same species, but it's like how no 2 leaves in the world are identical. Their attributes vary, some higher in strength, some in constitution, so their health differs too. I threw out the eye of truth. Large worker ant, common, injured, all attributes minus 80%, level 3, health 4 of 19. Large worker ant, common, level 2, health 16 of 16. Large worker ant, common, level 2, health 15 of 15. Large worker ant, common, level 2, health 15 of 15. Uneven, just as I thought. The pressure eased in a hurry. The highest level 1 was already down, and the rest were all level 2. Handle them carefully, and there'd be no real trouble. Just like I'd guessed, the second one was the captain of this 5-ant squad, its health and attributes a notch above the rest. And even this captain had gone down to 1 stab of mine. Honestly, I couldn't even gauge my own real strength anymore. With 20 points across the board, I matched a normal person's fully maxed level 1. No wonder this felt so easy. If my gear were a bit better, I could just charge in and go on a rampage. Hiss, hiss. With the boss down, the remaining 3 let out tearing shrieks, like they were venting their rage, all glaring at me in unison. Come on, let's see if you can even block it. I had it under control and wasn't the least bit phased. My stamina from that missed swing had mostly recovered too. These few were only middling in strength. A fraction of my power was enough, no need to go all out. My eyes narrowed slightly. I gripped the spear tight, and I lunged forward. The ants didn't flinch, pincers raised as they swarmed in, the gap closing to under a meter in a blink. I first slammed the spear into the frontmost one, then swung the shaft in a full circle around myself. The ants trying to surround me were all knocked flying, staggering backward. Ding. Normal attack, enemy health minus 12. Ding. Normal attack, enemy health minus 5. The ants shook their heads and viciously charged right back, surrounding me in an instant, pincers raised to bite together. I steadied myself and drove the spear into the body of the barely alive wounded ant, then pushed off it, vaulting up and flipping clean over to land behind the ants, like some acrobatics act. Ding. Critical hit, enemy health minus 20. Kill successful. Rewards, experience plus 6, log times 8, wood times 6, ant mandible times 1, basic conversion stone times 2. Ha. I turned back, catching my breath, eyes locked on the last 2. The damage was high, but I had almost no armor. Aside from the tier 2 helmet on my head that could block a couple hits, everywhere else was exposed. I wasn't about to gamble on my thin defenses. That's why I'd just used the wounded ant as a springboard, borrowing its body to flip out of the encirclement, escaped the danger, and picked off one more on the way out. The 2 that had been made fools of blazed with fury, but too late. Their puny attacks couldn't even break my skin. Let's wrap this up. I raised the spear and charged again, sticking to the ant's side in a blink, caught the opening, and drove the spear straight at the joint between head and body. The ant tried to curl into a ball to defend. Too late. The spear pierced clean through that weak connector, ripping open a big gash, blood gushing out, and it toppled in an instant. Ding. Weak point strike, enemy health minus 23. Kill successful. Rewards, experience plus 6, log times 7, wood times 8, basic conversion stone times 1. Of the last 2 ants, one had already been grazed for health and then hit in a weak spot, so a single stab sent it off. Even the king of hell couldn't have saved it. Just one left. Seeing all its comrades dead, it showed no fear, pincers spread to the limit like it wanted to tear me apart. But I'd long figured out these ants' fatal flaw: no ranged means. As long as I kept my distance and didn't let it get close, all that thick armor made it a sitting target to me, provided my weapon was sharp enough. With a poor weapon, staying far would just be tickling it. It charged, and I held the spear and waited. The tip had collided many times and still hadn't dulled. As it neared, My expression shifted and I stabbed hard. Clang. A small hole broke open in its head, and it couldn't help stumbling back a few steps. Ding. Normal attack. Enemy health -10. Not fatal. I pressed in and added another stab. Ding. Normal attack. Enemy health -12. Kill successful. Rewards. Experience +7. Log ×5. Wood ×7. Ant mandible ×1. Giant ant armor tier 2 ×1. Then I turned back to deal with the wounded ant that had long since collapsed and couldn't even run, driving the spear into its joint. Ding. Kill successful. Rewards. Experience +7. Log ×7. Wood ×5. A pool of drip dew. Dark ant leg armor tier 2 ×1. Monsters remaining in current area 0. Congratulations on surviving day 2. The defense battle will begin in 8 hours. A large number of monsters will flood in, so be prepared. Kill enough monsters during the defense battle to earn extra rewards. It doesn't start for another 8 hours. I'd assumed the defense battle would come right on the heels of the daily refresh. Didn't expect it to be this generous, giving a buffer. But then again, if it was willing to give this much prep time, the strength of this wave was probably far beyond the daily fare. Trouble. I shook my head. For now, focus on leveling myself up fast. Looking back at the spoils, another mountain of materials plus the basic conversion stones I'd been craving. That meant the materials for the water extractor were finally complete, just short of a magnet. And the bigger surprise, 2 tier 2 pieces of gear dropped back to back. Giant ant armor tier 2. Health +45, physical defense +12, durability 500 of 500. Dark ant leg armor tier 2. Health +10, physical defense +3, movement speed +2, durability 300 of 300. Yes. The chest armor stats were off the charts, a huge health bonus and defense even higher than my helmet. The leg armor's defense was low, but it carried the most precious stat of all, movement speed. That meant more agility and more room to maneuver. And once the dig sites spread wider underground, it'd save a good chunk of time on the back and forth. Useful in combat and in daily life both. After looking over the 2 pieces, I couldn't help bursting out laughing, because a full 10 more had just appeared in front of me. 5 giant ant armors and 5 dark ant leg armors, identical. Haha, now I can swap 1 for 1. This was the power of the 5-fold yield. Even the gear multiplied 5 times over. I immediately stripped off the low defense leather clothing I was wearing and put on the new armor. The chest piece was glossy black all over and studded with spikes, like it came with built-in retaliation. The leg armor had a metallic texture, wrapping all the way down to my calves. Now I had no weak points anywhere. The 2 pieces looked like a set, and though there was no set bonus, they gave off that impression. No idea whether this world even had gear sets. Even if it did, they'd be hard to assemble. The monsters here basically only show up once, so if you don't get the full drop the first time, the next chance is a long way off. Once suited up, I pulled up my panel. Zhou Rue, 27 years old, basic digger. Level 3, 195 of 500. Health 100 of 100. Attack 10 to 15. Physical defense 22. Magic defense 3. Strength 20. Constitution 10. Agility 10. Spirit 10. Free points 0. Fullness 59%. Stamina 62%. Equipment: stone spear, silver helm, giant ant armor, dark ant leg armor, all tier 2. Skills: Eye of Truth 4. Basic crafting 3, basic manufacturing 3. Health 100. To think that when I first landed it was barely a dozen points, and it's already broken 100 in just a few days. Hard to imagine. With my current stats, as long as it's not an especially tough monster, I can tank several hits. Still, against high numbers with high attack, I have to avoid meeting them head on. All I've really done is go from can block 1 hit to can block 2 or 3, so caution is still needed. The armor fit well, so I hid it from view. Leather clothing is more convenient day to day, and I'll switch to armor when it's time to fight. Next, I took stock of the haul. This time was worlds apart from the first. Last time it stingily dropped a bit of material and called it done, but this time each one dropped 7 or 8 logs and wood. Clearing all 5, the base drops came to experience 33, log 37, wood 36, basic conversion stone 3, plus ant meat 2, mandible 3, drip dew 1, and those 2 pieces of armor. And that was just the base. With the 5-fold boost, all resources multiplied by 5. By the time I'd claimed the rewards scattered all over the ground, I was breaking a sweat, but the more I claimed the more excited I got. Experience 33 became 165, no need to say more. But when the system dumps this on you all at once, log 185, wood 180, basic conversion stone 15, ant meat 10, mandible 15, drip dew 5. Damn. This is absolutely insane. Looking at the wood piled high enough to fill several rooms, I couldn't help grinning like an idiot. But right away, I ran into a practical problem. Where do I put all this wood? Nearly 400 logs and wood, enough to build a wooden cabin. Shame the stone chest isn't done yet, or a dozen slots would swallow it all. The wooden chest was long since stuffed full, no room to spare. Nothing for it but to wait on the stone chest. Good thing the defense battle was still 8 hours off. If it had followed right on the heels of the refresh, this pile of materials would have been smashed to bits by the monsters. They don't just attack the base, they go straight for the stockpiles too. Especially with me blocking their path in, they'd smash it for sure. Once the 8 hours pass and the stone chest is ready, I won't have to worry. I stacked the miscellaneous items in a corner. 15 basic conversion stones. Never mind the water extractor. I could even build an automatic oxygen generator. Too bad I still lacked a magnet. With one, I could open up a fixed water source. A little disappointed, I stowed them in the chest. That left the ant meat and mandibles. The names alone tell you they came off the ants. Only, this meat, could you even eat it? I've never eaten an ant in my life, let alone the meat off one this big. The only ant-related food I could think of was ant cake, and even that took tens of thousands of them to make. But this chunk of meat was different. A single piece had the volume of 10,000 plus ants, and it was remarkably clean, looking at a glance like a slab of pork. Leaning in for a sniff, there was a sharp, sour smell, probably formic acid. Could I eat it? I was stumped. I had no other meat source right now, and meat was hard to come by, but this looked to it. Forget it, check the panel first. This was my only meat, and it came in a stack of 10. If it turned out inedible, I'd be stuck. Big-headed ant meat, raw meat. Freshness, 47 hours, 56 minutes, and 16 seconds. Effects, fullness plus 15%, thirst minus 10%, 50% chance of parasitic infection. Description, meat from a mutated ant, only slightly filling. Eating it raw very easily causes parasitic infection and immobility. Be sure to heat it before eating. Damn, good thing I looked first, or I'd have been done for. A wave of dread washed over me. Checking stats ahead of time is a good habit, but what about someone so starved out of their mind they'd stuff it in their mouth without a glance? That's not impossible. And once you're infected with a parasitic disease, this place doesn't even have bandages, let alone a cure. You just wait to die on the spot. That's exactly why I never dare let myself slip into a bad state and rest the moment I feel off. 50%, too high. I wasn't about to bet I'm on the lucky half. Either way, I had to cook it thoroughly. The problem was the stone slab still wasn't out of the oven, and the workbench had no room to make a wooden skewer. Otherwise, I could have skewered it and roasted it over a bonfire. All I could do was stow the meat for now and wait until a cooking tool was made. But this meat had a short shelf life, only 2 days, and it'd rot once that passed. In theory, this sealed environment could extend preservation, but whether that's good or bad for the meat was anyone's guess. Roasting and eating it sooner was the safest bet. Done with the meat, I glanced at the pile of ant mandibles, sharp and huge, just like mammoth tusks. If I'd been bitten by these back then, I'd have been dead or crippled. Thankfully, I never gave them the chance to get close, relying on the spear one-on-one and grinding through them one by one with brute strength. If I ran into them again now, I'd have a lot more confidence. This armor can already withstand their attacks. Only, what were these mandibles good for? I'd never seen a related recipe on the workbench. I opened the panel, and my pupils suddenly shrank. Ant mandible material. Can craft traps. Spike trap, poison spike trap, requires venom, drop trap, currently not craftable, and more. Description, material for crafting traps. Basic terrain must be built up on a tile first before use. Once a trap is built, it deals damage to all enemies passing over it, and is hugely effective against large numbers of monsters. Damn, I can make traps now. I was overjoyed. I'd thought it was an ordinary material, and it turned out to be trap material. Totally unexpected. Actually, I'd thought about this before. Since there was a shovel that could reshape terrain, could I set up traps? But at the time, holding the shovel gave me no prompt, so I'd shelved the idea. Now the material had come, and the timing was perfect. The defense battle was next, with a huge number of monsters flooding in, so this was exactly what it was for. Just don't know how much damage it does. Instant kills would be great. Okay, no way that's happening. I gave a wry smile. At most, it'd serve as a stalling tactic. I didn't hold high hopes. I looked around at the stretch of open ground, perfect for building traps. The next job is pick good ground, level the terrain, and set up the traps. Less than 8 hours to the defense battle. Whether that's enough to get them made was still an open question. Wasting no more time, I turned to the last drop, a pool of drip dew. The name alone was odd, like water and yet not, and it had left me baffled when I first heard it. Now the answer was about to be revealed. Floating on the ground was a round, transparent, glass-like object, just like a magnified glass marble. I opened its stats panel, and all at once I was swept up in a rush of elation.